Faster. Go. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go.
more efficient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, TC Cream. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
우리 원때는 에임이 좋으니까 25개 이상 맞추자.
에이
절대 못 맞춰.
저거
나이스. 되겠니?
26개를 어떻게 쳐?
되겠니?
안 보이는데
아니 가까이 있으니까 안 보여. 되겠냐고.
야
영어파리.
이미 끝났어 근데.
이 막치네
야 20개는 좀 쳐봐.
와, 야, 씨, 이게 뭐야? 에임이 느리다, 그냥.
흡족해요 윙맨 하나 뽑아라
업사이드
이거를?
한국어죠
뭔데? 영어잖아. 무슨 소리가 하는 거야? 한국어 달라는 거 아니야?
이거 보면 위아래
아이,
반전돼
그냥
있는
껴.
껴. 큰거 티내냐? 야 머리가 그러면
야 머리카락을 떼
컨텐츠 비상인데 이거 지금. 그냥 해.
됐어
너 비주얼 봐야잖아.
어디야?
말을 해 어떻게 보이냐니까? 아니 뒤집어져서 보여.
너 나 보지 마.
여기 어디야?
짜증나니까.
여기 어디야? 아니 왜
하려고 하지 마. 진짜.
그러지 마. 아니 진짜 안 보인다고. 아니, 천천히 해봐. 아니 씨 머리 살짝씩 움직이면 이게 아니 말을 그래 그렇게 잡으면 저기 하늘로 올라가고 나 토마할 것 같아. 진지하게.
이거 안 하기 진짜 잘했다
진짜
너 그냥 패배잖아 그냥. 너 뭐냐? 다 진다 그냥 진짜.
진짜 못하긴 한다. 나와라.
나 나와.
점프를 못하기만 해.
근데 이미 긁는 거 같은데, 이게 지금. 너 지금 정면을 안 보고 있어.
야야 그런 것도 얘기해 주지 마. 내가 얘 조종할 거야.
난 조미가 실패했으면 좋겠어.
아이씨 성공할 수 있어 나는 죽는다
절대 성공 못할 것 같아.
나만 믿어 좀.
오케이 됐다
앞으로 가. W 쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉쭉 왼쪽 삭 왼쪽
왼쪽을 가라고 보라고
가
아유 벌써 그거.
정면 싹 쭉쭉쭉 살짝 오른쪽 정면 자자자자 왼쪽으로 좀 더 가세요 왼쪽 정면 멈춰 자 뒤돌아 스톱 오케이 이를 눌러 자 위로 아니 밑으로 야 천천히 움직여봐 밑으로 오른쪽 스톱 1대 스톱
얘는
왼쪽 이거 왼쪽 스톱 오케이. 자 위로 스톱 살짝 오른쪽 이게 살짝만 더 오른쪽 살짝 왼쪽 멈춰봐. 자, 위로 조금씩.
뭐야? 왜?
아 뭐해?
아니 1분이 이렇게 빠르다고?
야 근데 너는 왼쪽인데 왜 밑으로 가는 거야? 난 이해가 안 돼서 그래.
너 기준 왼쪽인데?
그러면 저희끼리 사이가 너무 좋아서 그런 거 없는데.
다만은 애 절대 못하게.
저희 이간질 안 돼요. 저희 서로 안
안
싸워요.
통해요 그럼.
저희 안 통해요 근데 진짜.
통해.
넌 조용히 좀 해, 임마. 옆에서 임마.
어쩌라는 건데 그래.
말이 많아.
야 이거 통한데 어쩌라고.
봐봐 지금 통했잖아.
젠지 자존심을 걸고 이기겠습니다.
왜 그러지?
왜 그런데 우리 자존심을 걸고.
왜 그러냐고.
파이팅.
불렀다? 아니 왼쪽으로 가면 되는데.
해야 되는데.
형 왼쪽으로.
아 스페이스 바로 점프하고 있어 일단.
답답해.
잘하는데.
야 아직 안 끝났어.
부활해.
아니에요. 아이고. 아니 떨어져 죽어야 돼.
뭐해?
잠깐만요.
아니 형 이 캐릭터 해본 건 맞지?
야 잠깐만 하지 마.
못 빨랐어.
오케이. 개웃기네.
진짜 느리긴 하다.
나쁘지 않네 그래도.
평균했네요.
재밌는 챌린지 준비해 주셔서 재밌게 놀고 가는 것 같습니다. 최고.
저희 이제 스테이지 1 들어갔는데요. 경기 재밌게 잘 봐주세요. 감사합니다.
항상 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다.
네.
재밌었습니다. 바이바이.
まあ結果は全くついてこなくて、でもなんか得られるものがめちゃめちゃ多かった。全敗はしたけど無駄じゃない1年だった。まあ、去年の経験を糧に今年はまあ1勝でも多く勝ちたいです。また0勝だろうとか結構マイナスな方が期待をされてるから、まあ、そういう期待を裏切っていけたらいいなと。
まあプロゲーマーみんな勝ちたいと思ってやってるだけなところもあると思うんで、がむしゃらに目の前の試合全力で戦って勝利を重ねていきたいと思います。
プロとして8年か9年ぐらいですけど、練習したらちょっとずつ上手くなっていくんで、ずっと最大なんじゃないですかね。まあ新しいスタートだと思ってチームメンバーみんなで頑張ります。
リーグは楽しみ。強い相手と戦えるから。 DFM って名前だけでちょっと舐められてる感はあるから、世界的に見てもファン的に見てもそのアンチの人たちも少しでも1割でも応援してくれる人に変わってくれるように勝ちたい。なめんなよってことだ。
目標はこのメンバーで一勝一勝重ねて世界大会行きたいなってぐらいですね。そういうものはないです。爆発するんで期待してます。
3 30 seconds left.
On my red ones.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, can you go? Be goal, be goal. We're gonna fight, guys. You know?
Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Blocking sight. What's this? My ult. One enemy remaining.
What the
Nowhere to run!
천천히.
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
Faster. Go.
Welcome back to the COEX Shinhan Card RTM. We are live in Seoul, South Korea. We kicked off week 2 with the clash among the 3 Korean teams, and yesterday, records were shattered across VCT from our Southeast Asian teams. It's the one and only VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and at the desk with me, I've got William and Asarai. I hope you guys are ready to get your ranks today. Asarai, you know, your place at Immortal, not just in game, but what the other game.
What?
Can you explain what these ranks are?
So these ranks are basically from our guessing game, and seems like I'm currently the highest.
Yes, it is our Pacific game.
Technically, I don't have a rank yet. Listen, I'm not happy about this gold on the image because I haven't played this game yet. I haven't done my placements. Okay, I should be unranked.
Well,
you know, blank.
Your placement could have been worse, so gold is pretty generous.
It could have been, but I'll take that shot any day of the week.
I was on hold for a week, so I'm ready to get this
to get that
Radiant.
All right, do we want to talk about the 0 kills wins by Team Secret and RRQ yesterday, Will?
What is there to talk about, right?
What do you mean?
It's Pacific showing FNS how it's done, right? You don't need to frag as an IGL to win. Listen, now it's been proven, all right? This record is set. A crazy way for it to happen, though, right?
Yeah.
Both teams playing yesterday, Team Secret and RRQ. But the real impressive part was, like, RRQ wins 2-0. And it's with Flips having that 0 kill.
Yeah. I mean, for me, on the flip side, I was liking how Team Secret also did it because the only ACS that Jesse Bash had was when the Prowler had a bite off of someone. So, you know, your abilities do damage, right? So, you know.
You know, Jesse kind of leaned into it, though. And they ended up winning. I feel like they needed that to activate the Team Secret power.
Yeah.
You know, when they're down, they need to do something where they need to be so down and they come back up. And they did. They ended up defeating Zeta Division on that 3rd map quite convincingly. So it was pretty crazy. And here are standings so far. We got an Alpha Group and Omega Group. DFM is going to be playing today, and they also have their championship point. But Alpha Group, they're floundering a bit, except for Team Secret, who finally got their first win of Stage 1.
Yeah, it feels like, again, it may be a curse that Alpha Group is tending to struggle here, but TS getting that win over Zeta Division was very much needed. They're now in the top 3. DFM, as you mentioned, just kind of riding off of the high of the Omega Group win streak, as they did win, of course, previous week up against T1. Now they're trying to get that once more as they're, you know, kind of preparing to face against Gen G.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Secret, the reason we said it was so ever important is because, of course, you need the minimum 2 wins to even be considered for playoffs, and then, of course, top 3 in your group. So already having that one now, if you get just one more win, you're at least kind of meeting that minimum requirement, and then, of course, you want to stay in that top 3 in the Alpha Group.
Yep, it's going to be very interesting for the Alpha Group. I feel like, in a way, the competition isn't very stiff, but at the same time, it is, just based on the trends that have been happening here in Stage 1. But we do have 2.5 more weeks before playoffs, so, you know, they can take as many shots as they can. And again, every single one of these points are very precious. Every match win equals championship points that qualify you for champions. Now, we've been talking about this, the timeouts and how effective they are. Here is the the win rate per timeout.
Yeah, so I know everyone's probably looking at the impressive stuff that Warbirds is doing on Team Secret, but I just want to remind everyone that was crying for Termi to start calling timeouts again on DRX. I don't know if you really want that anymore looking at that 1-4 record. It's not looking so hot in my eyes.
This is why.
Yeah. At least for me, what I'm looking at this is Team Secret. They're one of those teams that want to have that break because they do like the capability of just, we need to reset ourselves and get our strats in motion. PRX as secondary. It feels like when we ever talk with Alex about this, it's just more to reset the players rather than reset the strats. So I like how, even though it's high, there's kind of different reasons why they actually call it out and why it's actually working out.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, right? Obviously, we talked about this in the timeout videos as well with the coaches, where there's different purposes for timeouts. And we also have to consider sometimes it's, you know, maybe they're calling it on the eco to talk 2 rounds ahead, things like that. And some teams, like PaperX, sometimes it takes multiple timeouts for the players to seemingly catch on to what the coach has given them. So, you know, don't read into it too much, but I think Team Secret having 75% win rates off the timeouts, that's very impressive. Meanwhile, you look on the other side, I mean, T1, they've called 13 timeouts. They've been burning through these nonstop, and they haven't really been able to convert them too much into let alone a round win, but even a match win.
That's right. It's not the worst ratio on this list here, but timeouts can be very effective. And we do have our top 3 coaches They're gonna show anyway. With the top, as you mentioned, William, some of these timeouts aren't necessarily. It's a little bit skewed because it might come into play 2 or 3 rounds into it, and also as you said, Asurai, sometimes they don't listen the first time, so you need like a second timeout. You guys know which team I'm talking about. Sometimes you need 2 timeouts to drill it into their brains, like, hey, listen to what we need to do.
I think it's also interesting that we're kind of seeing the history of the coaches with the teams as well, right? So obviously 2 of them, Warwards and Alice kind of sticking around for a little bit longer. Now Frost, the newest addition coming into this year, and still instantly able to have some big impact with his timeouts here for TLN, which I think they've much needed because it's such a mixed bag of a roster.
Yeah, again, it just shows how important coaches' understanding of their teams are. I've seen, in local tournaments where you don't really have a coach and just call the timeout out of nowhere and doesn't really get that impact. It just goes to show how much research comes in here for these coaches to really maximize that for their team.
Yeah, I do like the highlight that we've been putting on the coaches across VCT this particular year. Even here in the COEX Stadium right now, there are 2 giant screens where you can see the coach cam the entire time. And I think this also tells a story when you see them react. Sorry, you're sitting in the audience witnessing some of this.
Yeah. Just you remember how Alex was, obviously because he has the best physical actions when he's on the
emotional.
Yeah. So he's trying to hide that as much as possible because now he knows that he's on the camera 24/7. Just not wanting to slam on the desk.
It's those are pure raw emotions that he now needs to temper a little bit, knowing he's on camera. And this is a weekly schedule. We are almost through week 2, just like that. Today's gonna be very interesting between Gen G, DFM, Global, and Talon. But before we get into that, tomorrow's game against T1 and RQ and Bleed's a last chance for this week to get any sort of points against Zeta Division. Well,
yeah, I mean, looking ahead, T1 and Bleed desperately need these wins tomorrow. I mean, T1, even if they get this win, it might not even guarantee anything for playoffs because now they already are down on a 0-3 streak, on a losing streak, so they have to win all 3, and then it depends on other teams' results. But Bleed, of course, I mean, this is one of the better chances you have. A Zeta Division that still hasn't really figured out their color.
Yeah, but I mean, thinking about how Bleed kind of on that adjustment where they have put Ye on that duelist still hasn't worked out. Is that going to work against someone like Death that has been just so explosive, especially when he's been bringing out that Phoenix on Sunset? Still is, for tomorrow's panel to discuss, but yeah.
Now we're going to go to an interview really soon, but the first matchup up today is going to be Gen G and DFM. Gen G has been very dominant. They got second place in Madrid, but they were finally taken down after a long time by Paper Rex just last week. So it's been very interesting when they face DFM later today. Now let's go over to Gen G, where Gen is on standby for an interview.
What are we doing?
Inner peace.
Inner peace.
I don't know how Jen does it sometimes with these guys, but you know what? Inner peace is maybe the solution to carrying forward that inner zen. We've seen it from Talon, we've seen it from many teams, and maybe this is what Gen G needs this week, Asurai.
I mean, definitely. We've seen how, sometimes them being over-emotional might actually kind of backfire, as we saw Karen did struggle a little bit on some of the previous matches that they've seen. Wanted to add as well, maybe that's reference to another movie, Inner Peace, Dumplings Please. Kung Fu Panda, just laying it out there.
Kung Fu Panda.
It's been a little while.
I know.
Okay,
I know.
I thought Wake was doing that. Sorry.
I do like my Kung Fu Panda, and
All
we
right.
will be going to Shanghai, after this stage 1 too. So we
it
can
all
have,
comes together. Right?
It's all related.
Is it foreshadowing?
Totally on topic. Dumplings are delicious, and I know here in Korea they like their mandu as well. We also have a DFM interview, and very keen to see how these guys are feeling. They must be feeling great after their win last week.
Okay, so what is this for?
To beat Gen G.
To beat Gen G.
right, analyst, can you explain the tactical, strategic reasoning behind this very intricate preparation?
Okay, so real quick, in contrast, inner peace for Genji, you know, in the mind and everything. For DFM, Rajutaiso, which is radio exercise, I believe, in Japanese. They're trying to warm up their physical bodies to get them prepared for the series. All right, there's
listen, we've seen some other teams do stretches before. It is important, but I was thinking more like he was getting his muscle memory with the elastic band for the flicks, you know, all the way 180 degrees. He's got his stretching all out on his right arm. I thought Anthem was ready for that one. But either way, it works out, and they look much more relaxed. I think that's the most important thing. They're ready to joke around a little bit, show their personality, because before, they didn't have the leisure to do so, because all eyes were on when will you get a win.
And thankfully, that is never the question anymore. Now, everyone, I know all of us, all the talents, we're very excited to see them get one more. Today could be the day, maybe not. I don't know. We're going to break that down later. But let's talk about this roster so far. May was a standout player last week. Who else should we be watching out for?
Personally, my eyes are on Cess, right? He seems to really slot into this team well, creating a lot of these pocket plays, a lot more space for May specifically to be working around. So May doesn't really have to just worry about the flashes and then trading from his teammates. Cess is always there on a different crossfire. He's creating space. Also, maybe kind of being that sub-dive as well whenever he's playing something like the Omen. So it's been a great, I guess, addition here to DFM.
Yeah, if you're looking at, you know, another player here from DFM, lots of multi-kills, pocket plays as well, has to be Neth on that Cypher. Very, very strong player. He's able to anchor sites by himself as well, so that's going to be incredibly huge when Genji is going to be, you know, inevitably going for those pushes when he's just alone on that site.
Now, we were talking about the Zen versus, you know, getting into the mental of it. How do you think this is going to impact both these teams? Genji just lost to Paper Rex for the first time in a couple of weeks, and DFM just won against T1, which is no small feat at all.
No, not at all. I mean, T1 was some of the most high-rated teams people were excited to watch coming into the 2024 season. But if you look at it, I see one similarity. It's that the Korean team seemed to have lost with only a map win last week in their matches. So, you know, if we really think forward, maybe DFM continues on. Genji, the biggest thing for them is if they look at this as a wake-up call, they're going to look much better today. However, if they were shaken up by the new tempo that Jinx bringing back to Paper X, they might have to warm up a little bit here against DFM.
Yeah, DFM on the flip side, I just love how, even though they have that one win, there's no real risk anymore to just kind of feel that pressure to just keep on going with what they already have done, and it's all just moving forward from there.
I mean, and these highlights, right? Obviously, we saw that impressive ace from Texture, but this one specifically, like that, these couple of rounds that we just saw from DFM, everyone around the world is talking about it because it wasn't just May. It was just perfect setup. The comms were there, the setup was there, the patience. I mean, DFM just looks like a complete team, and then May's the spearhead to lead all of it.
And we never really thought we would see this kind of head-to-head with these key players and how they've been doing. Texture, you know, who's been monstrous since kickoff. But now May is definitely showing up too.
Holy, I mean, he is the perfect Pentagon. I mean, he's first place in almost all of these rankings, still in top 5 in all of them. And this is just outright impressive. I mean, his first kills per round as well as that primary duelist. Kills per round just pretty much right on the dot at 1.0, right close to it, 0.98. And of course, ACS, the highest overall as duelist, but also as that raise so far here in Pacific.
Yeah, it feels like he could really do no wrong on that particular agent of his. But also, don't forget that this was only the one series for DFM. They're about to play their second series right now against Genji, so those stats may change. But as a kind of initial beat on how the power level for May is, it's been very extraordinary.
They've definitely been preparing a lot since kickoff, since last year when they finally put this roster together and Estelle, you know, was pulled in as the coach. But what that means is we also haven't seen a lot of DFM, and we haven't seen a lot of their matches. Genji, on the other hand, they've been, you know, since the beginning of kickoff, since that first loss against Paper X, they're running through that lower bracket. And as a result, from then into Madrid, is that we've seen so much of Genji. There is so much tape for DFM to go over.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Genji is coming into this with no surprises, right? They've realized that now, okay, DFM, they're going to play a lot of these solid defaults. They look a lot more coordinated. We can't rely just on our own aim anymore like we did last year. So I think Genji has a bit of an advantage compared to T1. But DFM also, I mean, it's just 3 maps, so who knows what they've cooked up today.
Yeah, and I mean, don't forget, Genji is one of those teams that are now trying to bring in other compositions. We've seen, you know, the first Icebox that we've seen here on Split 1 was different from what we saw a couple of months ago, where they don't have any duelists with Texture just playing on that Omen. So there is that form of, there is that play here where Genji can mix and match, and they have proven that they can make that work as well.
Now, stylistically, it's been very interesting watching both of these teams kind of come into their own style. They're both of them, Genji and DFM, play so differently than last year. What we know, especially from the Korean and Japanese teams, who are a lot more conservative, a little bit slower in their pacing, but it's so different this year, Will.
Yeah, and DFM, I mean, the fact that they've now become this like default-based team is just miraculous and really ridiculous at the same time to think about, because we never thought we would see the day. But looking at it, obviously not too many maps shown so far here in this season, but I want to make note of it again, that if they are a default heavy team, maps like that Ascent that they won, like the Sunset, and I would say even the Split, these are the maps where you always have the 3 standard lanes, things like that, where they're going to look good. Whereas Genji, we kind of know their strengths and weaknesses so far already.
Yeah, I was actually... Okay.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah, we are going to go into our map picks now between these two, and I know we're very keen to see what's up because we haven't seen too much come out from DFM.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to add to that. I was kind of looking forward, you know, working away from what Will said, just having May back on that race. So if they can put DFM or May in maps where he can really bring out that agent of his, it's going to be definitely a big help. And then everything comes falling in, with Cess being as the aggressive Omen, and then of course, again, Neth being such a great anchor player here for DFM.
Yeah, you're really going to want to put your star players on their comfort roles. This is something we're seeing time and time again so far here in Pacific.
Sunset. DFM will now choose to pick the first map.
Well, DFM is banning Bind.
Now, I wonder if this the ban for Bind, probably more for them to avoid rather than giving too much respect to Gen G. Obviously, Gen G, they're always happy to play the Bind. But the Sunset ban from Gen G, it's a lot of respect to what we saw. And I love the split pick coming in from DFM. It doesn't matter if Gen G took down Sentinels a split once at Masters Madrid. I think DFM is going to look pretty solid on this. Overall, Japanese teams, they've actually always enjoyed playing split. And even on Crazy Raccoon, they've tried some neat things with the Phoenix as well in the past.
Yeah, they're also going to...
the ramen.
They're also going to...
Yeah, it's not the turtles out here in Pacific, it's the ramen that really gets them fired up.
Yeah, also liking how Genji's the first one to pick on that defending side, so that means that they're going to see how well the offense of DFM will be at the very start, which could really you know, create that tempo at the very start of the game.
Unsurprisingly, Genji has picked Lotus, which they've performed very well on, 7 wins so far.
Yeah, the Lotus, no big surprise. Surely DFM expects it. We'll see if they've made some improvements after their match against T1 last time. And with the quick bans, it goes to Breeze. Genji, I mean, the ban on Sunset and Ascent, this is straight up saying we saw how good you are, we saw how well prepared you are, we don't want to meet you there at all.
Yeah, Breeze, we might be seeing DFM and Genji both bring out the Yorus. We've seen Meteor bring it out in a double duelist with Texture, and of course May as that Yoru as well here in Breeze. So we'll have to see how well he kind of works away if we can get into that game 3.
And it's crazy that we're all talking as if there's a very real possibility that we even go to this map 3 because of how well DFM performed last week.
Absolutely. I think we all have renewed faith in DFM. Their performance last week was very convincing. They did fantastic. It wasn't because T1 was down necessarily, but DFM, it was just solid, cohesive gameplay together. And now we're looking at the split data, and again, we got nothing on DFM. So Genji, they have to figure this out.
Yeah, I just want to note now, we're looking at Crazy Raccoon's record because the core of this team used to be Crazy Raccoon last year, and they didn't play too much of it, but they did run a Phoenix comp every now and then. Just a single duelist Phoenix working with the Breach, a lot of trap plays with the Omens, and then when that doesn't work, they would always go back to the Jet Rays as well. So we could see a bit of a mirror here, especially as Genji has now pivoted from the Astra over to the Omen.
Yeah, there's so many ways that you can approach you know, this split map. There's a lot of corner control that if they bring out that Phoenix, it could work out here for DFM. So definitely looking forward to see how, again, DFM is going to be doing about this, because even though, again, Genji has the better tenure, so to speak, DFM's still the one that has so many of these different styles that they can employ in this first map.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that people have to remember here is that, again, DFM won on their own right? They were playing default styles that really favored their composition. They showed that they had a very solid understanding of where they were strong, where they were weak, and how to work the map around that. Now, Gen G, the difference is they're just so good at trading. Like, this is nothing against T1. Gen G's some of the best in the world at trading for each other. So can May barrel through more than one every time if he's able to go against these opponents, especially on the attacking side?
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, especially about Gen G and the trades there. I mean, they've taken down so many teams precisely because of that. Now we got to talk about predictions, and of course I have the two wildest predictors with me on the desk.
Let's go,
today.
DFM! I didn't realize that we were both.
Of course, it's always you two.
Yeah, but Astrai's really just trying to take my job as the crazy joker here on VCT Pacific. I just want to make that very clear. However, I really believe that this is possible. And not just like, well, there's a 1% possibility. I just think if you're so solid in your own defaults, your own foundations, like, you shouldn't be afraid of anybody.
Yeah, for me, it feels like there's that blossoming that's happening right now for DFM, and that's the thing that why I went for this prediction is because I'm looking at what they could be rather than what they were or are at the moment.
Oh, so he doesn't have faith today. I have faith today.
No, I have faith today. It can happen while the series is going, all right?
I've got him riled up.
I need to defend myself.
Okay, so it's not just a faith pick. Are these
I'm
faith
expecting
picks?
it to happen now.
Is this a heart pick or a brain pick? Like, which one is this, Asterai?
Can it be both?
It can be both.
Oh, yeah, it's
Absolutely
both.
can be both. I think it's worth noting, if anyone has proven to go against the odds, it's actually Gen G. Gen G was that bottom Korean team last year. And this year, you know, they've done it. Why can't DFM do it? So I think you guys do have a case. And based on the performance last week, it is entirely possible. I would love to see them succeed this year. But Gen G, you know, they're still really good, and I'm just going to go with the stats on this one. So I'm going to go with Gen G and their experience so far.
All right,
Look,
yeah.
I went for unsafe votes this year.
That's why we're on two different couches.
I know. You guys stay there. But you know what? We're going to invite, for the very first time, I think his very first coach interview, Coach Estelle from DFM. So let's welcome him over. Woo! Woo!
Welcome.
Welcome. Hi. Welcome. How are you feeling this stage one? And have you made any changes since kickoff?
그래서 이번 스테이지 1에 지금은 기분이 좀 어떠신지 여쭤보고 싶고요. 또 킥오프 이후에 좀 어떤 변화가 있었는지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
네, 저희가 우선 첫 경기인 T1을 뭐 이겨가지고 우선 출발은 되게 좋다고 생각하는데, 네, 킥오프 때도 좀 뭐 여러 가지 문제가 있다고는 했지만 그래도 네, 그 뒤에 다 같이 잘 준비해서 네, 이번에 스테이지 1에서부터는 꽤 이길 수 있다는 자신감을 가지고 했었거든요, 저희는. 그래가지고 네.
알겠습니다. So obviously, I mean, we were able to beat T1, so we're feeling good about the start. But even in kickoff, while there were problems, we felt like we performed okay. And now after that win, coming into stage 1 actually, before even T1, we came in thinking like we can win. We were very confident, and we're continuing with that confidence today.
Oh, that's great to hear, definitely. And we want to talk about DFM's play style. And originally, we've heard that a lot of your players did want to play a bit more like Paper Rex, but it looks like you've discovered your own.
네, 그래서 저희가 그 타임아웃 인터뷰 때도 한번 말씀하신 걸 봤는데 이제 선수들이 페이퍼렉스처럼 하고 싶다 이런 얘기가 나오는 적이 있다고 말씀을 하셨는데 저희 지난번 경기를 보니까 그렇지 않고 DFM만의 스타일을 찾으신 것 같아요. 그래서 그 변화는 좀 어떻게 리드를 하셨나요?
네, 그렇죠. 뭐 페이퍼렉스는 그냥 네, 그들만의 스타일이 있는 거고 저희는 저희만의 그 길을 걸어가면 된다고 생각하기 때문에 그냥 네, 저희가 잘하는 거 그리고 자신 있는 조합으로 잘하는 부분 잘 생각해서 네, 하자 해가지고 잘 된 것 같아요.
Yeah, so I think we all came to the agreement that Paper Rex is just Paper Rex, right? They're in their own zone, they're in their own league. So we have to find what works for us, and we started to focus on, okay, what are we good at? What works for our style? And we were able to now hone that in, and we all came to an agreement of, okay, this is DFM. We started to build up on that.
Yeah. Okay. So for my question, what was like the big difference that DFM had, you know, from kickoff coming into split 1? Was there a change of atmosphere? Did you guys have better sleep schedules? Were, you know, the outlook of the players looking a bit better coming into stage 1?
네, 그럼 아까 이제 스테이지 1의 준비를 하시면서 좀 더 자신감을 많이 얻었다고 하셨는데 뭐 그게 좀 어떤 준비가 제일 효과적이었다고 생각하시나요? 뭐 이게 뭐 일상의 일정이라든지 아니면 뭐 개인 컨디션 조절 또는 전략적인 준비 어느 부분이 제일 좋은 영향이었을까요?
우선 뭐 전부 다 그렇긴 한데 네, 전략적인 준비도 네, 코치진들이 저 말고도 좀 또 다른 코치들이 있긴 하거든요. 그 코치들이 저보다도 더 열심히 해줘가지고 네, 이렇게 준비를 잘 했다고 생각하고 저희가 그 게임적인 부분만이 아니라 좀 일상생활적인 부분 그 컨디션 관리를 되게 열심히 하고 있거든요. 그래서 저희 좀 트레이닝 해주는 코치도 있고 그 운동이라든지 그리고 식단 같은 것도 좀 되게 건강에 좋은 식단 먹어가면서까지 네, 열심히 다 준비하고 있기 때문에 네, 컨디션이 중요하다고 생각해서 그런 부분도 네, 열심히 하고 있습니다.
알겠습니다. So obviously everything, right, all around. But if I were to give big credit, the first would be the rest of the coaching staff. I actually, Astel actually thinks the rest of the coaching staff put in even more work than he did to really come up with the strat books, to really build them up to a better future here as that DFM style. And then also you mentioned kind of, you know, your own like physical condition and your training, things like that. They actually have, you know, a trainer as well for their fitness. They've got someone really planning out their meal plans and everything. And they as a team have really believed that your physical condition, right, your physical state is so important to how you're playing on stage. And that's something that they're really focusing on right now. Well, we just talked about kind of the condition of the players. I just wanted to ask, we've heard the players talk about having a fight before the T1 match. I want to know kind of what went down there. 저희가 그럼 지금 뭐 컨디션 얘기를 하셨는데 사실 지난주 경기 전에 선수들 사이에서 약간의 분열이 있었다고 들었었거든요. 뭐 인터뷰나 개인 방송에서 좀 그 상황은 어땠는지 그리고 그 이후로 훨씬 단단해지는 그 방법은 무엇이었는지 궁금합니다.
네, 그냥 좀 선수들 간의 그 게임적인 충돌이 있기는 했어가지고 그걸 좀 오랫동안 얘기하긴 했는데 그 부분이 좀 잘 해소가 돼가지고 네, 그 뒤로 오히려 네, 더 단단해지고 서로의 믿음 그리고 좀 서로가 원래 말을 못했던 부분까지 잘 말하고 서로 더 이해를 할 수 있는 관계가 된 것 같아서 그래서 더 네, 좀 끈끈해진 것 같아요. 네.
So it was actually a lot about some in-game stuff that we just didn't have agreements across the players, and it ended up taking so long that we had to just discuss it all day. But afterwards, we actually came to a lot of agreements, and it actually gave us time to air out some of the other dirty laundry, and I think that helped build a lot more trust within the players, and now we're feeling a lot closer as a team, as a unit.
Oh, that's great. They've just let it all out and bonded over it, which is great. I do want to ask them about their confidence against Gen G today and their thoughts on DFM's overall performance, and are they going to be making it to Shanghai?
네, 그러면 이제 오늘 경기에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 오늘 젠지 상대로는 좀 자신감이 현재 팀이 얼만큼 올라와 있는지도 궁금하고요. 또 좀 어떤 준비가 필요했었는지 그리고 이제 마지막으로는 상하이까지도 갈 수 있다는 자신감이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
네, 젠지가 워낙 이번에 좀 좋은 성적을 냈던 팀이다 보니까 네, 경계되는 부분도 있긴 한데 그만큼 젠지가 또 경기를 많이 치렀잖아요. 근데 저희가 진짜 저 말고도 또 다른 코치 스태프들이 좀 상대 팀에 대한 분석을 되게 잘한다고 생각하거든요. 그래서 분석적인 부분에선 저희가 훨씬 더 유리하다고 생각하고 상대가 맵을 많이 보여준 만큼 그리고 저희 팀이 요즘 네, 자신감이 오르고 폼도 오른 만큼 오늘은 네, 이길 수 있고 상하이까지도 갈 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Oh, so they're very confident in today's match and also going all the way to Shanghai. But a big part of that is Gen G. Sure, they're great, but that means they've played so many more maps. And he believes he has one of the best coaching staffs to break down VODs and get prepared for the Antes.
Wow. Well, all the best, coach, and I hope we get to see your second team photo on stage today.
네, 그러면 오늘 이제 경기를 준비하시면서 저희도 같이 응원하고 또 오늘 팀 전체가 다시 한번 두 번째 사진을 찍을 수 있도록 저희도 기원하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank
Alright,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Man, confidence all the way
Yeah.
to Shanghai. Like he just said it. He was like, yeah, I saw this question coming, and yeah, we have some of the best coaching staff. Like they just break down VODs. Gen G's shown a lot. Yeah, they're pretty good, but that means we can just prepare a lot more against the squad. That's crazy confidence. But I love it.
That's what you need. Gen G
Yes.
had that same confidence going
Yes.
into kickoff, going into Madrid, and look how far it brought them.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna add. You know what? Everything is kind of falling into place. They've had their fight. They kind of molded over it, which is nice, and then everything's just following after
Listen,
that.
we all know that Sentinels only won their grand finals at Masters Madrid because they had a fight in the player waiting room. Okay, that's clearly the secret to winning an international trophy.
Yeah, I don't know about fights and all that, but definitely good vibes. Whatever it is, you need to have the good vibes afterwards.
Yes,
you need
yeah.
that bonding. You need some heart-to-heart bro talk, because I think that is one thing that also follow through after every single fight. With that, we are finally going to welcome the players onto stage. We're going to see Gen G versus DFM.
Undefeated, that's why they call me undisputed. I'm breaking up another season.
Detonation focus me.
Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded, we about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy, watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone, yeah.
Go to the fire, the breath. King of the jungle and beat my chest. They say I'm posing the threat. Just like a pebble, I'm cutting the net.
Ring on my finger, but yes. Like playing chess and I don't even sweat.
And we are welcoming our two teams now. We have our kickoff champions, Gen G, facing DFM, getting their very first victory last week against T1 and looking hotter than ever.
I'm lost for words right now, because DFM, this is the time for them to prove themselves once more. They got the first series, step in the right direction, but you still have to admit that their opponent right now is one of, if not the strongest team.
Oh, Lakia's telling him to sit down already. Munchkin's like, whoa, we don't want to get that started too early. Listen, there's some friendly banter, because Lakia used to play in Challenger Japan. Let's just remember this, right? He used to go up against these guys. It's not anything personal. He's got some friendly history.
Or is it Will?
I mean,
William's
listen,
all about love and peace here.
Yeah, we don't know all the details, but obviously he's got quite a backstory with some of these guys on the different teams back in Challenger Japan. But Gen G, I mean, they saw what happened to T1 after they got defeated, and in quite a, I would say, a very convincing fashion in terms of DFM coming out with their own style. So Gen G knows they cannot underestimate this match, no matter what it felt like before.
Yeah, and again, this is so much for DFM. They have so many tools that they can definitely use here. We've talked so much about it, how strong the Rays of May is coming into Split. That's going to have so many of these angles that Gen G will just have to check. The aggression that comes out because of the assistance that Cess brings into that table. So there's so many things, again, that DFM can really bring out in this first map.
It really wasn't that long ago where Gen G was the underdogs of Korean Pacific VALORANT. But today, is this going to be DFM rising to the top in the very similar fashion? We're going to go to our casters, Achilleos and Valdez, to bring us through the first match.
Hello and welcome to the Caster Desk. Thank you so much for breaking all of that down in that wonderful pre-show. I am Valdez. With me today is Achilleos. How are you doing today?
I'm Achilleos. I'm
It's
good.
him.
I'm doing well. I'm well fed. I just had a cheesesteak
Me
and
too.
some gummies, and I'm ready to cast some Valorant.
Yes, we are here to cast some Valorant, and this is going to be a lot of fun. You and I haven't cast for quite a while. I think it has been...
Not since last year.
About a year. Yeah.
Been a hot minute, but you're fresh off the LCK final, now shifting back over here into the VCT seat, and hopefully we have as big of a banger as you guys had for that final, because now we've got Gen G looking for another victory for the franchise. But DFM, the challengers, and right now, I think that this is still fairly Gen G sided. I think that they've shown a bit more. We need to see a lot more from DFM for them to really start rising to the top. But I think everybody out there that's watching wants to see a DFM win. There's a multitude of reasons for that. Not only have they finally gotten their first victory here in VCT against T1 just last week, but there's also a couple bets that are on the line. People pay attention to Plaid Chat. I think they know what I'm talking about. So let's see if we can get one step closer to having those things occur. So let's take a look at the agent selection, and it's going to be a first look here for Detonation. As it's going to be nothing overall too shocking. Anthem on the Sky, that's going to be Maximum Comfort, is going to be solo duelist versus the double duelist setup that Gen G have been running.
Yeah, going to be pretty interesting to see if Detonation Focus Me can really come out here strong in the first map to show that they can actually contend with Gen G. I think that certainly not just in the predictions, as you mentioned, there are a lot of bets on the line and stuff like that, but the predictions do show that Gen G coming into this one are the favorites, even though they are coming off that loss. It was against Paper X. Detonation Focus Me coming off a win, but it was their first match against T1, and we are going to have to wait and see just how strong they are. I think this is really the first big test as Gen G are kind of that next level in terms of team strength. So very curious to see if they're going to be able to show it right from the get-go here.
Yeah, I mean, despite expectations for T1 coming into stage 1, there has been a bit of a tier break. Gen G, Paper X, these two squads that are very much separated from the rest. DRX kind of nipping at their heels with the improvements that we've been seeing here, even with Bane added into the lineup. We'll see, though, how Detonation does fare. I mean, one of the things that the desk was talking about during this map select was there was a decent amount of tape from Gen G on Split, played a lot over in Madrid. To many people's surprise, mine included, they were able to just utterly dominate on that map overall, taking down Sentinels, where that was looking like their best map in the pool. So they do have a lot that they can have studied. The question is, are they going to be able to deal with the aggression that can come out from this double duelist setup here from Gen G? Puts a lot more pressure onto Neth, and I think that Neth is somebody that we do want to see step up a little bit more compared to what we were seeing from him in that first series versus T1. Did have some really nice moments, but overall I'm looking for a little bit more consistency from him. But otherwise, I mean, Viper, or Medusa on the Viper, as well as May, absolutely incredible performances from them. So we'll see if that's going to carry through.
Yeah, well, guys, looks like we are just about ready to hop into our first map here of Gen G up against Detonation Focus Me. We are heading on to Split, as we did mention here before. And, yeah, this is going to be a fun one. I think that Gen G looking to really come in here and say, okay, we are the best team. We are going to dominate you guys. And with that double duelist here on Split, can they get it going early on? Of course, they are going to be starting here on the defense, whereas DFM going onto the attacker side.
Yeah, and this is where there's, I think, a lot more pressure on Neth. Generally, when you're going to be playing a Sentinel on this map, which is fairly common, it's going to be the Cypher. Finding value and getting really good lurks off. That is your job. So we'll see what Neth is able to achieve. For now, it's just going to be sat back, cam up from him. Heavy presence, though, for Gen G. Expecting some pressure here in mid, and they're not necessarily wrong about it. So far, nothing coming through. Karen, maybe feeling like this attack is going to be coming in here any moment, so it does have that paranoia poised. Anthem, in the meantime, wanting to scout things out as the Trailblazer will go forward.
Yes, the dog, of course. As I always do call it, we do have a fight here in mid, and actually Anthem and Medusa going to get them started pretty well. A couple of pickoffs there in mid, and now can just kind of reset and maybe look to go for a push elsewhere, because now Gen G down a couple of members. They will struggle a bit here. Texture trying to push out into the garage. He's going to pick up the orb.
Holding him.
DFM just playing it slow for now.
Backed up by Lakia, feels safe enough to go ahead and grab that orb. Something that we're seeing a lot in this kind of race-centric meta. Getting those showstoppers online as rapidly as you possibly can, but looks like, DFM not backing away, but Texture, did he not notice the swing?
Yeah,
he certainly knows about it now, but Paranoia, it connects on him. I think he might have not noticed. Now May coming around corner finds the kill.
Yeah, really crisp with that one. Just a couple of shots, takes down Texture, and now 5v2. They're going to get the plant down on B. And you see, this is not going to be easy for the guys of Gen G to actually break into here. Meteor is going to be looking through this one. We'll see when they actually do decide to go for the push, as we do have May just waiting, watching Heaven, waiting to see. Lakia will push through here. They do have the smoke down. Meteor not even going to be able to get the pick off down. And actually, May just going to go up the rope and take him down. And Meteor 1v5. This is not looking good for them. DFM starting off strong.
They are. There's the push out of the smoke. May with a 3K here in the pistol round, and a flawless one at that for DFM. What a roaring start here for this squad.
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Can they come out strong? Of course, it is the pistol round, but a very clean and flawless pistol round. It was actually Gen G pushing out of that smoke there in mid, taking the fight, and DFM just shut them down.
Maybe a little overconfident on that mid challenge, thinking that, okay, Paranoia went across. We likely have connected onto everybody, but There's still plenty of players peeking out from Ramen. We're not blinded up, so early kill found. Anthem, I mean, somebody who very typically when he's playing this guy is just going to be full investing into his utility, not buying any armor, not buying any kind of pistols. Occasionally we'll see sheriffs from him, but for the most part is going to be having that heal. So all of that early damage that was pushed out onto Medusa, completely nullified as the heals come across. Now going into the anti-eco here for Gen G. Meteor, fairly standard buy. There's the Marshal here in hand. Texture with a Sheriff, just going to be looking to deal as much damage as they possibly can. As for now, see it again, a big group up here towards B. Push up into Garage. Couple shots across, but widely, no one else really making noise here from DFM. Orb still sat there, and they could try to grab that. Put them halfway to that showstopper.
Gonna throw the smoke down, and actually they're just gonna back away from this one for now, as we do have a couple of guys over here maybe looking to push onto A. As here is the Trailblazer. Meteor gonna take that one down for now, and Texture already taking a bunch of damage here. Just trying to poke out.
But look at the read from Gen G at the moment. They don't see much other than the Trailblazer, and they make the call that this is likely going to be a hit onto the B side. Instead, it's DFM completely rotating all the way back around, and they're just going to have free A access. They will be, you know, walking their way into this one, but with 20 seconds remaining, Gen G should start getting a sense that they have Gamble sacked wrong. Now they're going to have to try to rotate and retake here in a 5v5.
Yeah. This is not going to be easy for them to do a lot of damage on this one, as finally they are going to get on over here. The plant does come through. He's got a nice setup here up on top in heaven, just waiting for the rotation to come on over, and does spot a bunch of them coming through at the back of the site.
And trying to get value here with this Marshal. You know that they're going to have armor on the opposite side, so it takes 2 shots to try to find the kills there. Swing out of the back of the flash. Donkey can't find much, and May only will be put down. So first death there, but Meteor can't find the follow-up shot. Neth will be able to find it. 1 casualty. Overall, nothing really lost as Medusa didn't have anything other than a ghost. So picks up the Bulldog, and DFM off to a very solid 2-0 start.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about the way they have handled this so far. Nice peek out of Ramen in round 1, and now here on this one, just a good push, a bit of a misread from the side of Gen G, and then it was pretty much easy cleanup with the gun advantage. And feeling pretty good about their start here.
I'm not sure about the call to fully rotate everybody off. I mean, obviously it was incorrect to begin with, but not leaving one player, Meteor, there with that Marshal could have been huge. Hey, oh my God.
Very aggressive, and the rest of the team is following up on this one. May creating some space. He just trade 1 for 1, but they're going to get onto the site and also get the plant down.
Shoulder spot there on the Lakia, who does have to back away. He's really low. Nets still trying to control ramp. He's able to find one. Looks for a little bit more. Munchkin will be able to take him out, but Medusa in the meantime here on site finds Munchkin, maintaining a man advantage here for DFM. This would be a monstrous bonus conversion here for them.
It's already looking really strong. I mean, with the plant down, they've got a great setup already. The rotation is coming in from the side of Gen G, but it's only the 2 of the Meteor and Caron to try to get in, as that is going to be a nice entry. They do get a couple of headshots already, but Anthem peeking around the back of Elbow. He's able to get 1 more kill with the Bulldog.
Oh, yes, it is by time. There's just not really any time. Karen has to stick onto this one. There's a push up. There's the kill, and the bonus converted. A clutch here from Anthem. Go down to the spike, doesn't matter. They have cash for days.
I mean, DFM have come out swinging, and it is a little bit close there at the end of round 3, but still a very nice bonus round conversion, and it all started off with May getting aggressive up here.
Yeah, I mean, just rush up the ramp, catching them completely off guard, finding that opening kill. Just thinking on Texture, it is quickly traded, but it was additional damage dealt to Lakia, which meant that as they just go ahead and reinforce that ramp position, they're able to very easily deal with the enemy Sky. Still no call out found here for the side of Gen G. Solo trusting in the team to be able to course correct here, it would seem. Yeah, this is where things could get dire. Gen G, though, a squad very much known for their thrifty wins. This would be a very critical timing to be able to find one. As Trailblazer will be able to spot 2. Showstoppers in May, point blank. Yep, he will take himself down, but still finds value. Lakia, fantastic headshot.
Yeah, that's going to be perfect for him. Actually getting some value here on the Thrifty so far. Bit of a pickup on the stinger for Munchkin. We'll see if they can hold on to this one. That's 1 more, and Munchkin,
how do they do this?
as they take them all down, and that is the Thrifty that you called, Achilles.
I spoke it into existence, perhaps a caster's blessing there, a curse for DFM, but for some reason, this team, when they are looking down and defeated, it's moments like that that managed to make them rally back. I mean, hell, even in the last series, you think back to Lotus, Texture coming up with that incredible ace is what really got them back to the driver's seat to be able to close out the map, but it all started with, you know, May unfortunately taking himself down, just ends up landing right at Karon's feet with that showstopper. No way to get away from it, knows that if he tries to create some additional distance, he's just probably going to end up getting taken down before the rocket can even come through. The rest of the team unable to follow up off the back of that one, so another incredible Thrifty from Gen G. They spare some blushes from the previous 3 rounds, but can they now win a rifle round is the question.
Yeah, haven't been able to do that yet. We haven't seen too many, obviously. Still early on in this first map, but hoping to see Gen G kind of retain their form here. DFM have come out perhaps a bit stronger than they were expecting.
And now just poking and prodding here around mid. I like the attention from DFM. We've seen a lot of teams just widely end up ignoring it. Just manage to get information that there are going to be multiple players lurking around that position, but again, it's going to be a swing, and it's another great call for DFM. Everybody rotating now over towards A, and it's only Lakia here to try to get some semblance of control. Swing on the corner, only spots one, and given that it's Neth, I mean, we've been expecting this Cypher to be lurking, but now it does seem that they're not going to fall for the trap, not going to get the wrong read. Gen G quick to rotate everybody around as May goes to the entry.
He's going to get in first, but Texture on the backside of this one, able to take down 2, and Lakia is going to clean up May, and that is going to take all the wind out of the sails of this push, as Texture just really fantastic on the timing to take this one out.
Yeah, and I mean, cash just so low, no time remaining here, so everybody just going to have to back away. Medusa and Neth will be able to hold on to their weapons, but the rest of the team going to be in a bit of a dire situation for the buy, but Gen G managed to go ahead and pick up a rifle round win, so 50% win rate in that regard. We'll see if they can continue to move up, as looks like they want to hunt down, try to find a little bit more, swing onto the corner, and Texture will fall.
Yeah, he does have a lot of money, but kind of unfortunate the way that he did go down there, dying to Neth's Bulldog. But Gen G, a couple of rounds in a row, kind of getting some momentum after that Thrifty, and reading the play very well, able to shut down the push before it even really got started.
Yeah, really solid call. Thought it was really looking like they were going to end up just not reinforcing that spot. Lakia, you know, maybe he could pick off one on the entry, slow them up with the Seekers that he would have had online, which he now does have. But instead, they sussed it out. Meteor opting in for the Outlaw here in this round. Surprised to not see him go for the Operator. Actually still has plenty of cash. The Meteor himself did as well.
Yeah, he was trying to, oh God, that was crisp.
A little bit of a fadeaway on that one. May kind of just diving in front. Gets himself lined up on that jiggle. An unfortunate death, but a fantastic start here for Gen G in the round. May, I mean, that's all your entry power. You're running that solo duelist. So without the raise, how do you try to get yourself onto the site? Now it looks like Neth's going to continue to try to just keep attention on this side of the map while everybody else gets into position to potentially strike over towards B, but calls being made. Texture now rotating through that defender spawn. Seeker's going to be sent just to really figure things out. I like this investment here from Lakia, just not wanting any ambiguity, as now Karon, spotting multiple players.
Yeah, they're going to know 100% that this one is coming in. Karon trying to back off of this one, but Meteor goes for the swing, is going to be taken out quickly. Gives a chance here for DFM to make this one interesting, as Lakia has to hold it down. He gets the one. He's going to back off for now and wait for his teammates, as we have the showstopper Texture going to be able to take out Tess, and that is going to make quick work of this push. Medusa here on 1 health. With an Outlaw.
1 HP with just the recovered Outlaw. Is able to finish off Lakia. So it does a little bit of damage here. But this isn't necessarily the gun that he wants to carry over into the next round. So just sees if he can get a little bit more. But Texture will say no. 3K for him. 3 rounds now consecutively for Gen G. And I think this is where it's going to become a bit of a chess battle to see which of these 2 squads is going to pull the trigger on a timeout first. Because after the 3-0 start from DFM, I thought maybe we'd see it from Solo. He doesn't go for it. Now the onus is on DFM to see if they want to try to pump the brakes, but it looks like for now, we will just keep on moving forward.
He's pretty good there. Just saying, you know, that was great. Kind of pumping each other up. And it should feel pretty good. I think with the last 3 rounds, you know, this is going to be a bye round now for the side of DFM. So maybe they can make things interesting and pull some back. But Meteor getting aggressive. Medusa just waiting for it. And now Lakia, will he expect the second one? Yes, he will. Medusa, a couple of headshots in a row. Going to get them ahead in this 7th round.
Absolutely gorgeous there from Medusa. Garen able to drift back over here into the vent before that smoke could dissipate. Sets up another one here. Try to make this position unassailable, but I mean, widely, Gen G just making the call to completely abandon that A site, and that's exactly where the spike is starting to get ushered over towards. Texture looking maybe for a bit of a challenge here as Neth looking to occupy the same exact position, checks the cam. Doesn't see any forward lurkers there. As that's going to be the neural theft now invested. Texture knowing that he's there, wants to try to flush him out. Only gets a couple tags, that's about it.
Yeah, maybe get some information that this is going to be planted over to A. You see the rotation is coming in, but not really the value he was looking for as Chiron is trying to get in here by himself at first, but now he's got some backup. Will they push through the smoke? Try to retake this is the question.
I mean, they could make the call to save. They do have plenty of cash and the crucial ultimates for DFM. One of them is already online, the other's very far away with Mei and Anthem. So it looks like they are going to poke and prod forward, see if they can find anything here. But I mean, flash into Munchkin's face, smoke set up on screens. Makes this pretty much unassailable, especially given the time remaining.
No charges left.
Maybe trying to get the pick off, but Mei, yeah, he is going to be taken down. Munchkin trying to make things interesting, but Sass going to get that exit kill. Texture looking for one himself is going to see the foot of Sass. And that is just about all he's going to be able to get. So DFM back on the board.
Well, nicely done. Didn't take that timeout to really course correct. Excellently done here from the DFM side. Themselves back into the driver's seat a bit, but still neck and neck here. Gen G now. Looks like Texture's going to be going for the operator. Meteor is going to be sticking with a Vandal. It's still going to be a while before DFM can break down this cache, but stringing together as many rounds as they possibly can on the attacker side, that's widely what they're concerned with. People, if they're saving guns for Gen G, they don't really care, DFM, as long as they're just getting the round wins.
Let's see about this. They have a pretty big stack moving into Garage. Mei, as always, trying to lead the charge, and a little jiggle, and Texture is not going to take that shot. Does eat a bit of damage, and now they're on the site very quickly. Texture going to line this close one up.
He set the paint shells, but still just went jumping in, kind of disrespecting back site. Very puzzling there to see from Mei. Maybe just didn't quite see that operator at the back of the site when he did that jiggle peek. Texture didn't fire the gun, so they didn't have any kind of, audio notice of it. So seemingly just kind of missing a key piece of information. So goes jumping forward on the hunt for Lakia and does get punished for it. Texture now shifting around.
Texture is going to line up another one. Medusa trying to push
there
into heaven. And now that is only 3 guys on the side of DFM that are left available. And they're just kind of moving out. Still a bit of time to see maybe if they want to group up and look towards B. But with Neth already pushed into Rams, could consider A. But for now, just waiting on it.
Yeah, it's just going to be the same call here. 30 seconds remaining. Just Neth wants to get himself out of a dangerous position. Not going to be concerned about trying to hunt for kills and get that next neural online. Just needs to back away as the other 2 players are just going to be sat there in mid-vent. Not wanting to lose out on these weapons because the cache, while they should be able to get at least a half armor buy in the next round, it's still a little bit wonky. So we'll just make the decision to go ahead, sit back, and hold on to these weapons. That's going to allow for Gen G to tie things up once more at 4-4.
Yeah.
Wire cleared, but no one nearby. So, yeah, kills aren't going to be found.
Yeah, not this time. Neth was able to get a kill a couple of rounds ago in a very similar spot over there, but not going to be waiting for them this time. And yeah, kind of a quiet round. Texture just a couple of operator kills, and then just kind of took the wind out of their sails, and DFM just decided to back away.
Oh, well. Got 2 half armors here, still for the side of DFM. That operator having to be a major concern for them as they get ready to go into this one. Quick clear out on that camera. That's able to spot 2, I believe, but tries to push forward. And Texture just gets in front of the wall, is able to take him down.
Yeah, he
Excellent
went very
movement there.
aggressive, and now they're trying to push on in, but excellent blind comes out from the side of Karan, gonna give them some time, but now making their way onto the B site. Anthem leading the charge, and that's gonna be a quick cleanup from Munchkin, who is currently just waiting for the rest of the push to come through, waiting in the smoke as well, and a little bit not clean on that one, and now TFM are on the site. They pick up 3 kills. They give themselves a chance in this one. Texture, the both of them in heaven, moving quickly, but May gonna pick up a third. As fast onto the site here is Texture, with that shorty gonna move in.
The spike hasn't been planted. The spike has not been planted. Texture could just back away, but there's a pit drop. Medusa. Oh, it's so genius. He knows that he's in. He knows that he's decayed, and he gets the read that he's gonna try to escape rather than hunt. Plays back in towards Alley, waiting to hear the spike plant so he can re-aggress, but Medusa does not give him the opportunity. What a great readjustment here from May. His attention pulled over towards the stairs, but immediately just drops down, backs away from that fight, and immediately wins out another one. That was so gorgeously done by May, and Medusa makes the call to just go ahead, drops the pit, and he catches him with his pants down. Easy kill coming through, and DFM back in the lead.
Yep, absolutely playing this one very close, and even feels perhaps a bit better for DFM. They're gonna force Texture to rebuy on that operator, and now they're gonna come in here once again pretty fast. Trailblazer leading the way alongside of May. As in the back there, he is gonna get that entry kill, and now the showstopper is gonna be shut down.
Texture.
A big shut down from the side of Texture, but now on the back of the site, Meteor not able to get it done, and DFM will get this plant on A.
Meteor just doing a circus act, just throwing knives at him, landing on the board behind him, not getting the connection he was looking for. Potential for a follow-up career after esports, I suppose, but not what you want to be seeing here. It was a nice shutdown on the showstopper from Texture, but nobody in position to deal with the rest of DFM as they just flooded in onto the site. Now, Texture, who still holds on to an operator and Charon, the only players left, and ultimately the call is likely going to have to be that they back away and save these weapons. I mean, cash aside, they could go ahead, they can afford another op if they try to play in for this, but the odds are just so heavily stacked against them. They have no idea about the defensive setup positions here from DFM, so that is going to be them now getting up to 6 rounds on the half. Absolutely fantastic round from DFM once again.
And their attacker side has been pretty impressive so far. 6-4 here in this first map of Split. And slowly but surely, they're chipping away at what Gen.G had. And now that timeout is going to come out. You were wondering about the timing of the first timeout. And finally, Gen.G pulled the trigger on this one. Not a bad idea, I think, especially because it does feel like DFM are kind of running away with their attacker side. And Gen.G are going to have to refocus here.
Yep, good time to go ahead and call this one, Gen.G. 2 more rounds to be played out in this half. They want to try to make this a 6-6, give themselves as much of an advantage as they get ready to go onto that attacker side. I mean, this map has been a little bit strange at times where, you know, we started off with original Split so heavily defenders favored. These days, a lot of times we do see the attacking side coming out on top. That also means that DFM could very well have themselves poised for a very strong opener here. They can just run back these final 2 rounds, get themselves an 8-4 scoring line. They're going to be sitting pretty if they can get that done.
Yeah, this is a pretty critical round. Getting 8 rounds on the attacker side would be huge, especially with the double duelist setup from the side of Gen.G moving on to attackers. Might be able to string a bunch of rounds together. So DFM trying to really solidify their lead here, and Gen.G do not want to allow them to do that. So they call the timeout, and we'll see if they can make a splash here and try to tie things up.
I don't recall the exact statistics, but the desk was covering it, you know, the win rate after timeout, and I feel like Gen.G was pretty low in those metrics. I'll see if Solo can try to up the win percentage here. Though I think it'd also be worth noting how many of those rounds were, you know, going into an eco attempt and then a buy rather than straight into a buy.
Sometimes the stats don't tell the whole story. Oftentimes they do not. Texture pushing out here. He is going to line it up excellently onto Neth. Catches the lurking Cypher, as he has oftentimes been in that spot.
I mean, Texture just, he hears these Cyber Cages getting chucked out there. He knows that Neth is not in a forward position to really get the punish, so he just continues to swing, suspecting that he's finally going to be able to get an angle. And he is rewarded for his patience as well as his aggression. So solid pick off there at the start. Cypher now taken down. Showstopper online for Texture. For now, it's just Anthem here in Garage by himself. Does have that spike in hand. Things opened up a bit. Around the corner is Munchkin there on Raptors. Waiting for his time to go for a swing, but it's being watched. Assess at the moment. Waiting for it, and there you go. Shots firing out. Meteor finally able to find the headshot. Assess will also fall.
Yeah, Medusa and Anthem, though, they are going to make their way in onto the site. Anthem picks up a second, and they give themselves a chance here to get this plant down on the B site. Was a good start for the side of Genji. A couple pickoffs in heaven, but not anymore, as now the showstopper coming on in. Texture trying to clear out the site, and there's just no hope for Anthem.
And they know where Medusa is. They heard him running out in towards Mail, and the spike right now not in a great position for Medusa to try to get covering fire on that one to try to take him off this. Just has to concede it. Didn't have any snake bites either. Will look for the kill in the end, but Lakia just continues to swing out, challenges, and manages to get the victory. Genji, timeout, leads to a win. That percentage going up, but can they get the last round of the half?
It's looking pretty likely. Having some ults available, potentially, as we are going to see the replay here. Started off with Texture getting that really nice pick, and then DFM respond with a fast push onto B site, which eventually gets cleaned up mostly by Texture.
I'm curious if it was a conscious call to just send Texture down to the site to hunt for Anthem rather than, get the showstopper across onto Medusa. Either way, ends up working out very nicely for Genji as Texture again looking to go on an aggro angle. Being held here by May, but that first shot, that opener from May, it just goes right over his shoulder, and Texture, he does not whiff those.
He's just been so clean. I mean, he just consistently is getting pickoff after pickoff early on in these rounds, getting those first kills. And now Munchkin trying to push out into mid. There is a lot of presence here from the side of DFM, and now Meteor's got
surprise
an operator as well.
It's a double up setup.
Yeah. And was definitely not expecting that one, I guess. Pushes into his death.
Nice timing there on the drift across from Munchkin. Gets himself over in towards Mail right as the poison orb drops. So just zero information about this Viper's positioning. Seekers do get cleared. Genji just widely confirming that they're going to be in this mid to B side of the map. That's now going to be spotted. Swing at Lakia, trying to see if he can get a catch, but Anthem is watching for it. Very nice punish to try to get in this round, but Medusa now gone.
Zest trying to move on in through the pit. That's not going to work out. Immediately gets shot down by Texture. As that shot finally, Texture, he is capable of missing, as I have finally found out. Anthem here, 1v3. Not in a great spot. Munchkin a quick one, and Genji are able to tie things up here on the defensive side.
A very solid recovery from Genji, but 6-6, also not bad for DFM. It was a very hot start for him. Unfortunately, weren't able to really continue that momentum once it had kind of been taken away from them very slightly. Genji with that 3-round run back was looking very solid, but also not a poor position to be in. DFM, they were able to win that opening pistol, and if they can go onto the defender side, pick that up as well once again, then they could just be able to run away with this. So.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think that DFM have already proven that they can kind of roll with Genji, and it has been a close map so far, so I'm excited to see how the next half is going to go.
Fans abound here in the audience. Cheer on both of the teams, mind you, because we saw it. Yes, it is. We did see, in their victory, the DFM fans, the faithful, finally being rewarded, to quote a certain esports call out. Well, certainly have representation out there in the audience here today. Finally, probably feeling like they have something to really cheer for. A solid start. Let's see if that carries over here into the second half. As May, okay, he's gonna go back and forth. We'll see what he lands on here. We still have 27 seconds for him to make up his mind as to whether it's gonna be a Ghost or a Sheriff.
For now, just the Ghost and some utility. Just waiting on this one. Excited to see what Genji can get going on the attacker side with the double duelist, how effective this is going to be. As it does look like we have Neth setting up himself onto the B site, and the rest of the team just hanging around mid and A. So let's see where Genji want to attack first. It does look like a little bit of pressure here into Garage. Maybe trying to isolate and take out Neth early on.
Cam set up, not going to be able to spot anybody, but here's that orb being taken. It's on the creep up. Does he send it? Looks okay. Okay, Texture does manage to identify it. Heard enough to get the spot. Clears that out in the meantime. Karan does get spotted by that Trailblazer all the way out in towards A main. Doesn't tell them necessarily too much here for DFM. Gen.G not running a Sentinel. Somebody is going to be playing that lurk. Somebody's going to be anchoring that A lobby position.
May poking his head out there in mid, doesn't really see anything. Trying to get whatever information they can. That is a blind coming out from Anthem, so he knows at least somebody is over here. The Trailblazer coming out from Lakia.
But because Lakia is now in this position, they say, okay, the Omen was here, now the Sky's there. The rest of the team is likely going to be coming through off the back of this Trailblazer. So they start rotating.
30 seconds left.
But with no push coming in,
yeah,
they span back out here. This is overall not too bad for DFM. The site is going to be opened up as, okay, now it looks like they're going to start suspecting. As he swings through Ramen, though, here, Medusa should be able to tell them everything they need to know. And there you go. Swings the corner, doesn't see a damn thing. Now everybody's starting to set their sights back over here onto the A. As the plant comes through.
Yeah, it's going to be up to DFM to try to retake this one. Plant and a good setup already, though, for the side of Gen.G. And Texter just waiting here at the front. It does look like most of DFM is going to try to move in through this A main area.
Paint Chill still available for May. Let's see where that one ends up going. Can help open things up on this push here for the rest of his team. And it looks like he's just going to try to challenge in towards screens. Munchkin, however, able to find Anthem as his attention is tied here on towards Texture, who swings the corner. Yeah, it's just an explosion of death and a flawless pistol round.
Yeah, they all grouped up for 3 people of Gen.G that were looking right down that hallway. So not able to get any entry kills was DFM. It's another flawless here already on this map, this time for Gen.G. And, I mean, they were just so ready for this one.
What a replay. Now, this is where the kills come in.
Flawless.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen, maybe May approach out from heaven. He was in that position. Try to get that nade banked so that his team doesn't have to clear that left corner when they're trying to push into the site from A main. But, I mean, there's also a million other places you have to clear. Elbow, backside, back screen. So it's a minor gripe. There's pistol spam coming through. Actually just wanting that orb as decent damage in response. Seth's going to be taken down to 65 HP.
Yeah, it's going to hurt, but not a great chance for them to take this round anyway. Gen.G moving in towards mid, but as we did see right from the get-go, right from the first round, they are definitely a team that's not scared to go for late rotations and kind of mess with the defenders' minds, which certainly worked there on the first round. So let's see where they actually do commit to before, just to make sure, because they can be pretty tricky with their rotations.
3-man push up here in towards Mail. Anthem, I think that might have been accidental, and now as he swings back to, yeah, it was a fat finger for sure. Let him know exactly where his positioning was. Sessa will swing out here in garage, intercepting Lakia. Spike, however, is in the sight. Haran able to go ahead and deal with that potential future backstab from the Omen. Weapon going to be scooped up. And realistically here for DFM, the call might just be to try to die to Spike. Looks like May with this approach, though, might play to try to see if he can take any weapons out of their hands, but with just a classic, it's going to prove to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, not too expected here. And Gen.G have a very nice setup here on the B site. 4v3 with the gun advantage. Just waiting on this one, a little bit of spam. Karan still waiting for this one. Let's see if May has any luck here when they do exit out of garage. He is waiting for it and immediately gets taken down. As very well read there by Karan.
Yep. One enemy
An excellent read. Texture able to find one. Medusa will strike him down, but that was just a ghost in hand. So we'll just be able to go ahead, dive into the spike. And that is going to be Gen.G now. 2 rounds in a row here in this second half. Stretching a lead for themselves for, I believe, the first time.
Yeah, it's 4 rounds in a row. Towards the side of Gen.G, 2 at the end of the half, and then 2 at the beginning here. Starts off with a crisp shot from Meteor, and then Karan just on the back side of that one. And getting a couple of good reads himself in that round. And now this is going to be the first opportunity for DFM to really make a splash here. I think if they start to get behind and lose this one, Genji might be able to overwhelm them. But as we can see in the stats, it's mainly Texture who's putting up the big numbers. Everyone else just kind of middling for now.
I mean, when you got Texture, you don't have to do too much. I mean,
it's not fair, is it?
I mean, for crying out loud, Flipshider just went 0 kills yesterday in a victory on Icebox versus Bleed, so if you have players that are popping the hell off, just send util and make good calls.
So Genji, they get a very clean entry here onto the site. They don't take any damage at all. And DFM are just going to be looking for the retake. We do have already Texture just hanging on to the showstopper, buying some extra time.
I mean, it's just, yeah, it's such a tempo ult use here. Expecting that they're going to try to just get a flood retake going, and that just completely slows them up. Showstopper is out of the way, but time is ticking. Limited util to try to utilize to get themselves back in a position. Munchkin playing around with a tiny little gap in the wall. They're not going to swing in towards him, but in the meantime, Meteor able to find one before he gets taken down.
Now you do see the push coming in, and Munchkin's still here on this angle, not able to land it. Anthem is able to take him down, and the entry comes in. DFM very clean on this retake, and they will be able to pick up this round.
Yeah, and actually, this goes so much better for DFM than I could have anticipated. A couple whiffs there, realistically, from the side of Genji, as well as just good shots from DFM. Able to go ahead and flush them out. They lose 2 players, but in the bonus, it's not going to be the worst thing in the world. You'd like to hold on to a little bit more, but usually it's like, okay, 2 weapons lost. That's the okay spot. 3 weapons lost, that's when we're getting into catastrophic territory. So overall, not too bad here for DFM. As you can see, Medusa is going to be picking up a judge, looking for some potentially ratty plays around mid, and maybe even just outside of Garage here on the B side itself. Yeah, it looks like he's going to take a forward position, perhaps.
See what he wants to get going as quickly. Texture does go in, just trying to pick up this orb.
Do they think about this? They've been very good on their reads and their expectations for DFM so far. But do they get any inkling that there could be a judge here? Given the weapons loss and the economy where it's at, they absolutely could, but either way, it looks like they're not going to confirm or deny it, as they just go ahead and back away for now.
Yeah, probably pretty lucky for Genji that they don't push into that one, as certainly that could have got a lot of damage down. Pretty unexpected from the side of Medusa, and still just waiting over there. It does look like Genji are considering going back in through the garage. And DFM still very much split up at this point. Looks like Lockie wants to get a bit of information, see what he can with the Trailblazer. And for now, Medusa rather is still waiting here. And Genji are going to respect all of that smoke and just say, no, we're not going to push that.
This is a lot of time bought. Another smoke coming out here from Sessa. It does not have that online, still has a paranoia for a retake, but it's going to be the full 5-man a lobby approach here from Genji. May and Neth, the ones waiting here to try to intercept that smoke coming down onto Heaven, though, should tell DFM everything they need to know, especially given that there's just no time remaining. Paranoia cross connects in onto May. Meteor able to find one. Munchkin gets the other. Spike can now be planted.
Yeah, they're just overwhelming them, looking straight into the blind, and the 2 of them just got absolutely cleared out in a moment's time. And now DFM 3v5. They are going to actually look for a peek here, Anthem, and immediately he's going to be taken out by Meteor, and now they're absolutely just going to look to save this one. So Genji, yes, the 1 round did go the way of DFM, but still feels like they're very much in control at the moment.
Yep, right back into it. And just given the position of these deaths, there's no way for Medusa to swap out the judge, to get himself a rifle, at least have that as a bit of a consolation, a bit of a silver lining. Just can't get in a position to recover any of those weapons. So overall, we'll still be carrying that one forward. And granted, as a Viper, you're not going to mind that too much. The judge does lend itself to a Viper play style. So it's not the worst case scenario, but being able to at least have that rifle and pass it over to somebody else on your team, even if you're going to rebuy a judge, that would be a lot better of a situation here for DFM. You see the clock stopped. Something tells me that DFM likely calling a timeout.
Yeah. Feels pretty likely, as we're going to take a look at the replay here. At first, as the blind comes in, Meteor goes over the top, and they just had no chance. I mean, it was just such a clean entry. Okay.
Oh my God, we just did him so dirty with that. Oh my. Dude, oh, Meteor's comms are so clean.
What can you even say? I don't know.
That is one of the funniest things that we've had happen on broadcast.
Wonderful. Well, this timeout going to be pretty important for the side of DFM. It is their first one, so they do have the potential a little bit later on if things get a little bit dicey or if they begin to catch up and it gets close to kind of slow things down and revisit their strategy. But I do like this moment as it was 5 out of the last 6 rounds that did go the way of Gen G. So I think just trying to get some momentum back could be very beneficial here to the side of DFM.
Yeah, I think this is a solid timing. You don't want Gen G to get themselves up to double digits here. Trying to lessen that gap a bit more. See what the setup's going to be. For now, everybody very fanned out. As Gen G very rapidly looked to take some space, but Medusa finally able to put that judge to use, finds one, but is quickly traded out.
Yeah, at least he does get that one, and now Cess going to be very important here on the side, but the double peek comes out from the side of Gen G, and they're already in onto the B side. They clear out through the garage and up through heaven, so just going to be pretty clean to get on in here. 3v4 for the side of DFM, so it looks like they will try to retake this one.
I mean, at this point, you kind of have to. Money's going to be in a poor spot no matter what. Saving certainly, again, just doesn't feel good. As there's the push in and Texture just on the corner. Anthem not ready for it. Now with that kill, I think you have to make the call to just save. We'll back away, but they have to be wary about Texture potentially pushing out of alley, so this is still going to take them a little bit of time. They have to be cautious, but ultimately they will be able to drift away. If Anthem gets Texture in that position, then it's just the go button. You know, press here for DFM. All in on the retake attempt, but Anthem just not ready for him to be in that spot.
Yeah, pretty rough. Gen G came out so quickly here after the timeout, and you have to imagine that DFM, they had a strategy, they had something in mind, but now it just kind of gets blown up in your face very quickly, and quite literally with the spike. And yeah, Gen G now double digits, 10-7, feeling pretty strong. At this moment in time, they have so much money, and DFM, not sure what they're going to do. So far, their defensive side has not looked too clean, compared to the attack at least.
Yeah, it's not been great. I mean, Lockheed just guesstimating that position. Now, the judge going forward, being able to get just that one trade out, I think is completely okay. Medusa maybe not anticipating that there was going to be so many other people flooding up in towards mid. But Sessa just, you know, way too wide angle, challenging into garage, gets double swung on, ends up getting picked off. Unfortunately for DFM, they're running out of time, and their crucial ultimates that they really would love to have are not available. That pit, just about halfway, 4 more charges still to go. Neth, 2 off that Neural Theft. The Showstopper also only halfway there. Nothing with the Seekers would be a nice one to have, but it's not the ones that are going to give them the most control. You'd love to have that pit so you don't have to worry about this mid position as much, because Gen G have been putting a lot of attention here.
It's been pretty rough for them as, well, to control mid at least, and do have the Trailblazer taken down here. Bit of information that there could be some pressure through the garage, and in fact there is. Meteor's just dry peeking here, coming on in pretty quickly. Has the backup of his team, a bunch of blinds to get him in onto the site. Snakebite up top as well to clear it out, as in the back alley, at least Anthem able to trade one out. He does throw out the Seekers, but immediately those are cleaned up, and now a third member from the side of DFM trying to push out of there. Maybe unexpected, but Gen G at least able to get onto the site so far.
Goombot not spotting Meteor, so just leaves it be. Paint Shells to try to check back box here, but no one to receive that damage. Heals out from Lockheed, just getting Meteor back up to 100. 3v4 odds stacked against them here. Just a snake bite. The only tool that they have at the moment here to really try to clear out any angles. May will go for the drop down. Meteor's eating an immense amount of decay to try to get a bit of a surprise shot off on, and then gets the jump to find the kill.
Yeah, very sneaky one from Meteor. He does go down eventually, but it was only him. And 3 members of Gen G surviving there at the end of that one, as another clean attack does come in from the side of Gen G. They just push out a garage. There's just not really enough of a oppression from the side of DFM to stop that. Felt kind of free for Gen.G pushing through that area.
And I think one of the more surprising things is, okay, looks like he cleared his throat this time. He was prepared for the replay. One of the most surprising things is, May had a huge start in this game. Yeah. I think at one point he had like 9 kills, very few deaths. He's only at 11 at the moment. So Gen.G have really been able to just effectively nullify him as the spot out on Neth as he tries to escape. Meteor using that Cyber Gauge against him to absolute perfection. Spike can now be planted. That's going to give Munchkin his Viper's Pit should he decide to invest it here. They know they're up against a weaker buy.
Locky up pretty far forward, and he's going to take down the one. And now Anthem back turned, and in comes Meteor with the right click just to get him down real quick. As 12-7, this one is getting away from DFM. Unfortunately, Gen.G have kind of woken up. A little bit slow at first, but onto the attacker side, they've only dropped 1 round.
Yeah, it's been very concise here. And that's kind of what I was talking about with this map. Sometimes we do see that dominance from the defender side come out, but when teams just have a really solid game plan and they're hitting all their shots in the attack, they can just be absolutely unstoppable, especially when you're running this double duelist setup. Just all-out aggression here against DFM, and they're crumbling under the pressure. May now going to be picking up his operating swings under the corners, able to find one.
Showstopper as well. Getting into the back here, they have no idea. Karan gets in, only picks up the one as May, a very quick snipe at close range. Munchkin's going to win the 1v1 here in mid to give them a chance, but finally DFM kind of getting some foundation underneath them at this point. Neth as well. Want to pick this one up and even use his ult to spot exactly where Locky is approaching from.
Well, nothing ambiguous about this one. Locky is saying, well, doesn't really matter where I go. I'll just try to get the plant down perhaps, but May is there and ready with the op shot. It does take him out. And overall, a much better round here for the side of DFM. May sat back, anticipating that aggression here into B, gets the punish, has the showstopper on the back end of this one, and is just able to finally take note. It seemed like Karan was going to be able to have that second elimination. Seems like he wasn't reacting fast enough, but eventually got that scope in for the kill. So very big round there from May. Maybe realizing that he hadn't been finding too many kills in these past couple rounds. Now gets himself up to 15.
Yeah. Picks up the operator, backs against the wall here. They don't have a chance to lose any more rounds, obviously, so trying to make a big impact, and he definitely does. So kind of gives them a breath of fresh air.
Trailblazer, you should have noted that Neth was there in the pit, so that is going to be double stacked. So that's decent information here for the side of Gen.G. They turn their sights over onto B once again, where the operator not yet scouted out. Deja vu, perhaps.
Pain Cell's coming down, and they're looking to clear this one out. They will take out May on the back of the site, and now the Seeker's coming out as well. Gen.G looking to try to end this one here and now. We'll see if they can do that. They got the pit down. Meteor now trying to swing out the right side. He's not going to hit that shot, but Neth as well, making it interesting, a 1v1, but it is going to be Locky to take it down, and Gen.G will win the first map, a split 13-8.
Well, the previous round very much going their way. It looked like maybe May was going to be able to get it done once again. That backside position, but full flash connection coming through. From there, he's able to just get flushed out. I think a solid effort considering what Gen.G have put on display with this map in the past over in Madrid, but not the win that DFM were hoping for. Now they have Lotus on the horizon, Gen.G's map pick. But before we get into that, I'll pass it back over to the analyst desk to break down the action from Split.
Hello, and yes, Gen.G continue to win in VCT Pacific.
Yes.
Yep, they did great on Split, which was DFM's map pick. That said, DFM did put up a really good fight. We did end the half at 6-6 before it continued on, and that's where DFM started to struggle a bit more. And it looks like while DFM had a lot of learnings on Gen.G, Gen.G also did their homework.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we saw in that first half on the attacking, especially when DFM was able to hold the initiative as the attackers, you saw what we saw against T1 as well, where they had a good breakdown of Gen.G's overall tendencies, right? And this is something that TLN targeted a little bit when they played Gen.G as well, where Gen.G will kind of run the timer down in their heads, and after a certain mark on the clock, when they get that next contact, they're like, okay, this is when we rotate, so you're trying to shake them up. So they're able to get 6 on that half, but Gen.G answered right back in the second half.
Yeah, the big problem, I think, was just how I think, reliant DFM was on how much map control they had. You saw how Neth was trying to do a lot of things at the start of the game. Once that kind of started to fail, who was losing his life to Texture, who always had the operator, it felt like DFM was on a timer that, Neth dies, we have to push somewhere, try to press in an advantage, but they could not get that advantage.
I love that you brought that up too, because the operator was quite their kryptonite, and this was true against T1 as well, right? When they went onto that Lotus, it was the operator that really shut things down. So while you might know about map movement and macro, if you don't have an idea of, okay, how do I either take away the operator or avoid it, things start to get really tricky here in Split, especially when you're up against a team who can run double ops on some of these rounds.
Absolutely, and speaking of double ops, double duelist on Gen G's side continues to be a bit of a brick wall for DFM.
Yeah, and 7 first kills for Texture. I mean, usually he pops off a lot when he's on the Jet, then kind of becomes a supporting role sometimes on the Raze, especially if it's double duelist with Meteor, but today he just hard carries it all the way through. I mean, 21 kills to 11 deaths, 7 of those first kills. Absolutely impressive map from Texture.
Yeah, the heat check was perfect for him. And this is where, I think on the flip side, we have to also mention, this was actually one of the great rounds for DFM, the hard read on Gen G, but then, you know what, that's only one gear of Gen G. There's multiple gears to this team. And then, here's my point, May wanting to try to one-up Gen G in that particular fashion where he just tries to jump into the site, be as aggressive as he can, you know, maybe bring in that heat that we saw from that series against T1 hasn't really translated well here on Split.
Yeah, that's what we mentioned here on the desk before the game as well, right? Gen G is a team that will always be prepared for trades. And yeah, you saw that sometimes from DFM as well, where they had some backup. But May, if he starts to get even just a millisecond ahead of his teammates, this time it's not going to work against the likes of Meteor, Texture, and even the rest of the squad here on Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G is back on full form today. I definitely had their own learnings from last week and prepping for DFM today.
Yeah, I do want to give some credit to head coach Astel, right? I think in that first half, again, we saw why he felt so confident in some of these hard reads that they had and the prep that they had, but they need to be just a bit more in sync. And again, sure, you picked the Split. I thought it was a pretty decent shot that DFM had. However, we do have to give credit where credit is due. Split is one of Gen G's stronger maps.
Yeah, now, you know, moving forward into Lotus, this is a map where DFM definitely struggled the time that we saw them. May just could not find that rhythm on his Raze, and it might continue here as they're going up against Gen G once more.
Yeah, it is going to be an uphill battle for DFM. Gen G has won 7 times on Lotus this year alone.
Yeah, and they've been picking it every chance they've gotten as well. So absolutely a comfort pick. And again, another scenario where a lot of those outlaws, those operators can come online. So DFM, how are they able to kind of block that even out of the economy before Texture or Meteor gets online? That's the big question. And I actually went back and watched this game that DFM had against T1, because when I was casting it, I thought, you know, I thought even the Lotus was pretty good. The score didn't do it justice. Then I went back and watched and I realized, okay, I was just overcome with emotion on DFM playing well in the first map. It wasn't as clean as I had hoped. So I'm wondering if they have some better timers, some better protocols with this composition that DFM is able to maneuver.
Yeah, big cues that you have to check out for here for DFM when you're looking at Lotus, especially on their attacking side, is they like to get that rebel control, which they kind of are successful at, but then they kind of stall and don't know how to transition for that. And if you kind of just look at how they've been approaching Lotus, that's been the weakness for them, is they don't really know how to transition into the site, which, you know, during that lag time, that's when team starts to really punish them. That's when, you know, Gen G's probably going to look for and then just, again, obliterate DFM here.
Yeah, and sure, against T1, it might have been the chamber that holds him back, but when it's up against Gen G, every team, they need to figure out how to break into that C site setup with the Killjoy and the Viper. So DFM, they might have to kind of give up from Rubble first, maybe take some mound control, destroy all that setup, and then start to work the map a little bit wider.
Well, it's going to be very tough for DFM, but, you know, anything is possible here in VCT. Now it's time for our own games. Will, I know you've yet to play.
Placements. All right, all right. You know, I'm kind of sad that Achilles stole my thunder, because our producer was like, I'm glad no one's in gold, and I told him, well, I haven't actually gotten to play the game yet, so don't worry. Then Achilles already, you know, kind of breaks the barrier there, going all the way down, but...
Wait, so you want to...
I want to join him down there.
Why?
Just because I think that's going to happen. I'm just trying to set up my own expectations.
Okay.
Listen, my predictions haven't been looking very good overall.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah. So the question is it Texture or May gonna have more kills on Lotus? Yep. This is
I got this.
You got this?
I got this.
I want to reach Radiant, so I have.
Oh, you're gonna try hard.
Yeah.
but
Okay.
texture-
I mean, yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's show the reveal. Okay. Okay, Will, is this...
No. I have reasons though.
Do you-
Although I didn't quite register that it was Lotus, so maybe I want to take this back. But my reasoning being that Genji, usually there's a lot of other people that frag out a lot too. DFM, usually it's May always top fragging.
Okay.
So I'm thinking you can funnel a little bit more of the kills onto May.
Interesting logic. This could work. However, texture is still
Texture.
amazing. Yeah, texture on Lotus.
Amazing.
I see what you did there.
That's my legacy.
Oh my goodness, Will. Yes, you belong there with Seth. Bronze. Okay. Last time we saw texture on Lotus was against Paper Rex, and it was textures particular, was it a 4K that turned the entire match around. So I think things like that is why I'm gonna go with texture. How about you, Asarai?
He's exactly that. He's a superstar in his own right. He's a walking highlight reel as it is,
Oh, yeah.
right? And even though, sure, May can get funneled with the kills, Texture can funnel his own kills. You know, so...
He is
That's probably-
texture.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, listen, I'll let the game speak for itself, all right? Listen,
Okay.
May, currently highest rated Raze here in VCT Pacific, has the highest ACS, overall in Duelists as well. All right, this guy is just waiting for his chance to rise all the way to the top and let everyone know. So I think he's going to get the most kills.
Okay, well, I think that's a fair assessment. 30% of the audience agrees with you, Will, so it's
a pretty
not...
big number.
It's actually okay.
I'm
It's actually
okay with
okay.
that.
It's better than yesterday's questions.
What was yesterday's?
Even or odd number of kills for Def.
Oh my god.
That was a rough one.
Yeah, that was...
I mean, that was
hard.
literally a coin flip.
Achilleos was losing his mind because he couldn't... He's shouting
He's still
right
balding
now.
over there.
There's no data that can really support
glad I
you
wasn't
on
with you
that.
guys yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was a good day to miss out on, let me
Okay.
tell you.
Yay.
With that, do we expect? Yes, we probably expect Texture and May to continue playing the Duelist on the Raze for Lotus. Although things do happen, you know, Texture did play Omen also.
Surely not on
I don't
Lotus.
think it's gonna happen on
No,
Lotus.
they've been looking good
Yeah.
on Lotus. I don't think you touch what's been working very well for you. And quite frankly, I feel like the next time we see that Icebox, he's not going to be on that Omen anymore either. So
Yeah.
probably a little more retooling there.
I really hope not, because that's what screwed over our last guess in game picks. It was Jing on Sage, but then Texture played Omen, and it just screwed all our predictions up. And this is why we like up rank or D rank. So we're gonna find out in very shortly what these agent picks are, and hopefully it's still the Raze, because Texture on the Raze is something else.
Yeah, I mean, he has been looking absolutely solid with some of those highlights. Really carrying Gen G out of kind of trouble every time that they find themselves in, especially on this map.
That being said, though, I don't think there's going to be any changes in terms of the pickups, but I could be wrong. Nah, it's the same.
You're correct. Have more confidence and faith in your own skills, Asteroid. You are ranked immortal in our guess and gain.
Yeah.
I think you have the right to be confident. But yeah, I mean, both teams going for the age-old meta pick, the Fade being the solo initiator. So a lot more room to kind of clear with the drones. But that does mean they have to get a little more creative and maybe a little more proactive about clearing those Killjoy setups whenever they're attacking. So DFM will be doing that in the first half.
Yeah, so here's something that I do want to add as well is stark contrast between Meteor and Neth, where I feel like Meteor just plays a more active lurk role on his Sentinel, even though if he tends to kind of underperform, he still does that compared to Neth that I think starts to kind of zone out and gets picked a lot more. So that kind of big contrast could also be akin to what the outcome could be for our question as to how May and Texture will perform in this game, because the more that these Killjoys create that tempo around the map, the more that they can free up their duelists.
Well, the question is now, is this going to go into a map 3? Is DFM going to swap this around and win Gen G's map pick of Lotus? Let's go into match game 2 with our casters, Achilleos and Valdez.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and get things underway. See if DFM are going to be able to get the bounce back here on Lotus. Things a bit rough for them on this map in the opening series versus T1. So they have learned from the mistakes made there. If this is just going to be one of those series where, you know, you don't win on your own map picks, because that happens all the time.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you can be known for being strong on a map, and maybe it just doesn't go your way on that day, or, you know, Well, these are all pro teams. They're all good at different maps and stuff, and they might just have a good day on a map that maybe you wouldn't expect it. And, it's the way it goes sometimes. Is already some action, but big rotation coming out from the side of DFM, already back towards the C site.
Somewhat getting matched here by Gen G, but not quite here on to C. It's maybe them lurking their way back over across in towards B. Now, we'll know exactly where the spike is going to end up. Kiran going to be a little bit further behind to join in. But spike can get planted here for DFM, and they get up into a decent little defensive setup now to try to hold this for another pistol round win.
Yeah, just going to back off towards the mound and try to line this one up when Gen Z do make their way onto the site, as all 5 of them have so far.
5-man into mound here.
Spam
coming across, he's holding this one, and he's going to continue holding it. They need to get him off this one right now, but they're not going to be able to do so. That fight is not in position to actually take him down. May going to look for the final kill. He'll find it. But that is still Gen G getting away with highway robbery.
Yeah, and they did it pretty quickly. I mean, he just got on in there, started to hold it, and DFM, they thought they had the setup to deny it, but turns out they absolutely did not.
They're just chilling on top of the wall. So yeah, snakebite doesn't hit me here.
Meteor's face the whole time, very calm. Doesn't say anything. He's like, yep.
And then immediately starts coughing at the end of the round.
Thankfully, we cut that one out this time. But yeah, Gen G kind of getting away with it in that first one. DFM going to be kicking themselves for not being able to stop that with the setup.
Right, orb take there from May. That plus the 2 kills found in the pistol. Is just about halfway to the showstopper. Let's tap on the door. Munchkin, oh, he is in such a forward position. And he is rewarded for it. May on those jiggle peaks, not able to spot him out until it was far too late. Follow-up shot on the Medusa as well to knock him down at 52 HP.
Yeah, just very, very clean from Munchkin there. Not really expecting him to be that far forward. Now Meteor trying to push through.
And didn't see him. He was spotted. Let's take a little bit of damage, but given that it's just a classic in hand, it's overall fairly negligible. As Munchkin just basically sprang across, finally finishes the job there on a Medusa. And 2 kills found, and without a spike planted, it's not like you can just die to that one. Let's figure out where exactly they want to go. It's going to be the call here onto A, where Charon's still jiggle peeking around, and he spots absolutely everybody.
Yeah, that's a lot of information there. And now Texture here. The baby door just waiting, and through the doors. Karn is just going to be able to make quick work of them with the Bulldog. Lines them all up, and that's another flawless, this time from Gen G. And they will take the 2-0 lead here. DFM now will finally have a chance to get some guns and make this interesting. Hopefully.
Even on the attack, we see this every now and then with Medusa picking up the Odins. What we saw there before we go into the replay is, yeah, I mean, any connection there was going to just go ahead and finish the job on the Medusa. Everybody blind, just trying to get funneled in. Karen able to just go ahead and hold the door. So solid start for Gen G. Up 2-0 now. As Odin looking for any kind of peek out, but with just Meteor here for the moment, he's playing quite far back, just waiting for contact off that turret, and has the nanoswarms ready to go.
Let's see if they actually commit through this one. May was certainly considering throwing in some paint shells, but not going to go for it just yet. Nice setup here so far from the side of Meteor, who has been able to hold down the site pretty well so far. And it's just going to be just the one guy, Medusa, hanging out there with the Odin, just waiting, looking through the doors. This is going to be a return on over. Take a look already. We do have Texture rotating over towards the A site, which is where this push actually will come through.
Okay, they're suspecting the presence here on Rubble, so Paranoia does find some value. May, though, back Rubble, trying to see what he can get. He actually manages to get Texture. Karen now in a really rough position, has to just rotate out, puts himself behind the wall, TP's across into the site itself. Has taken quite a bit of damage, so 51 there on the Omen as Lakia spotting multiple making their way over towards the door. Does take a little bit of damage there, probably going to be quickly dealt with.
Yeah, it's a nice slow push through from the side of DFM. They already got the 1 pick. They're clearing out through the baby door, maybe trying to go in onto the B site, but not committing to that just yet.
Season Bite thrown down to really slow things up, and Munchkin again, so snappy with these Guardian shots, finds him. time dwindling, 10 seconds remaining. Is Meteor able to put May down, but they will be able to get this plant through with just a couple seconds to spare. 2v3, Meteor and Karen both dangerously low.
The timing of this one as well. Not going to be spotted. Neth is looking in this direction. Trying to catch him off guard, not quite able to do so. So a little bit of damage.
I like the attempt from Karon, just try to get in, not give any notice, try to find that pick before the nano can get popped, but with the cleanup coming through, Neth will find 3, as DFM will go ahead and stop them from converting the bonus, find themselves a single round win so far.
Able to keep 3 of them alive as well, so feeling pretty good for the side of DFM. Really like how they handled this one. Well,
so that's how that happened.
Sometimes you just get lucky.
I thought he swung on the other side of rubble, caught texture on the exit. Not just the blind spray, but, you know, a decent idea of where they were going to be positioned, trying to retreat away from that forward spot. Good punish to be found, and does help lead to the round victory here for DFM. Now full buy almost for Gen G. Several half armors here.
Pretty quick into the mount area for this side, and now the showstopper May getting in, but he's right on top of a bunch of damage. He is going to push on through, and Cess went down.
I have no idea exactly what happened there. May pushes forward. He will be able to find Meteor, but yeah, that one's puzzling for sure.
Not sure how that happened. We'll have to get a replay of that one, but May is at least able to get them onto the site. They've got some smoke set up, so not going to be too easy for Genji to get in, and it's quick from May and Anthem to spray them down at Waterfall. This is going to get supremely difficult now for Genji.
A bite to work with here. Paint Shell sent Medusa able to get away from that, but May quick to get the punish on the texture. Now it's just Munchkin left standing. And look at the backstab. Spot the mini-map. Okay, well that sets up the turret, so Munchkin very well aware of this, but now has to very much be concerned about getting picked off as he tries to hold on to this weapon.
Yeah, I mean, Neth is going all the way around to see if Munchkin would continue rotating. Munchkin is just going to sit there and wait. And doesn't go for anything, but yeah. So we did have this nice entry from May. I guess we're not going to see how Cess died, but
I'm curious if he
tried.
I'm curious if he just tried to TP across, so he didn't give any kind of sightline, any kind of spray over to somebody who was just lingering right outside of Waterfall, and then just ended up on the Nano Swarm and couldn't get out of the TP animation fast enough. That would be my guess, or maybe a Snakebite was thrown down so he was vulnerable on the Nano Swarm. I didn't quite get to see the setup either way. Something to be avoided for the future, but DFM still able to find that round win. Quick Haunt tossed out here. Not giving that one any verticality means that they get the quick pop on that reveal, so they spot texture on the jump in. I mean, that would have been a hell of a shot. Yeah. Karen has to drop down texture now at 1 HP, as he will be surrounded, dealt with, but Karen with a nice headshot does get a kill here, so trade out on the raises.
Still going aggressively with this one. Going to send the Prowler forward in towards Tree. And it's Meteor here. With the Marshal seeing what he can see, but they're already in onto this site, and they will put down this plant. Definitely not going to be an easy retake for the side of Gen G. Medusa holding on to the baby door. Going to spot that and have some good idea at least where Karan is.
Deep lurk here at Rubble from Medusa with that Odin in hand. So trying to make their way across. And that's the Nightfall invested now from Anthem. So audioless here are the Gen G players. Still looking for the challenge. Munchkin going to be good for the first one. Readjust for the second. And Cess just the same.
He's holding.
Yeah, hold is coming through. Snakebite, I don't think it's going to be deep enough. The spray is not in time. He can't get the connection. Karan just sat there. Eventually will fall, but it's another steal away on a defuse here from Gen G.
Not sure how they keep on getting away with that one, but at least this time we have a bit of a better idea. A lot of pressure going into the guys that were in Tree. Just throws down a smoke, and felt like with the Odin should have been able to get it done, but a couple of early crisp kills from the side of Munchkin makes things a bit more even for Gen G and allows them to try to hold this one.
No. Nice. It's just a hair off twice now.
Fun luck.
I mean, granted, that one very much a bit more of a panic situation compared to the first. Similarly, though, DFM are once again going to be taking some forward space over at A, completely ignoring that C side of the map, which Gen G, they push forward, they identify that there's nobody there. They should suspect that this is fairly committed, especially as May gets the opening kill in the Meteor.
Yeah, it's going to make things pretty obvious. Munchkin just waiting in the smoke himself. They're not going to spot him immediately. He picks up 2 and nearly gets a 3rd. Gets May extremely low, and now Lakia able to come on in.
He's decayed for half of his HP. He's down to 1. This is such a rough position to be in. Cut across. They will be able to get themselves into B. And this door gets broken open. There you go. Now he's back to his full value HP.
2. Yeah. Better than 1, I guess. They are going to get this plant down, but May, low on health, trying to...
the interrupt.
Yeah, not able to get it down, actually. Neth is not able to hold on to this one. So Gen.G back on the board, 4-2.
I think it's the right call from Neth there, but not the right aim. There's not a better way to put that, unfortunately. I like just interrupting the plan and just trying to get the catch onto that player lurking forward. If you're able to find that opener there on the Kara, then maybe you could actually just peel across through that C link and get the plan on that other side of the map. Or really pump the brakes and start playing, mind games. You could even drift across back over the A if there's enough time for it, but just can't quite line it up.
By the way, we had our little mini game on the desk. Take a look at the kills right now. Texture has 1, and May has 10. So
William might not be getting his wish. He might not be tumbling down into the depths below to join me.
He actually had a really nice angle on his prediction, and it's working out so far. Still very early on, of course, but Texture, a chance to maybe be taken out early. We'll see how this one is going to go. May picks up another over the top with the showstopper, looking for a 3rd, but Anthem going to take that one away, and they'll be happy with that one regardless. Another great entry here from the side of DFM.
Quick rotates coming through. Munchkin about to arrive at the site. Will be here before that spike can get planted. Smoke a top rope. Plant around that left-hand side.
Spike planted.
Munchkin just continuing to drift forward. Anthem now committed deep onto the site. An opportunity potentially for a big backstab here onto these players. This Meteor spots him first, but okay, Meteor will be able to get 1 down. There's a lockdown now invested. Paint shell's available there for May. If he can bank this into the back, he might just be able to take this one down, but no, it falls short. It doesn't clear the corner. Now he has to try to rush in, and he's actually just going to kill Meteor. This one should have been in Meteor's hands, but completely and utterly whiffs on the shots. May continuing to surge forward. Now 14-5-1.
Yeah, this guy is just going animal mode right now. Over the top, nearly picks off a 3rd there. Ends up getting 2 more later on anyway. This one was the most critical one with 3 seconds left on the lockdown. He's able to shut down Meteor. And that keeps DFM in reaching distance.
Oh, it absolutely does. The buy softened up. Texture, even with the 1 kill, saying, you know what? I'm going to get the hero rifle. As Munchkin puts the util away there. Draws down, but May able to find 2 more to continue climbing. And at this point, hell, maybe May's going to be going for a land kill record. That does get cut short, though, in this round as Karen is able to find 1. Everybody else, though, very healthy on the side of DFM. Karen at 20 HP. As they're now going to go chasing across the opposite side of the map. Spike getting planted. Anthem just going to be 2 away from his 2nd Nightfall as Medusa does get spotted on that jiggle.
Yeah. See if he goes for it again. Texture is going to open this one up. Takes out Cess.
He's doubled his kills.
Yeah. He's feeling pretty good about his 2 so far. And they're definitely going to need him to step up a little bit here. Certainly is one of the guys who generally does pick up a lot of kills. Lockdown from the attacker side, just trying to secure this one. The defuse is coming in, though.
He got in ahead of that turret placement.
They got to get in, but I don't... Oh, they're barely going to take him out.
Well, trying to do it once more. Now Lockie is completely screwed. Spike's going to detonate, and they can just go ahead and knife him. But now Anthem will show some mercy, some classes. He just puts him down with a bullet instead. They won't be able to escape, but overall, shouldn't matter too well. Actually, it kind of does. Money's not fantastic on a couple of the players, but widely it's only going to be Neth who's coming in with half armor. Otherwise, though, I mean, it's just another fantastic start here for May, able to find those 2 kills. I like the positioning from Texture, getting in front of that turret, and he's able to find that first kill. This time, though, DFM clear off. They clear off the diffuser with just enough time remaining. Yeah, the scream at the very end.
The scream that just trails off. Wonderful.
All right, DFM thinking about C this time around. Certainly in a pretty good spot in this one, although this is a buy round for the side of Genji and May. Oh, he falls down. Meteor's able to take him out. May has been really the guy carrying so far for the side of DFM. And so it's going to take a lot of pressure out of this play.
Yeah, I mean, the only player getting caught by that Nightfall was Munchkin. Meteor, I think he would have been dead had May landed on the wall, but instead he just, maybe it's a little bit too much fidgets and falls off. And that little displacement ends up costing him quite dearly. Tap on the door though. Looks like DFM thinking about their options. B site close by. Looks like that's where they're gonna head, but Meteor able to peek out, find Sessin just inside of that approach. Reveal comes through. Nanoswarm will buy a little bit of time and space here for DFM, but there's a lot more work to be done.
All right, Anthem finally getting DFM on the board in this round. Picks up the first kill. Takes out Meteor, the one guy that was getting a bunch for Gen G.
30 seconds left.
Going to be able to plant this one. They are considering moving over through Waterfall to C, but Munchkin is still here. Will they be able to root him out is really the question. 19 seconds left as the swing. Seems like Munchkin maybe not even expecting him there, and the plant should be held.
Plant will come through. Munchkin having to back away as the poison orb gets ready to drop. That's the one who has to try to hold that line. Finds the first, but now 3 more plays to deal with 55 HP remaining. Same spot that we saw from Texture where he got the ace versus Paper Rex, but unfortunately Nats won't be able to find the follow-up. And Gen G, they will be able to go ahead and regain a lead for themselves 5-4, but DFM still keeping things very close.
Yeah, it's quite a close map so far. I think DFM are doing a great job of keeping this one close. It's just this round was pretty unfortunate. You know, Meteor, he's right here, doesn't get hit by the Nightfall. He falls off the wall. That angle was very nice as well from Meteor. And he essentially does a lot of the heavy lifting early on. They handle this defuse very well in the 3v1. And they close it out.
Well, 3-7 to 16-7. I think Victoria and Asarai better hope that Texture really ramps things up quickly. Whereas their precious ranking.
If only they had done it on map 1, where Texture had like 22 kills or something ridiculous like that. But not the case. May, the more consistent one so far tonight.
Yeah, Texture's just in a food coma right now because he was feasting in that first map.
Yeah.
See what the call ends up being. Orb take there from May, one away from the showstopper. Give them a very large tool to try to open up a site with. Medusa as well, similarly, if he can get a plant down, would have his pit for the defensive setup. Be curious to see if they opt to commit to that, given that 2 of the players here in Anthem and Neth both just only have classics.
It's not going to be an easy round for DFM by any means, with the economy the way it is. But they are slowly pushing in towards Rubble. Slowly towards A. Will they commit here is the question. Texture on the jiggle, looking to get some information. And he is going to be taking down May with the headshot real quick.
I was going to say, May, he had the quick adjustment out during that first jiggle. Now Showstopper going to be sent Munchkin in a very poor spot. Showstopper will not take him down. He's able to tuck back far enough to not get caught by it. Lakia will get Neth, but Spike being planted now, but the fight back is coming through from Gen G.
Okay, nice pick off from May on top of the rope, and they are holding on to this one barely. It's Meteor 1v2. Very low are pretty much everybody who is left alive.
Meteor's shooting here. It tells them exactly where they were. Previously, the Prowler went in towards stairs, hadn't spotted anybody out, so they still have to be wary about that. But now they know exactly where he is. And May continues to just absolutely excel.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is just on fire right now. 19 kills in 10 rounds. And he is taking over the entire lobby. The next closest is Munchkin at 10. And everybody else is below double digits. Nobody is really close to this guy right now.
28 more to go. We'll set a new record. And we just get a, cheeky overtime in, given that the teams are neck and neck, and perhaps we can reclaim the land kill record for Pacific.
Yeah.
Things a bit dire, though, for Gen G. Still no timeout's going to be called, though. It's going to be a Bucky for Lakia.
Bring them down.
Fade, not somebody that you're usually going to be seeing running with a shotgun.
Yeah, Yeah, it has been, you know, it's been very back and forth. I feel like the rounds themselves as well have mostly, at least in the last 4 or 5 or so, have been pretty close. Did have a couple of saves, but in general has been coming down to a fighting finish almost every time. This time around, DFM moving towards the C site, and there's really not a lot of setup here for the side of Gen G. As yes, the alarm bot is going to get some information, but we do see that Meteor is sticking onto the B site for now.
There.
Oh, we get some decent audio cues here for the team. Lakia really wishing that they had come towards A.
Careful.
Grabs the orb before the plant comes in.
Spike planted.
So a little bit closer, but even against this weaker buy, chances not being taken. DFM won as many advantages as they could possibly get here on this attacker side. They know that this is where they should be winning out. Actually, with a showstopper could be monstrous for them if they find an opener, but never mind. May shuts it down immediately before the thought can even cross his mind.
Yeah, he was really the one guy who would have an opportunity, but it's just May who once again picks up 2 Sessa as well. Able to get the 1, and May gets 3 on the rounds. DFM with another flawless. Now both teams with 2 flawlesses so far tonight. And that one was even outside of just the 5 versus 0. A very clean and flawless round from the side of DFM.
A multitude of ults to try to utilize here as we get ready to go into the last round of the half, but yeah, just clean stuff, May. Just looking absolutely fantastic. I mean, you look at the fall off.
22 to 3.
Yeah, without even that, I was going to say between him and then the next highest player on his team.
Yeah.
22 to 7. May 15 kills in the lead for his squad. As Medusa just dumping everything he's got there. Prowlers the chase, quick clear out there. Lakia not going to get chomped. Just have to backpedal over to the site. Spike for now. Just left in spawn. DFM wanting to see what they can fish for, what kind of information they can gain. They've been very fast and hit it, very loose. Not just full committing onto a site and being unbudging about it. They have been very open to rotating around, depending on what they see or what they don't see. For now, they're not seeing much of anything other than some bullets flying their way from Lakia and Tree.
Let's see. They're not even really going to be able to peek out here, but the Prowler going to get some good information. Lakia in Tree once again, and they have not moved in there. They're actually just going outside, but the spray down through the wall. Lakia going to pick up 1 already. And they have so much information and already a kill.
I was going to say, I thought he saw just a hair there. As that door was rotating around, and he's able to line it up, gets the spray. Neth going to be taken out of the equation here. Given the ults available, things look overall quite good here for Gen G, but Anthem able to find 1. Karen going to be taken down, showstopper, rotating, playing bring around the Rosie here. Sends it, is eventually able to find a kill. 2v3, as May tries to get the jump, but Texture swings it from behind. Is able to take him down. Texture starting to heat up here. Not happy with the way that things have been going, and it's once again going to be 6-6 at the half.
Yeah, very close. I mean, at the end of the day, as you mentioned before, DFM probably wanted to get more rounds on the attacker side, but at least so far has been a relatively close matchup between these two teams. At the half, 6-6. Gen G pretty clean to trying to shut down that last push. Started off with the Lakia kill through the wall, and then eventually with the showstopper, everybody just kind of swarming the site, not allowing DFM to get set up. And now I'm going to be curious, though, after this half, because when we were on split, of course, we did see that Gen G immediately put on an immense amount of pressure and only dropped 2 rounds when they were on attackers. So will we see a repeat of that here on Lotus? Wouldn't be too unlikely, I'd say, based on what we've seen so far.
Couple cheer signs there for Texture out in the audience. One of them asking him to ace.
If you win.
Bokum.
Yeah, Jake Bokum is just like
stir-fried pork.
Stir-fried, spicy pork dish. It's very good. So I guess that's what she's going to get him if he does get the win. It's looking pretty likely at the moment. Although, again, this map is still very close with the 6-6 scoreline.
Plenty of work can still be done here for DFM though. In Pacific in the past, you know, mostly last year, kickoff started trending more towards the attacker side of the map, more in line with how this map is played out globally, but we have seen occasional squad be able to put up very solid defensive performance, and if May is going to keep operating like this, just get some solid anchoring from Neth. That might just be all that is necessary to be able to still get the win here and extend this all the way over to Breeze.
Yeah. And especially if pretty much anyone else could begin to, you know, start putting up frags. It could certainly be a formidable duo to get through. As now this push is coming on in relatively quickly. Looking to push in through tree. Texture gonna line up that shot onto Medusa already. As Genji slowly push through rubble and in towards the A side. As now another kill is gonna come down here. Meteor just spraying through that one.
2 kills. This is, I mean, devastating already here for DFM. The way that they lost the opening pistol round on this map was something that they definitely would be regretting, but this now is getting out of hand. Yes, that's just going to be the break here onto Baby Door. Rotate across in towards B. May standing here, but here's that paranoia coming through, so know that he has to back away, so can't quite try to hold the angle to get that opening headshot. Now needs to try to re-aggress with the Sheriff.
Yeah, very clean utility there on the entry from the side of Genji, just swarming that angle. Meteor as well, gonna pick up a kill here through the side of the door. Anthem does get the one, but still only 2 members left here on the side of DFM. Prowler, not gonna be enough. Karan now pushing out, and Munchkin is going to get that last kill onto May at the same time. So Genji, very clean first round here after the half.
Solid way to kick things off. Genji 3-1 in pistols overall, only dropping the opening pistol of the series. As Texture, I mean, it's just, this is just sense and lineups, just knowing crosshair placement. Being like, this is where somebody would be. This is about where their head's going to be positioned if someone peeks stairs. Sometimes.
So eventually the players can just play blindfolded, right? Like once they get good enough, it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, we just know all the lineups.
Yeah, we just got to bring in speedrun tech.
Yeah.
Eventually they'll play with a drum set.
Maybe they'll just train that way, and then when they get to the stage, they don't have to wear the blindfold, so it's like, wow.
And they'll take the blindfold off and they'll be like, oh my god, it's so bright, and they can't see anything. It's completely blinded.
Well, we do have Net to get the spot, but only a tiny bit of damage on Alakia. 8. And a bit of armor damage, of course. Has some spray through, but it is going to be Karan to go down. Medusa does get the 1, but that is about it for him.
Karan with a second. Texture. Some good damage there on the Cess. Can't quite confirm the kill yet. Meteor. Oh, yeah. I was going to say, looks to get himself a second. Great readjustment. Pick off the Omen. Finish off the round in quite clean fashion here for Genji. Now up by 2. About Meteor, Seaside, Marshall in hand. He's had so many multi-kills. As Karan just tracing the tracers.
This one right here.
That's why the guys, sometimes it just really feels like he sees in slow-mo.
Cover going out.
That's another thing you do. You got to speed up the entire game so that when you get into the actual game, you know?
Yeah, it's, you know, the equivalent of using training weights.
Yeah, exactly.
So you take them off and it's like, oh my god, I'm so much more agile.
Maybe too much. But now DFM at least able to get some guns here. And let's see if they can stop the onslaught of Genji from the attacker's side.
And this has to be the round. And you suspect, you know, you drop this one, DFM 100% have to call a timeout. But right now, fans, the team, the coach, all going to be hoping that it doesn't come down to that and they can just go ahead and not allow for Genji to get the conversion here. Need a strong anti-bonus. So far, Genji not getting too much. I mean, they have a decent amount of space taken. Texture just outside of Baby Door here for the moment. Where could be tapping? It looks like DFM getting a sense that this is going to end up on the opposite side of the map. You see the full rotation getting ready to come through. As now with that haunt sent up over the top, it's not enough to necessarily let them know. But it's actually going to be pushing a B, so there could be a quick crunch here for DFM.
Yeah, do have control of the site for now. Texture looking towards the back of that one. Do have a couple of guys in upper as well. Let's see how DFM do want to retake this one, as Gen.G have a very nice setup for now. Paranoia comes through. Medusa swinging the corner, immediately taken out by Munchkin, and now that's going to be 2 for him on this angle. And May's got to give it a shot as well. That's 3 for Munchkin, as Gen.G are holding on to this one pretty much flawlessly. Neth, the last guy available, as he will pick up 1, but doesn't look like a round win.
Of course, it's Texture. Just to really just spit on the chances of the analyst desk, or at least for Victoria and Nasserai to rank up in the minigame. But, I mean, this is catastrophic here for DFM. Now down by 3, Gen.G 1 round away from getting themselves up to double digits. And I suspect that a timeout will be coming through. And if it doesn't, I certainly will be questioning the lack of it.
Yep, looking likely. Didn't see that timer moving. Munchkin just, you know, blinded, not a problem. Lines up the second one. Looking at upper, good communication as well, just to spot them right as they're moving in, and makes quick work of that retake. It's a timeout here called by DFM, unsurprisingly, as they really need to get something going here.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't an impossible position for the squad, but right now, they're just not reading things as well as we were seeing from them versus T1. Gen.G mixing things up, very much slowing down the pace at times just to add to the ambiguity, let that silence really just seep in. And aside from that, I mean, it's just been very clean play for the most part here for Gen.G. Munchkin, Karon especially, very much leveling up their performances here on this map. Need to see a bit more of a concerted effort here from DFM. Try to get themselves back in. Could all very well start here with this round if they can thrifty the thriftiers.
But the thriftiers are the best at thriftying, so they know how to counter it best, right? That's the way it should work.
I don't think Gen.G even knows how it works so consistently, so I don't think they necessarily know how to counter it.
Yeah, they just kind of do it, I guess. And
so if you stumbled upon a time machine, you could use it, but you wouldn't necessarily know how it works.
Yeah. Well, let's see if they can land some big sheriff shots. That's really going to be the one way that they get this one going.
Oh, but I mean, the reveal's out, but Anthem already going to be taken down. Solid opening kill there is May. Going to try to find some value. Does have that rifle here for the team, but paint shells just whittle them lower, and Karon able to just go ahead and get the wall bang to the box.
Yeah, just kind of caught out there, trying to do what he could, but just isolated by way too much utility. The triple swing comes through, and it's only Medusa, so no. Oh, I spoke too soon. 1 sheriff headshot.
And to stop Texture from getting another one in the round.
And that is a pretty clean one as expected, so that will affect their after timeout win percentage, but they had 1 rifle, so what are you going to do about that one? Not much. This is really now the round for DFM to try to make a stop, because you don't have economy. You just lost this one. You weren't able to thrifty, as this was really kind of the sad position for May. Not much you can do there.
That's
all right.
That's a gifable little reaction that you could make. But this is the one that the timeout widely is going to be called for. The buy is back in. Anthem, he's got this Odin set up. So far, keeping it quiet. Waiting to see if he hears anything, but it's just Munchkin playing on that side as well. He started spraying.
Yeah. Neth is looking to push out here potentially. Try to get some more information. Yeah.
Nope, that's okay. It gets recalled all the same. So pulled back away. We'll have to drift back. I mean, the alarm bot being picked up. Or either going so far away from it that it would deactivate, or they're getting ready to attack that C site. So for now, he does still stay stuck. That Showstopper going to get pulled out.
Just trying to spray at literally everything, but too many people coming in through tree. And the headshots are crispy from the side of Gen.G. Only 2 members left now on the side of DFM. Genji starting to really run away with this map. These rounds are not really even that close after the half, as Genji's attacker side has been very clean tonight.
I mean, it's been 6 consecutive as they get ready to close this one out and move up to 11. And C's will go at it from Lakia, but I think we all know there's nobody back there. Everybody just relocating back into the C site itself to try to hold on to these weapons. And I mean, Genji quite far away, but a decent amount of time before that spike detonates. They could absolutely go on the hunt. Handing over something like, the pit to Medusa, getting Neth a couple more charges towards that lockdown certainly wouldn't be ideal, but I think right now, given the way that things have been going, Genji should feel very confident as they look to take the fight.
Yeah. Sprinting on in, let's see what they can see. As the turret's gonna spot them first, and DFM are just running away. Trying to survive, trying to hold on to those guns, and some spray coming down, but they will be able to survive. So now 11-6. Just gonna have to try to buy whatever they can here in an attempt to stop this one. The push through into tree, very aggressive, but also very clean.
Yeah, only Meteor really lost on that approach. As scraped together by not looking ideal. Guardian for Sessa in his hands. His Vandals, a Phantom here. Plenty of half armors and no ults to try to utilize. Meanwhile, Meteor does have that lockdown. DFM desperately needing some kind of early pick, some kind of early information.
Bot coming back.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to get much in terms of that. There's a lot to cover on this map, and it just feels like, oh.
You're trapped now,
I guess he's gonna stay in there. But yeah, it's been rough for them to try to get early pickoffs, and Genji, when they do attack, have been pretty quick about it. So not really giving a lot of opportunities to the side of DFM to do to get those pickoffs. Now Munchkin just kind of slowly lurking forward, but he's not going to commit to it just yet.
On sent in, Neth now having to back away. Relaying this info to his squad as, like Sessa was trying to rush forward and get the catch there on the Munchkin, but he's managed to make it out to safety. Plant now through. Lakia nearly with his Nightfall, but Meteor on this deep lurk into B, able to find the shot. That's Medusa taken down.
Yeah, pretty huge stuff. I mean, he was just waiting on B. They didn't expect him to be pushed all the way up that far. And it's just an early pickoff that's going to take some retake power away from the side of DFM as they push through the smoke. Lakia still here on the side, lines up 3, just like that. And Texture puts an end to the round. 12-6, Genji on match point.
It's damn near flawless from Genji. Lakia, I mean, just kind of having him lined up, it might as well have been a collab for him. It's an absolutely disgustingly strong and shared performance here from Genji. Like Texture, the one who really came alive versus Paper X, had one of the more incredible aces that we've seen here in Pacific, or just generally in the world, and just started taking over. This time though, it's just Genji collectively so firmly in control. Everybody contributing, everybody fragging. And for DFM, the things have certainly slipped, fallen off a cliff a little bit compared to that first half. No rounds won on this defender side.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough for them after the half. And Genji just a big force to be reckoned with. Wasn't necessarily expecting a 2-0 tonight, especially after the way that first map went. I thought it was closer than I originally expected, but Genji's kind of running away with this one at the moment. So Nightfall gonna come down, and well, they're not there, so. I mean, they are, but they're not going to really be hit by that.
Yeah, no one getting caught by it. With the Jiggle Peak spotting out a player or 2. Now they rotate back across the opposite side of the map, so Genji make the call, just like, okay, peel away from this. The ult comes in. Cool, we got that out of the way. It's one less thing that we have to deal with. And now their own Nightfall will come across, and that's going to get the catch onto at least one. So Neth, all the way back in Hall, just going to be having to wait this out. He's still going to be audio listed. Texture tries to come on the push and will be rewarded with 1 kill. Showstopper in, however, Main finds 2. Karen and Munchkin both going to be taken down, but they still have to respect the lockdown, so they're forced away. But now it is a 4v2.
Definitely feels like there's enough time for DFM to retake this one. Lakia also shot in the back and it's all up to Meteor in the 1v4. Not looking likely for him. They don't know exactly where he is, as he will peek out, gets one.
Swing spots one. They've dropped down. Reaches down. Oh, up over the top. Medusa went to the box, went back down to the platform. The TFM, they will keep themselves alive for now. 5 rounds in a row is what is necessary for them to try to take us up to overtime, but there is so much money here for the side of Gen G. They will not be able to bankrupt them fast enough.
You gotta string together a bunch of rounds. And the showstopper through double smoke, just right on top of the site. Weren't quite expecting him to land that one, but it's just gonna get him even farther ahead of the rest of the lobby. May just stacking up a bunch, and in fact, DFM will call their second timeout and say, okay, well, we got 1 round, we need 5 more. Let's do it. Let's actually go for it.
I mean, send it if you got it. No point holding on to it from this point on. I mean, because obviously you want to be able to communicate with your team if you're the coach, but if you start running this back from this moment, you will get another opportunity to communicate because you're damn sure that Solo will also have to call one just to say, okay, hey, they're getting way too close. So if a run back can start from here, DFM will be in a decent position. This is not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. Munchkin, or rather, not Munchkin, May did use the showstopper just in the last round, so it's going to be quite a while before he does get that back, so could be one of the things we have seen, of course, has been very impactful in a lot of these rounds when he is able to land that, but now using that ultimate, he's not going to be able to have it for quite a while here. Let's see if they can string together a couple rounds so he can get it back. They are holding on to at least the pit for the moment, so perhaps they can utilize that to try to hold on to a site.
For now, heavy stack outside of B here from Gen G.
Yeah, let's see, DFM now pushing out actually. Anthem is going to get the 1. Second swing comes out as well.
Tap on the door there from Neth does force them back around the corner. So a little bit more space bought for Medusa. They can get into a little bit more of a disconnected position. Not be so, far forward committed. C-site though, looking like it may once again be the ending location for this spike, or the intended location, I should say, of the spike plant. Texture goes to the peaks and sees just enough of Neth to be able to take him down.
Yeah. Just a tiny little piece of Neth was all he needed. And it's a quick one. Oh, and he's going to get marked up there as well. The rotation is coming in towards B. You can see that there's just not really enough members of DFM to get this defense going. They're going to put a pit down as well here on the attack is Gen G.
They're going to have to counter pit into this one.
Yeah.
Make things a little bit more chaotic, a little bit more difficult to see. Try to get that decay across and then maybe some value off the paint shells. Sessa with that paranoia on the opposite side. Could be big value for him. These things are already so obfuscated, but he's going to be the first one to get taken down. Caron able to find that kill.
Yeah, down goes Medusa as well, so no more pit for them, and it's all up to May, as it has been for so many times on this map. He gets the 1 on the Texture.
Oh,
just
man.
one last kill for May over Texture, but it does not matter. Gen G, they get Lotus, they got split, they get the 2-0 tonight.
Very nicely done here from the side of Gen G, looking right back to their normal selves, the team that we've come to expect after their performances over at Madrid after them winning kickoff. This was a lot more stable from them compared to what we saw from Paper Rex, and I think overall that makes sense. PRX is a squad that if you can't quite thrive in the chaos with them, you will start to drown. And here, Gen G they had really good ideas about what DFM was going to look to do, about how they were tackling this. They were slowed up a little bit, but you can see that the gears were turning, and Solo was trusting in Munchkin and the rest of the team to kind of come up with the solutions for what DFM were throwing at them in the first halves of those maps. Only got to see a little bit of intervention overall from the coaching staff there of Gen G, and widely, the team themselves, they were able to course correct. So handshakes, fist bumps, and hugs will be exchanged between the two squads, but ultimately it's going to be Gen G holding their heads a bit higher as they go ahead and lock in another match victory.
Lots of clapping as well after that victory. May ending up with 25 kills, 5 first bloods, and 351 ACS. But that was not enough to do it by himself. An impressive round, an impressive map, rather.
Yep. I mean, look, sometimes you can go killless and win a map. Sometimes you can drop a 351 ACS and lose the map.
Yeah.
That's just Valorant, baby. Anyway, let's go ahead and pass this back over to the analyst as to break down Lotus.
Yes, that is just Valorant, baby. Gen G is victorious in today's match against DFM, taking it to a 2-0. But DFM had some really good ideas, and they put up a damn good fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear that DFM did come prepared into both of these maps, I feel, but it's just not deep enough against a team like Gen G that is used to adapting on the fly, that can also just get through a couple of these rounds off those trades, off of the mechanics, and then kind of recoup themselves as they're going through the map.
Yeah, there's this one thing, again, during that first half that kind of translated itself even in the second half, where DFM just felt like they weren't willing to really risk those door opening plays. Yeah, sure, there's some Odin spams through tree, but that's about it. Nobody was really coaxing that kind of fight towards Mount, only in the sites, and it kind of just replicated itself over and over again. And maybe it just shows that DFM's not willing to play those positions. Maybe they're not comfortable yet, and it severely reduced their options in how they kind of approach that that first bout here in Lotus.
Yeah, and I think a big thing is possibly also maybe they're just not that strong on these 3-site maps, right? Obviously, Haven no longer in the pool for the time being, but like you said, if you're not using the doors, that means you're not utilizing B, and that's some of the strongest advantages you have as the attackers. Yes, B-site, it's tough to hold on to in the post-map, but at least you want to put pressure on to draw the defenders away from the sides, and we just didn't really see that happening here on Lotus again.
I mean, these were really bold map picks coming from both sides, but especially for DFM, these are Gen G's some of their strongest maps, so it was definitely an uphill battle. Despite that, it was, very back and forth, especially in the first half for both maps. But, Gen G, there's a reason. There's a reason why they got second in the world just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Now, we gotta talk about ranks. We gotta talk about ranks. So
Chatham.
So William
I'm disappointed,
is correct. I don't say that often.
I mean, as always.
Out loud. Yeah.
Just take a look at my predictions, as always, right? Nothing wrong with that.
Hey, you know what's crazy? Even if Texture got 2 more aces, he still wouldn't have beaten me. Which is crazy.
I was on a hard copium where he just needs like 3 kills and 2 aces and then like the next 3 rounds.
Yeah. And that continued on for the entire
But I mean, you were correct, Will. So should we down rank or up rank him first?
Down rank me first.
Okay.
I accept it. You know what?
You were so close.
Knock him down from his high horse over there. Thought he was getting radiant today.
This is like you in actual game.
Yeah, there you go. That's my
time.
proper rank now. Yeah.
But you know what? Wingman gets to hang with me. Audience, this is you guys. And,
oh, look.
William.
Just like me, for real. And it's gonna be May. That's right. Amazing. Why are you looking so sad?
No, I'm smiling.
May had an incredible performance.
Yeah, my face is like this.
Oh my goodness. And it's kind of crazy. Achilles mentioned this too. You could have 25 kills on the board. You know, the highest KDA, but your team could still lose.
Yeah, 351 ACS or something like that. I mean, that is insane. So obviously May once again proving his own kind of personal performance, but we're reminded Valorant is a team game and you got to be able to carry your entire team with you if you want to get over the finish line.
Yeah, it's just so many struggles for the rest of DFM here. Again, we were kind of banking on the fact about how, we were talking about how Cess is such a great kind of follow-up after May, wasn't really felt as much. Nats should have been creating those opportunities outside of the map, but more times than not, we saw DFM just kind of creating this 5-man ball and just bulldozing into a site, but you can't really do that when you're on the defending, and that didn't really translate so well on the second half.
Yeah, so now off of the first 2 games. Now, obviously, coming into Stage 1, I think everyone expected DFM to kind of lose both first games. Obviously, they took the big win against T1, so they still got some hope here in their own group. But now we're seeing, okay, you've got some good antis in terms of defaults. You have some decent ideas, but the depth not quite there yet. The real question is how fast can you grow? Because right now, it is just a race here in VCT Pacific to see who can really one-up each other one match earlier to get to playoffs, to get to Masters, and even champions down the road.
Yeah, that's right. Every single one of these matches are really precious. Each match equals 1 point towards champions, and a lot of these teams, they're gonna have to face Gen G at some point, and they might end up with results like this.
Yeah, and just looking at it, no one else on the side of DFM getting over 10 kills, right? Or 10 and above. Everyone below 10. And it's kind of interesting because I came into this match thinking like, okay, I know May's great, but it's Gen G. Surely he's not going in getting double, triple kills every time. He actually did, just no one else could trade afterwards, which used to kind of plague Crazy Raccoon back in Challengers Japan as well. May would get these amazing kills, and no one's there to follow up. So hopefully, this is something they can again work on going into the next future weeks.
Yeah, that's what they're going to need to do. They've done it before. We saw it last week.
True.
I think it can be done.
Yes.
It definitely can be done.
And Gen G's, again, some of the best, right? So
Yeah.
I don't think DFM should be too beaten up about this.
Yes, absolutely not. And, you know, we're not highlighting Gen G too much right now because they've been good. They've been absolutely great throughout, well, since kickoff, frankly speaking.
Yes. I mean, Gen G's had their spotlight in the storyline. DFM currently kind of this protagonist everyone wants to follow, and we're not quite seeing the fairy tale ending just yet.
No, not yet, but it's okay. We've got 2 more weeks until playoffs, so DFM still got a chance. But first, let's celebrate Gen G's victory. We're going to go to the stage for an interview with our MVP.
Thank you, guys. I'm standing here with Gen G's Munchkin after Gen G put up second W on the board. Now, congratulations, Munchkin, for that W. I just want to start with how you guys treated that loss from Paper X series, and also what did you guys see in your game that you can improve on? 페이퍼 X전 패배부터 어떻게 받아들였고 또 좀 어떤 점을 보완했는지부터 얘기해 주시죠.
사실 찡이 들어온 PRX다 보니까 어떻게 바뀌었을지에 대한 궁금증이 되게 많았는데 확실히 만나보니까 되게 잘하는 팀이라고 생각했고 일단 그날은 페이퍼 X가 저희보다 잘해서 이겼다고 깔끔하게 인정했습니다.
Well, with Jin coming back to the roster, we were curious as to what kind of team they would be. Will they be stronger or will they be different this time around? And now that we've played them in the Paper X series, we just decided to acknowledge that Paper X were the better and stronger team on that day. Well, Munchkin, going up against DFM today. Now, they do not look like the same team as last year with their roster being upgraded as well. So what was it like going up against them? And thoughts on, what kind of team DFM is this year? 올해 DFM은 좀 어떻게 달라진 것 같고 어떤 점이 많이 향상된 것 같나요?
일단 저는 작년 DFM 상대로도 되게 힘들었었기 때문에 뭐 작년 DFM이랑 지금 DFM 비교하기 힘든 것 같고요. 근데 지금 DFM 만나보니까 되게 총 잘 쏘는 것 같고 공격도 되게 잘하는 것 같아요.
Well, as for me personally, I kind of had a hard time going up against DFM. So I think DFM last year and DFM this year, I think they deserve the same type of respect. But now that I've played them this year, today, it feels like they're really good and they're a strong team, and especially on their attacker side as well. They're really aggressive, and that could be one of their strengths. Well, some of the things that we noticed was that you guys missed some shots, particularly against May. Do you feel like it was him doing something differently or unfamiliar stuff? Maybe that caught you off guard? 그러면 메이 선수 상대로 조금 샷미스가 난 것 같기도 했거든요. 좀 보법이 다르다든지 좀 익숙하지 않았던 그런 플레이를 보여줬던 걸까요?
일단 저희 상대로 쫄면서 플레이하지 않는 팀이 그나마 PRX라고 생각하는데 근데 메이 선수도 약간 그 PRX의 바이브가 느껴졌다 했나?
네.
엄청 자신감을 느꼈어요.
자신감, 그게 약간 좀.
네.
Well, we thought that Paper X were maybe the only team to have that full confidence and kind of be aggressive against us. But I kind of felt the same Paper X vibe coming from May as well. He was being aggressive, not paying us as much respect as the other teams would do against us. So yeah, I think that was the main reason why we were kind of unfamiliar or caught off guard with what May was doing. Well, next week you're facing DRX, and DRX, they're kind of seeking their revenge from that kickoff game. So anything you want to say to them? 네, DRX에게 복수를 꿈꾸는 DRX에게 한마디 해주시죠.
DRX 요즘 되게 잘하더라고요. 네, 저희 상대로도 잘할 수 있는지 한번 지켜보겠습니다.
DRX, they look good. But let's see if they can look good against Gen G as well. Well, thank you, Munchkin, and best of luck in the DRX series. And that was Munchkin, everybody. We are going to head off to a short break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, Global Esports is taking on Talon Esports. We'll see you on the other side.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, Valoranters, to VCT Pacific. We are live in Gangnam, Seoul, South Korea. We just saw the Gen G DFM matchup, and now we have two teams hunting for a more secure pathway to playoffs. It's Global Esports versus Talon. Let's have a word from Global Esports.
Benkai, that's a stress ball. You stressed?
Not really.
How are you feeling now?
Not stressed.
Are we winning today?
I hope so.
G fighting?
G may be winning. Maybe.
Like that. Good luck.
Benkai, you know, it just reminded me, I really miss his walkouts and all the Benkai things we used to see before he joined Global Esports. But now here's our roster, and let's talk about this roster, Asarai. They played last week against DRX, and you know that didn't go so well.
You know what? Even though they've been on this kind of downward streak in terms of the losses, they've been upward on how their executions have been. We've seen much more cohesion here between Russ and Polvi on that kind of initiator and aggression role. We've seen a lot more comes from Lightning Fast, how he's been playing on the lurks. So, you know what, Global Esports, I still feel like this team has so much more to offer.
Yes, and we're going to see it today. And on the other side, we have Talon Esports on standby with Jen.
Hello, Talon boys. Hello. Now, Ben, what do you know about Global Esports? You're going up against them today.
G fighting.
Okay. Cruz?
Buy the Talon capsule.
Okay. Buy the Talon capsule. Is that for the G players?
Yeah.
Buy the Talon capsule. All right. Well, thank you, and bye.
I want to buy that flag. I want that. I want the Cruz buy the capsule flag. Yes, so yeah, Cruz are returning IGL of Talon Esports. It was Lenny during kickoff, but now we've seen Cruz return, and you know, a very interesting Talon Esports since then.
Yeah, of course, Surf also returning to join Cruz as this kind of Thai squad, trying to represent that country and also bring up a little bit of that firepower, so to speak. And so far, I mean, Surf, he's been slotting in very well into that Sentinel role, but what we saw last week is Lenny's not out, right? He's not just permanently on the bench. When they need him, he will be rotated in. The big question is we haven't seen any team globally that's really made an active six-man roster work. Can Talon be the first one? I'm not so sure.
It's tough. There's a reason why it has been working, but Coach Frost was with us last week, and he is convinced it will.
Right. Yeah, and listen, I mean, I'll give him the props. I'll give him the respect. So if he has plans for it, sure. I think if you're a fan of Talon Esports or any of these players, you should wait it out. But if they don't get the win today, right, or if they don't make use of it today, you got to start questioning, like, okay, maybe it's not always going to be the best idea.
Yeah, there's always going to be that, you know, timer in our heads, like, we lost this series, but then we only have like 3 more to go. What is going to be the transition here? Because again, you're going to be coaxing yourself. Surf has been doing really good. Are we going to have to bring Lenny in because Surf doesn't play this map, or he doesn't play this particular agent? There's so many things that can really mess up if you're not truly prepared to bring that 6-man roster into Pacific League.
Yes, that's right. And it's going to be really tight for both of these teams. Global desperately needs a win, and Talon needs a win too to stay qualified, Will.
Yeah, absolutely. The remaining matches on both sides, quite frankly, it's not looking so great. So for Talon, of course, going up against T1 next and then Secret. But on the side of Global, I mean, RQ, who's looking hot these days. Paper X, of course, right back and forth with Jing. And DFM, sure, they lost to Gen G, but people are still finding a lot of hope in that team. So GE, they need to get that win. And the most important thing is they're going to need 2 wins to even be considered. So today, this match against Talon is an absolute must win if Global Esports wants to keep the hopes up for GE fighting all the way into the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, I like how, you know, calm and collected Benkai was, but the word was maybe. You know, I want to hear something a lot more 100% concrete that we're going to win this. We're a lot more confident. Is that something that's possible here for Global?
I mean, to be fair, I think it's tough for them to even say that confidently, right? Even in these interviews or anything like that, because surely the players also know. I mean, I think Polvi was talking alongside Spin in one of those post-game interviews where they talked about, we also agree as players that we looked a lot better in scrims and the ideas were good. We had trust and faith in the ideas. and it just, we were making mistakes. We weren't hitting our shots, things like that. When that starts to creep into your head as players, it's really hard to keep up that confidence.
Now we're going to have a look at Russ and Ben, Asarai.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this when we were showing the players for Global Esports, where Russ has been looking a lot more better. And I think because Global Esports have been kind of putting him on a different agent per se, they've been adopting more of that Gecko, which actually kind of works well, as I mentioned, with the Russ Polby connection. And because of this, Russ is able to assist his teammate a lot better. Of course, his KO is nothing to scoff at, but looking again against his opponent here, which has been Ben, I think like has so much more to offer here in this kind of particular role where he's played duelist, he's played support, he's gone every bit of way here to assist T1 and Governor in kind of that 2-versus-2 matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, and you say, of course, Russ and Polby, their chemistry has been getting a little bit better map by map. That's true, but Ban and Governor, they've been in sync since kickoff, right? If there was a shining spot of talent since kickoff, it was that duo and the way Ban was able to set up Governor, understanding that he knows what a duelist wants when he's trying to set up for an entry and execute. So I think that's something you got to keep an eye out for.
Definitely. Now, while Global Esports has yet to get a match win, they did come really close against Zeta Division. So while they dropped that Ascent map, it was very winnable back then.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they were kind of blindsided by a very new-looking Zeta Division on Sunset as well. They were the first sacrifice to that Phoenix comp coming out from Zeta, so I don't know if you can really blame them too much, but the unfortunate reality is now they're on their back foot. The real question is okay, you're clearly anteing your opponents. Obviously, you've got great minds that are able to read the defaults and adjust round to round. Just have to set up yourselves to hit the shots.
So we're going to go to map ban picks here. And this is always, we had this in the coach interviews that you were doing, well, and every coach said how important these map ban picks were in determining who won the match. But Spin was the only one who said maybe it was less of a factor.
Yeah, partially because he's been on both sides of that coin for sure, of winning and losing despite feeling that he got the map draft he wanted. But for me, my eyes are on GE. Do they try to target some of these maps where they suspect Lenny will have to be subbed back in, as at Sova, maybe as that secondary caller? Because what we saw last week was a team was not as together in those maps.
For me, I'm just thinking, I go back to my point where they're wanting to bring out maps where the Gecko is more prevalent here. Icebox has been that map here, I believe, for both of these teams. So I'm very excited to see this one be brought out by Talon.
Yeah, I'm curious what the read is, because Gia was playing that Sage comp, lightning fast popping off on it. Now, it was up against a Zeta that looked a little lost on that map initially, but Talon's playing the double initiative, double flashes, and I think the Sage comp can have some really good counters to that if you read the timings correctly. Just wait for the util dump. So that should be a very exciting first map to look forward to. And then afterwards, GE gonna go to a Breeze. It is a map, once again, where you're going to want a Sova. What's going to be the comp and the call here from Talon? They brought out the Neon in kickoff, but we haven't seen it yet in Stage 1.
And they can always change up their comp, right? This is also the first time we're going to be seeing GE on that Breeze map, so it's a bit of an unknown on what they want to try to push towards this. But as we kind of continue this map ban, we're seeing, there it is. The ban on the Ascent and the Sunset.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually GE let the Ascent go by and picked Breeze first. I would have figured the Ascent would have been a very strong pickup for them, but wanting to go for something new on both sides, feeling that they have more confidence in what they've prepped. And if it goes all the way, it'll go down to a trusty Lotus, which we've been kind of seeing as the reliable map for a lot of teams. Gotta figure out your handshakes over here for the coaches.
It's okay. It's not an esports match when you don't have awkward handshakes.
True. And fist bumps left, hanging in the air.
It's either a fist bump or someone like just wraps their hand over your
the little
fist.
turkey,
The number of times you see that. Well, Icebox is going to be the first map. Talon's pick. Very curious pick, actually, because Global has been okay on it.
Yeah, I mean, this one, I think it could bite Talon back just because, again, with that Sage, if you have the correct reads, if you wait for the uses of, this is what we've seen across the entire world, by the way, is that Gecko KO, sure, very strong, we can chain the flashes, but if you just wait for it, they have nothing to hold the post plan. So Talon's going to have to play a lot of mind games to draw out some of that Sage utility first. Don't burn your own flashes until the post plan. Things like that when they go onto the attacking side.
Again, that's why you want that Gecko. It's just, you throw out the Dizzy in a safe spot, you get that quick contact, you can refresh it once again, and then kind of just do it all over, which is, I guess, the reason why both of these teams, or at least Talon, for the most part, is so willing to go into this Icebox match first, because they have those options to actually get those quick contacts, and if it doesn't work out, they can always reset somewhere else.
All right, predictions.
Oh boy.
Drum roll.
I know, so exciting.
I actually forgot my prediction.
What?
Oh, you forgot? You forgot?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
What were you thinking then in that moment before you start your own prediction? Who is gonna win?
You know how I said with DFM that what they could be? I was also thinking, maybe did I actually go for global here? Because you know what? They've been looking pretty stellar, and maybe they can actually go one up Talon here.
It's funny you mentioned that, because when we were asked to put in our predictions, which of course we do before the show, I was thinking, really, GE, they just need that one match where they're hitting their shots, right? They know their reads are good. I think they have faith in that. And that could happen at any moment, quite frankly. It could be against any of these teams. And then I was thinking about the map draft, and I'm like, okay, maybe GE, like, this might be their best shot. Maybe their only shot, quite frankly, to regain that confidence. So if you're a GE fan, I don't think this really tells the whole story. It's not like Talon looks unbeatable right now, but it's just that until we see the shots connect, it's hard to put a lot of faith into this squad in their current form.
It's still an FPS after all.
Yep.
You do need to connect those shots. I had to go with Talon on this one, but you guys made a really good point, and we've observed this as well. Global has had some really good ideas, and you can see it coming into fruition, and it's so close. But yes, that one critical shot to make it happen just doesn't hit, and it all falls apart. So they just need to, I don't know, aim labs, range more. I don't know.
I mean,
what
whatever it is, right? Whatever it is, and it's hard to tell, right? It doesn't look like it's always a comms breakdown. It doesn't look like it's always whiffs. It's just a grand mix of things, and so you have to wonder where that disconnect is between, you know, their scrims, their practice, and the stage. But talking about Talon, I think some of the strengths we've seen is that they've learned to restrain themselves, maybe a little too much sometimes. Like now they're way too calm. Like they could go out on the hunt a couple of these rounds. They don't quite do that. But in kickoff, they were overheating a lot. I mean, Governor, sure, he had a great start, but now they're looking very calm and collected. And I think that's a huge buff to a team that was prone to going a bit too far.
Yeah, so it's more of like, at least here for Global Esports, I've mentioned this with some of the other teams, that it feels like they're just kind of going through the motions, some of the players are. Here for Talon, they just need to find that right mix. I think we've seen most of the calm down because of how Cruz is as an IGL.
Sure.
So they're just trying to find that perfect balance. So it really is just the story of these two teams, you know, trying to not be in that posture where they're just going through the motions. And then for Talon, just finding that right mix of aggression with their pointy front line to the calmness of their IGL.
Well, both of these teams absolutely need this match point today, especially Global, because after this, they also have Paper X, and that's going to be a tough one for them. So all the best to them. Now, we are ready to welcome our two teams onto stage for our second series of today.
Global Esports.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm breaking up another season.
Talon Esports.
I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone. Yeah.
Go to the fire, the breath. King of the jungle and beat my chest. They say I'm posing a threat. Just like a puppet, I'm cutting the net.
Ring on my finger, but yes. Like playing chess and I don't.
And now we're seeing our two teams come onto stage. We got India's rep, Global Esports, and from Thailand, Talon Esports, and Cruz there just full on by the Talon capsule.
He's keeping the facial expression all the way through, committing to the bit. I love it. You know, take a page out of Zos's book. It surely works for them. Why not for Talon?
I mean, we still won. Asia Pacific still has the most, so maybe bring Talon back up.
You know what, guys? Buy the Global Esports capsule. It's pretty cool. It's got like a lion with sunglasses on.
And the colorway, too, is like, I don't think there's anything similar.
Yeah.
The red, white, and blue, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very unique, actually, in this region.
And they've got the new kind of fire jerseys. They've always had that lion theme hidden in their jersey as well. So GE really going for this huge boost to their branding. But now they got to get that victory to back it up.
I just saw the hand fist bump thing that we were just talking about. Is there a name for that awkward moment? But anyway, the two teams are gearing up and ready to go. and this is it for Global Esports. They really need this win.
There just needs to be that click that I wonder if they do their like huddle and they just throw over the crews all over their heads. That would be kind of fun.
Yeah, just the banner all the way. And then they disappear in a magic trick and we're like, where did Talon go?
They're not playing anymore.
It's just Lenny standing there.
That would be a magic trick for sure. But jokes aside, I mean, Talon, I feel like they've kind of become this steady known value. Not too flashy here in stage 1, but fairly reliable. Meanwhile, on the side of GE, again, everyone wants to continue to hold out hope for GE fighting. But today, the shots have to go. Povey has to pop off, kind of match Governor in that energy on that stage to really open up the sights, open up the map for the rest of Global Esports.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is a team roster that has gone through so many changes, right? With all of these nationalities coming in to Global Esports, still has to prove themselves if this can truly work in the global stage.
Well, here we go. Into the second series of today, Global Esports versus Talon. Let's go over to our casters who are going to take us through all the action. Valdez and Achilleos.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's now time to go into the second series of the evening. Global, their work cut out for them, but Talon, kind of the same. You know, they've got some wins under their belt here, but it still has been some roughness, dropping a map to Bleed. Understandably losing to Gen G, but also putting up a decent fight in that matchup. Talon, I think, you know, all of our predictions very much reflected it. They are the expected top dog in this situation. Global, very much the underdog. Sometimes those underdog stories, they can come to fruition.
It can happen. It can absolutely happen, and I think that, you know, I said it before, it can really come down to how they play on the day. Like Gen G even starting off a little bit slow against DFM, but then eventually kind of getting online, and they were able to win the first series 2-0. But now it does feel like kind of potentially middle of the table clash. Maybe GE, if they can start to get something going here, could be a big win for them. But moving into Icebox for this first one, and we are going to see the Sage out of Lightning Fast.
Yep, still going to be sticking with that. Has overall been looking quite solid with that pick coming through. Ban just going to be there on the KO. So no changes from either of these squads. Desk was talking about the differences here. Lightning Fast, if he's in a good position, if he has a good read and good timings, especially on those walls and slow-ups coming through, can very much disrupt these defensive setups here for the side of Talon Esports as they try to get themselves back into a site, but Ban at the same time, I can just take all of that util away with the placement of 1 little 0 points. So we'll see how this does fare. Both teams having a decent amount of time to sit back after last week's games and get prepared for this moment. Let's see whose preparation looks the cleanest. Icebox, surprising to see, you know, perhaps the election to go to this map here for the side of Talon Esports, but they like to, you know, feel like they have reads, feel like they really have done their research, broken down how teams like to play certain maps. So we'll see if that has worked out here in their favor, or if Global is going to be able to rebound, because it is pretty much do or die here for this squad. Need to get some wins on the board here in stage 1, not just because of obviously there's playoffs, but the
wins are important.
The championship points that you can get from those match victories could be so very valuable for you down the line.
It's quite important every single day you come on down to the studio, to the arena, to try your best and try to get some wins and, you know, make playoffs, get some more match points there. Who knows what could happen. Might be seeing you internationally. But as you mentioned, really has to get started here right now for Global Esports if they are going to get any kind of luck in their favor. Whereas Talon, the big analyst favorite today, but we haven't always been 100% correct. So let's see what does happen today. As already we do have Povey through the tube and pretty far behind enemy lines. There is nobody on B though at the moment, so well, not entirely on the site, but around the area. He's going to get an angle.
One, but yeah, really good timing. Able to catch him, get the spot there on the one kitchen, but Surf with a quick shot will take him down, but it's quickly traded out there by Russ. Wall just to really lock these players in position here at Snowman. Start whittling away at this. This is where things could prove to get a little bit more difficult here for Talon. Jit Boys, a lot more pressure on him. Trying to find some value as Lightning Fast on the side, able to find 2 quick kills. for the third, has to go for the reload, but it doesn't matter. Russ is there with the covering fire. Only Polvi lost. See if they can find the Sheriff. They'll be able to go ahead and recover it. And that's going to be the pistol going the way of Global.
Yeah, fantastic first start here. Obviously, Polvi got in there pretty quickly and opened up the B site. They were able to get the plant down, and then Lightning Fast kind of just in the corner against the wall, I believe. This is the beginning where Polvi gets this shot. And Russ with the long one, and this one especially. Lightning Fast catching two of them off guard. And that's kind of what got the big lead in that round.
All right, well, very little investment at all. Collectively 800 spent between two players on the side of Talon. It's going to be classics to see what kind of damage they can deal. So Global in a very strong position, but also a very big buy. Two Vandals brought into this one here as Governor just going to be dashing away. Dizzy up over the top will get cleared out.
Yeah,
and
two
everyone
Vandals
will go their separate ways.
Just don't miss. Yeah. Just don't die. And then you can just hold on to that Vandal and you'll feel pretty good. Be happy about it. Did look like there was some pressure from GE onto A site, but now...
Blaze King does get spotted, takes a bit of damage. Only a ghost, so even if he did go down, it would hurt their post plant, but not necessarily cost them too much. Otherwise, wouldn't really be a weapon recovered aside from just a pistol upgrade.
They'll be able to get that plant down already. And Lightning Fast just waiting on the left side. And already Russ is going to take one out, utilizing that Vandal to great success on these long angles on B.
Governor Wiley just waiting for the wall to break before he can try to find any real damage dealt here. Just fishing for some tags, but for the most part, Talon going to be fine to just sit back and die to the spike. I'd love to take any of these weapons away from Global, hurt the economy a bit, but just not really in a position to do so. And this is that power of that Sage, especially if it gets off to a roaring start like we see here from Lightning Fast. So very just limited firepower, those classics in hand. Breaking through that Sage wall proves to be very difficult. So ultimately will just go ahead, die to the spike, get that little death bonus, and now get geared up and focused going into the bonus.
Yeah, Lightning Fast still just sitting on the Singer and the Sheriff, I believe. Yeah. That's what he was holding on to. Spending a lot, obviously, on the wall and the rest of the utility as the Sage. And, yeah, this is going to be the first moment for Talon to potentially get on the board. Because so far, it's just kind of been the Sage show. Lightning Fast feeling pretty good. Russ as well, 3 kills already. And GE moving in towards A. Let's see if they actually commit this time.
Slow creep up. It's going to be in the cap of an orb there, but Ban just watching. And they saw how deep Blaze King was able to lurk forward into that B site in the previous round, so want to stop that from happening again. And okay, just swing around the corner here. And Jin Boyce as well going to be taken down. Benkai lobbing that Nanoswarm into the back, able to get the killing blow. And that is going to be a man advantage here for the side of Global. Lose one, but clean entry here onto the A site. And based on what we're seeing, the call already being made to save. Talon just going to let this bonus conversion come through, and Global will be off to an absolutely phenomenal start here on Icebox.
Yeah, not very close all 3 rounds so far. That one was just kind of a, a stinger swing, just run right at them essentially and double peek him so that the guy that was too close, I'm not sure who it was, maybe Surf in that position, but either way, they're able to essentially overwhelm him and not even give him a chance with that long range. And now Governor is going to be able to take down Benkai on the tail end of this round. So
might make it feel a little bit better, but ultimately losing out on this round, and now Ban as well, losing out on his weapon. You get one positive back for Talon, immediately equalized. Ooh, wow. That is a photo finish of a kill there onto Russ. Governor will get himself a second, but ultimately it's only 3 charges towards that Blade Storm. Retains the Vandal. Global. They managed to move up 3-0.
You can see that was the swing. Just leading the charge with the Stinger and the follow-up from his teammate as well to take the 2 of them out on top of that A site. Made quick work of that and picks up the bonus. And now you've got Russ with an ult. You've got a chance now to really press forward. We'll see if they want to use it in this round, though, as it's not a full buy, obviously, from Talon.
Blaze King very much being kept honest here. Wants to continue to try to lurk up into that position. He's expecting maybe some pressure to be coming out of mid. Not necessarily that it's going to be a triple push coming in from behind, but he actually dies before spotting more. So they might not realize how many players are behind, but now we're seeing Cruz. They'll have a slightly better idea about this. For now, the Governor finds another headshot there on the Benkai. Looks for a little bit more dashes across back into mid. Avoiding Polvi as the plant will come through from the wingman.
Yeah, the plant comes in, but it's 3v5. This is definitely a decent chance for Talon to pick up their first round on this retake. The wall is set up towards the screen, but they have a lot of different angles they can come in here. Also going to break this one down. Put up first as now Cruz going to line this one up, and Lightning Fast only able to pick up the one. It's going to be up to Polvi. He picks up the one kill so far. He's going to get a better angle on the plants.
Wingman on the defuse. He needs to clear this off, but it's already been held to half. He's able to find Jit Boys. So, I mean, overall, decent economic damage dealt here for the side of Global Esports, but not going to be able to keep the streak alive.
No charges.
So Talon do manage to win that one out widely off the back of Governor with some very nice kills. Good pressure being applied there on the Blaze King as well. Oh, they're going to make him very much have to rethink how he wants to be playing that B side of the map.
He's feeling pretty good about the way he played that round, and why wouldn't you? The one tap, especially onto the one guy on belt, was pretty disgusting. A couple long-range kills from him, and a pretty clean retake from the side of Talon. So they're on the board. Let's see where G go with this one. Is now Governor trying to get a bit more aggressive himself through A.
It's fortunate that he managed to get that Dizzy into the air. Had that attention draw not been there, Fort Governor very well could have just taken Russ down with a single shot. Well, now going to be picked up. Lightning Fast one away from having that res online. Jit Boys here alongside Surf to try to hold things down on the B site. We're coming through, and that's going to be the wall in right before the bite comes down. But Jit Boys just swings back on the opposite side, able to find two, but Polvi now equalizing. And Surf and Jit will both fall. Quick dash. They're into the back, just maybe trying to fake information. Either way, man advantage is here for Global.
Van does not know just yet that he is in this corner, and he's going to be
suspect it
totally
for a
caught off
moment.
guard.
Oh, the trigger discipline sends it as the fragment comes down. Now it is all on Governor in a 1v3.
Well, he has been the guy so far for Talon, but fortunately, 1v3, not a lot of time on the spike, so he's just going to run this one out and get out of here with that gun.
Checks around the back, make sure that there's going to be nobody pushing out and trying to pick him off from mid. Ultimately just has to tuck away. And that's going to be Global denying any kind of chain together of rounds here. Talon's still just going to be sat at 1 as they get themselves up to 4. And one of the things that, you know, the desk was kind of talking about was we saw Global get absolutely mauled on Sunset by Zeta the previous set. You know, it was a 13-1 scoreline in a loss for them.
Yeah.
And they managed to rally back coming in the icebox, and they took down Zeta 13-10 to make it a 3-mapper. So, Talon, you know, feeling confident, feeling like they've done their research and have a strong understanding about how Global likes to play this map. And so far, it's only paid off for a single round win.
Yeah, that round definitely pretty tricky. You know, Polvi kind of sneaking through the Viper wall and then picking up 3 kills on the round, certainly lifting heavy. But Governor picking up the operator this time around. He's not messing around.
Spike down A.
That guy trades one out. Oh, yep. Stuck back below just fast enough. Needs to get some heals, but for now, Spike going to be stranded here on Belt. A wall for the res. Polvi now going to be picked up. Knives pulled. Is it going to be up there for play? Yes, it is. Governor quick to get the repunish. Very nicely done by him.
Well, he's got a good idea that Benkai has moved in and picked up the spike. Lightning Fast is going to take out Ban, but really the main problem for them is Governor, who is feeling pretty good at this point in time in terms of the way he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, aside from the first game that we got to see Talon play, where he had the hottest start that you could pretty much ever have. It has been really quiet from Governor at the beginning of these series that they've been playing. It's taken a while for him to heat up. Today, it seems like he's very much focused up and in the zone. And it should now help deliver potentially a second round win.
No charges left.
Barely gets that final headshot off. Lightning Fast going to be taken down, but Governor at 30 HP. Jit Boys just with a Spectre to try to hold things here over at B, and he's going to be good for the shot. Benkai going to be taken out now. Blaze King identified, noted, rushes across that snake bite, but is vulnerable, and he will fall.
Yeah, he had to be quick on it, and unfortunately just right into the hands of Jit Boys, who is also going to upgrade. And so TLN, pretty big rounds to be able to pick up here. As it all starts here, Governor by himself on the A side, Cruz as well, actually up there in the Raptors and able to pick up the kill. Governor gets his 3K, and then Jit Boys with 2 with the Spectre.
Very nicely done. I mean, if Jit goes down there, I mean, even, damage would be done. That still makes it so much more difficult for Governor to try to get the clutch off, so being able to just finish the round right there, absolutely huge. Turret is set up. Governor just eating some of that damage. Doesn't really want to send the shot, and that's going to be the rotate in from Cruz to go ahead and clear that. Try to make it a little bit more disguised that there's an operator here in mid watching this cross. See how far sat back Benkai and Blaze King are at the moment, so it seems like they have a very good idea about what awaits them in mid.
Meanwhile, Push is coming in onto A, and Polvy's already up here on top. They will be able to put this plant down at the same time, trying to hop on forward. It was Polvy, but not actually able to take anyone out.
But you still have 2 players being held at bay at the moment here by Governor. Just trying to keep them locked into position as they get ready to go on this cross. They need to not line up for it. Governor able to find 1, dashes back into 2. Polvy in the meantime does take down Cruz, the plant. After for a brief little moment. This ban on the floor. Surf finds Polvy.
Yeah, he had a really nice angle. They weren't expecting him. That's 2 for him, but eventually Russ will take him down. Governor still alive on the back of the site, as finally it looks like he will commit to this plant.
Plant committed to, but so is the res. So now it's a 3v2 for the attempt at the retake here. Governor picking up a Vandal for the time being. But now left on the floor, a nice headshot there from Russ. Crash online, going to be sent in. Benkai getting Jit Boys, and there's the spot. There's the detain. Unfortunate for Ben. Nothing else to do other than die. And Global will once again, I mean, Talon comes in, they win a round, but they just do not let them pick up any consecutively. So Global still keep them in a very decent distance of 3 rounds.
Now 5-2 at this point in time. Starts off, Polvy hits this one, and yes, Governor was getting some work done, but meanwhile on the A site, we saw Russ a couple of really clean and important kills. He's able to pick up his ultimate and essentially just put an end to that round with that one. So going to take a timeout here is Talon, as they have really not gotten any momentum going for themselves in this first map.
Oh, we all love that guy. Hopefully he gets that shake taken care of. Don't want to be out on stage looking like...
Maybe that's a secret.
Don't want to be looking like Tom Hanks in Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the commitment to this stare.
He does have that very long stare, at least. He's got that going on.
Reaching into the viewer's souls.
I feel like I'm making a connection with him. Okay, well, the timeout is over. And it didn't look like Benkai had much to say during that timeout. That's fine.
They were asking him crucial questions about the game strategy. As you know, I'm sure he does some decent side calling here for the team, and he just refused to communicate because he was just committed to the bit. I would respect it.
It's very important. You gotta
get out of my way.
You gotta win the fans. So they are thinking about jiggling out here, but actually Governor and his buddy Ban are holding down this angle.
Oh, there's the peak. There's the knives dealt with.
Didn't take very long.
Yeah, had him delayed by a 0 point, and then just a couple taps there off the Guardian. Kill is found. Blaze King going to continue to try to lurk around that B site. In the meantime, the rest of the squad inching their way forward over on A, and Jit Boys lucky to get out alive. Doesn't an opportunity to send that snake bite down, though, so now they're just making their way forward, taking more space here on A. Not rotating quite just yet. Just not getting the read. They've conceded so much space. You have to be ready for them to be in that backside position, but it's going to be Jit Boys now eliminated.
And they've got this plant. They can cover this from the nest. Just try to hold on to this one. It's not going to be an easy retake, you would imagine, from the side of Talon, especially if Governor is not able to hit another long-range shot as Lightning Fast will take the two of them out. Cruz and his buddy Surf are here, but it's just so difficult to try to defuse it in this situation.
They have a lockdown, but just two classics, not worth trying to commit to. Maybe they heard something or it's a decent read. Identifying that Lightning Fast is here around the backside. His way in through mid. Steadies the spray to be able to find one. And Russ will get the other. 3K there for the Sage as Global lock in 6 at least for the half.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff so far. Certainly was expecting this one to be a bit closer, but to be honest, GE came out strong, they came out fast, and Talon have not really been able to match them so far. Lightning Fast, a couple of really nice long-range shots. Obviously, this wasn't really even in terms of the firepower, but able to close it out with only one death and continue to take the lead. Governor is going to go back to the operator and hopefully try to get something going for the team, because at the moment, they don't really have much. Jitboys as well, just going to throw down a pit early. Say, you're not pushing A this time, at least not yet.
Still a little widely here for the moment. I mean, yes, Surf nearby, but it is Governor alone in a very forward position. Dash at the ready, but as the wall comes up, he has to back away. Space for now given. Dizzy, bounce back just for the easy recover. Looking for the peek, and there you go. It's a headshot on the Lightning Fast. Sage now gone. Given that the pit is on the opposite side of the map, it seems like they're still going to favor their chances here against Talon's Jet.
Still going to push on in. They have this Viper wall, and Governor with an operator behind that. Not in a great spot. And Polvi up top is going to get that long-range kill, even spraying him down. And now the wall is down, so perhaps Governor can hit something, but with the plant here, can be difficult.
You should run.
Okay, lockdown for lockdown. Stacking them in on top of each other, and I think even the timing is a little bit rough, but okay, well now they have to try to rush this one down. Surf so far forward is able to find one, but Polvi trades it back. Now it's Jitboys just recovering the operator. He's off one, but can he get the rest? Time ticking.
He's definitely gonna tap this one, trying to hold it all the way actually, but Russ is going to peek out at the exact right time. Knew that he had to hold, and that was the end of that. So 7-2 now for Global Esports, coming out really strong.
Yeah, they are starting to run away with this one, despite the efforts of Governor. There's a bit of a misidentification about where players could be. Cruz comes swinging out, around by Snowman. Polvi up on top, he's right over that Viper wall, and he's able to get the pick. One of the things I was going to say is I think that in all the chaos, it was so difficult to readjust, but there was a bit of a moment where we actually where Governor could have pulled the trigger and actually gotten rid of that wingman right before the plant went off. And that would have, hello again, that would have basically screwed Global Esports, because everybody was already in very disconnected post-plant positions. They would have had to have re-aggressed back up to grab the spike, as I was trying to read his lips and I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah, he's in the zone.
Do it
He's
again,
at least
Kai.
communicating this time. I really liked the shaky hand water bottle, but I guess that was a one-time thing. Can he hold it all the way? 5 seconds left.
He's trying to.
Oh, he blinked.
Granted, there's some bright
He's a
lights.
Valorant player.
There's some bright lights up there. You don't want to have your eyes dried out as you get ready to go into a round, especially when you have a very firm lead and you forced 2 timeouts out of your opponent in the first half.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. I mean, you can predict a team. You can even have all the predictions go one way, but especially when it is a clash of 2 teams that on paper could be similarly rated, it's like, well, GE just came out stronger to start, and so far we haven't really seen much out of Talon outside of, I guess, Governor and Jitboys. A couple of the guys is, man. He's going to still get the shot down. Nearly gets a second, but it's absolute massacre here from GE once again.
And that's a problem. It's one good kill and then otherwise a complete disaster class for Talon. Cruz and Governor falling to the wayside. I mean, granted, yes, this is an attempt at a thrifty, so losing the round, not necessarily the most unexpected thing, but just how quickly things fell apart, that's not a good sign. Surf checking forward, not spotting anything. Blaze King still here. We'll be able to get the headshot. Very solid. That range is, well, as one goes down, he will be replaced. But now Benkai dead as Surf finds another fantastic headshot.
Yeah, just tap on the heads, and I guess you'll be okay.
Well, Polby just zipping across the rope, distracts him. Swing onto the corner, cleanup comes through. Surf with everything now to do. 1v3 with just 36 health.
At least he's got a rifle at this point in time, but might just look for a little peek here. He does maybe see the hair of Lightning Fast. Definitely going to see him there.
It's on the shoulder, surely.
Yeah.
But otherwise, just no idea where they could be. Cross onto the rope. And, I mean, right now, these timings from Global have just been absolutely brilliant. Very much on point.
Yeah, they've definitely got their number here. I mean, they're pretty much maxed out on creds. I mean, we saw Russ was at least.
Oh, I mean, they're set for there's only 2 more rounds to be played out. They're set for the half.
Yeah.
Plenty to go around. This has just been huge. And I mean, right now, if you're Coach Spin, Coach Big Time, Global, you're just praying that your team doesn't start making silly mistakes, because from this point on, you just, not calling a timeout, you are just denying all communication, all intervention from Frost on the opposite side of the stage. Polby will get taken down, though, but now Governor, I believe, spotted as he was trying to get up alongside the box. It's a little bit of damage, but overall is okay. And doesn't go for the shot. Timing a little bit wonky there.
Yeah, I thought he had it, but not quite. Now Ban's looking at this angle, but he missed it entirely.
They're already up through this.
Yeah, they're going to get in. But now Ban's got an opportunity to kind of come in behind them, and that he will. He's going to take out Blaze King here. And Cruz still around, trying to feel the pressure from the 2 guys that are moving slowly towards the site.
2v4. Still going to be playing forward here. Boost on top of the wall, trying to see if they get any kind of pick. As that's going to be the thrash coming in. That's going to make for a very easy kill. The drop down, but the full flash connects in, but they still are not aware of it. Lightning Fast! Almost botched the play, but still comes up with the goods.
That was massive. It gives them a chance here, but Jip Boys coming in from behind. Lightning Fast picks up his 3rd. And now it's just a straight up 1-on-1. Spike is down on the ground, so Lightning Fast probably going to need to go for this kill, but it is Jip Boys to take him down real quick and pick up his 2nd and give Talon a small chance. At least a very nice round for them to take.
I mean, almost had the flick up, still got a shot there into Jip Boys' chest, but I mean, this was a 4v2. And to have it come down to a 1v1 while having no, stable economy at all, this is still catastrophic for Talon.
30 seconds.
They absolutely need to win this last round. And then the pistol after that. Operator back into the hands of Governor. But man, what a performance from Lightning Fast this has been so far.
He's certainly having a day out here, Governor.
Nice timing from Governor. Plays that Dizzy perfectly, draws out the knives, but again, it's one good pick into catastrophe.
Lightning Fast is just too good right now. Ban answers back, but immediately he is going to go down.
Gets dropped. I mean, he's just going to bleed out. There's no one nearby for a res, even if they were. He's just in such a poor position. 3 kills for Lightning Fast. Another res online, I believe. Maybe his 3rd of this half.
Yeah, sounds right. He's just, you get enough kills, you kind of just get extra members eventually.
And the first one on the Polby that did get punished. Surf now trying to see if he can do anything, but they just absolutely hound him down. Spike's not even planted, but they can go realistically wherever they want. It's only Jit Boys left alive. 2 snake bites and stuck here on the A site. Saying absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna...
They have a pit too, just to really say screw you, you're not winning this.
Might as well. Last round and a half.
30 seconds left.
Gonna plant this one. And Jit Boys soon going to get the bad news. And we'll see if he can pull off an absolute miracle in this round. Otherwise, we're looking at 9-3 in favor of GE from the attacker side of Icebox. And this was Talon's map pick as well. I mean, they chose this. They were confident to go into this one. GE move over to the attacker side, and they absolutely clobber them instead. Certainly not what Talon was expecting, I'd imagine.
No, I don't think so at all.
Well.
And Breeze on the horizon. I mean, yeah, let's just Caterpillar triple stack. It's just one after the other. 4 kills. Again, they're on the back end for Lightning Fast. Absolutely huge. And it feels like for the first time, Global will have something to be very happy about.
I mean, it's not a 10-2, it's not an 11-1 or 12-0, but 9-3, you'll take it. I mean, this is better than they've had, as you mentioned, and it's in the first map. It's right from the get-go. You're absolutely crushing your opponents. Talon are going to need to go back to the drawing board, or they're going to have a stellar attacking side. But based on what I've seen so far, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do much here.
It all has to start at a pistol, obviously. Allowed the first one to get away from them. That led to, you know, the anti-eco into the anti-bonus wins for the side of Talon. Or for GA, I should say. As Talon fighting, they need a little bit more of that energy here. Try to get themselves rallied back in.
We have seen some big comebacks in recent times.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It's not impossible.
It's definitely, you know, I want to say it's possible. I just don't think it's very probable. But, you know, we get it started. This pistol round is going to be the first big one, as you mentioned, because you go down to 11-3. Might just want to start packing up and thinking about that next map of Breeze. So let's see how this one is going to go. Lightning Fast has been exactly that. He's had the hot hands today. He is 18-6. And that's the least amount of deaths in the entire server, tied with 2 of his teammates. And he's also got support. As quickly coming out here. That's a quick kill from Polvi onto that one. They immediately massacre them out here, as now Russ as well just going to push on out. And man, this is just not even close.
Yeah, I mean, they catch Governor trying to go for the reload again. He gets a nice headshot, but then is completely and utterly surrounded. And this is just such a great crunch here from Global, just fully predicting exactly where this was going to end up going. They have the Sage Wall. I mean, I don't even know. You didn't have to invest in. There's so many credits invested in the pistol round. You could have just held on to it. You have such an advantage. But Lightning Fast says, nope, screw it. I'm going to get it back by just killing them.
Just kill them. I mean, yeah, he was incredible once again, and the rest of the team was right there to back him up. I was saying before, you know, it's not even just him. Obviously, he's the big stand-up, but Russ is right behind him. Even Polvi, even though he's died a bunch, he still has 11 kills. And Governor at 12, so only barely ahead. This one, just the entire team crunching in, as you mentioned. Polvi picking up 2 headshots with the ghosts up top, and then they just run through on the side. Doesn't really have to say anything, you know, the laugh tells it all. And I mean, what is Talon going to do now? They pick up, you know, some guns. They try to spend what they can. They don't want to fall too far behind in this one. And they're going to move pretty quickly towards this B site.
BlizzKing just looking to hold things down, sends out the bite. Spray through, Cruz dead. Full flash connecting, tries to backpedal. Governor with that Stinger is able to hound him down. Up though, the bridge is Russ.
Spike planted.
Finds the kill.
Yeah, I just don't think he's ever going to win that 1v1 with the gun that he had. But just trying to see what he could get. Maybe a lucky spray comes down or something. And now Jip Boys is going to look straight at the Dizzy and immediately die. As everybody on the side of GE just swarming the site and easily going to pick up this 11th round for them. And they are winning very dominantly. They're also winning very quickly. A lot of these rounds just kind of pressing W at them.
Yeah, I mean, from the crunch into just the full run in here from Talon, just getting picked apart. It is very fast, but I mean, the bigger issue here is just the commitment, you know, economically by Talon, buying down, trying to catch them off guard, but losing a player right there on the entry. I mean, you can see things right now. The awareness it's severely lacking. As Lightning Fast just swings out, mows them down, and now to try and stop Global from getting up to map point. 3 sheriffs, 4 sheriffs, and a Stinger.
Yeah.
Correct myself.
You already bought, as you mentioned before, and
Hello.
nice little angle here.
Hello.
With the Outlaw, gonna pick up 2, easy peasy. Polvi has been utilizing those high angles all game long.
I mean, I get it. You have that Sheriff. You say, like, okay, I can get this headshot. I can get the lineup, but Polvy's just got such better line of sight, such just more protection, more armor, etc. Unless you're going to insta-tap him,
My ult's ready.
you're not going to get that kill. Now, Polvy might be getting an ace. He's on the hunt for it.
Yeah. He's going to be moving out first here. He wants it, but Tip Boys will deny him with a quick shot with the Sheriff. Make it 2.
Okay.
All right, Tip Boys. I mentioned before, you know, it was Governor and Jit Boys.
Jit Boys ace?
You know, there's still a chance. And he has denied any chance of the enemy ace.
I mean, they're just giving him space. They say, yeah, go ahead, plant wherever you want. We'll wait until we have confirmation, and then we will just come at you 3v1.
Yeah. No reason to give him, you know, 1-by-1. You don't want to give him 3 more 1v1s in this one. He has picked up the Outlaw and is going to be moving in onto the site. Getting this early plant down. They should be able to hear this. And some spray even coming through from the screens. And let's see if Dip Boys can somehow keep them in this.
Problem is they've been so quiet. He has no idea if they're flanking, if they're already on an angle. The Snakebite hearing the wingman, maybe suspecting that it was going for the defuse, but it is not. So that one will just be waited out as a full 3-man push, and Russ spotting enough the gun barrel to be able to take him down. Decent effort, decent Sheriff shots coming through there from Jit, but it is not enough to rescue the round. Global now 13-3, looking to close things out so very dominantly here on Icebox.
Well, could absolutely be 13-3 if they do get one more. Polvy started this one out with 3 kills, picks up a 4th here as well. Excellent angle, and then he goes for the 5th, dies. Jit Boys tries to pull off a miracle. They see his gun, and Polvy still feeling pretty happy about this one. One more round away. At least Talon was able to buy this time, but it's not. I'm not feeling it, Achilles.
I mean, to be frank, them buying hasn't mattered much at all.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you find yourself at a 13-3 deficit. 12-3 deficit, excuse me. I revealed the script.
Yeah. You're not supposed to read off the script. You read it before, and then, you know.
Yeah, that's sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I messed up. Lightning Fast just lobbing in that slow. I'm going to be rotating around towards Raptors here on A. As for now, they do have the sight. Jit Boys trying to hold things down from behind. Does get one onto Russ. Suspects the 4th position, but Benkai ahead of that Snakebite. Does manage to find the headshot, and that can be a weapon upgrade for him.
Polvy wants to get in. Lightning Fast going to start it up, but
that does not deny full line of sight.
Yeah.
Cruz can get enough shots through to be able to find that one. Governor now trying to challenge. Benkai takes him down. King falling. The upshot will whiff, and Benkai looking for it. Takes Cruz to 35, but Cruz with a 4K will keep them alive as Talon not done yet.
Not yet. They do pick up a 4th round. It was relatively clean. I wish I could have seen more plays like this earlier on in this map, but taking a long while to, I suppose, heat up and get ready. Didn't quite catch what he said there, but...
Yo, you want the op?
Oh. I guess that is a question you could ask. If you're trying to pull off 9 rounds in a row for the big-time comeback.
Speaking of op, Polvy will have one. Let's eat that 0 point. Just stomping around. And no one really pushing forward. I'm just checking if he's going to be in a potentially punishable position up close. Polvy looking like he wants to get into one of those positions here.
Entire team outside of Surf is rotating over towards the B site. There's only Blaze King holding down that angle, as he has been for the majority of this defensive side. Just a slow push coming on in towards B. As the wall goes up. Blaze King, let's see if he can get another blind shot through the wall. That would be nice.
0 point checks close yellow, nothing spotted there. The Thrash now out, Governor up on top. Here on this B side, he's able to find an opener, but Benkai comes in the opposite side of Orange, finds the kill, and Russ is right back into the mix, and now it's going to be a 5v4. Pit committed, though.
Yeah, Pit committed, and they...
Ooh, Surf. I
do like how they wait for that.
Benkai's watching for this, though.
Uh-oh. That's going to be the end of him. And now, just going to be a straight-up play here on the site. A lot of stuff on the ground. Ban is going to pick up the 1 kill, but Benkai picks up his 3rd, and now Polvi up top, looking to rain down hell with the knives.
One enemy remaining.
Does move in. And that is going to be Benkai denied from his ace, but it will not be GE denied from the win. They pick up the 13-4 on this first map. And again, that was Talent's pick, and they just got rocked on this one. They're really going to have to go back to the drawing board because GE have showed up tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like, unfortunately for Talent, a similar read to one that they had, or that they thought they had back in kickoff, which was running Sova on Split, I believe versus DRX. You know, thinking that they have a solid understanding about how they like to play this, and okay, the Sova allows us to do X, Y, and Z to, you know, really break down their setups, and then it just didn't find any value whatsoever. So whatever the read was here, whatever the game plan was, Global, they completely pivoted away from it, and they denied any value for Talent. But now let's hand it back over to the analyst as to break down the action from Icebox.
Global Esports with a very convincing win on Icebox. Those of you at the Global Esports watch party, put your hands in the air because Global won Talent's Icebox map pick.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely dominant showing as well. I think that's the convincing part, right? Yes, they've won the Icebox before against Zeta Division, but this was like steamrolling through Talent on their own map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. The pacing for Global here was just next level right now. They were just, I think, on some kind of new gear that they found in this particular map and just never let go in terms of how well they just, again, been pushing on those sites.
They had full control the entire time, and lightning fast especially.
Yes.
Very impactful on this map.
This is why you maybe go back and look and kind of question, why did this pick come through in the first place? I mean, sure, you get all the first kills, but you're not able to carry through. We saw exactly what we talked about in terms of the compositions, right? GE, happy to just wait for that util to come out, then they can just swarm back into the site. And Lightning Fast, you saw how confident he was to push these timings when he was playing against Zeta as well. He understands this map at the angles and how he can protect himself with his own utility, and we saw it happen once again against Talent.
Yeah, two things here. I think it was pretty prevalent throughout this entire first map is that it feels like even though, sure, Talon get a couple of these first kills here and there, GE somehow manages to get the better map control, whether it's because Talon are just a little bit too slow in trying to get that quick rotation, or they immediately lose that kind of initial fight that we were talking about. Maybe they get that first kill, but then they get traded like 3 back, and then that allows Global Esports to just rummage back into the site. This has happened so many times, and there was also this example where on that pistol round, Polvi gets into Kitchen, gets the first pick, opens up the B site, and then Talon just have no answer for that.
Yeah, and I think the scoreboard shows exactly what we were just talking about, right? I mean, you mentioned it. Sure, you might get first kills, but are you getting trades afterwards? 0 first kills for Lightning Fast out of 24. That just goes to tell you that he is just there to back up the team and re-clear the site every single time. Only 8 deaths on that stage. I mean, another game where one of the players doesn't really have much to do. I mean, Blaze King can just sit there and turn up his tuck screen, pull it back down, and then he's able to win the game.
They had them read every step of the way. Every single round, they knew what they were going to do. Even on when Talon was on the defense, there were the 2 of them, Benkai and Blaze King, just waiting there, knowing that Poli was going to push out.
This is just one of those
Governor
games.
was going to push out. Yeah.
This is just one of those games where Global Esports was dictating everything, and I think no one is gonna deny me this. Lightning Fast's walls also just is the perfect separation tool for whatever Talon wants to do. They keep getting split apart by this, and you kind of see that when they're pushing up into the A side. Some players from Talon, oh, we're willing to push out through rafters, and then the players on screens will have to break down the wall. That's a couple of seconds where they really can't, support their teammate, and then it just goes falling apart here for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, moves like this as well, where Lightning Fast, he just decides to create space on his own. One thing I've noticed is Lightning Fast, both on the A and B side, he's very willing to use verticality to his advantage, which is a huge buff on Icebox. I mean, this map is about verticality. That's why some teams still kind of tinker with things like the Omen. And with the Sage, obviously, you can get those timings with the walls. Povey hitting some good shots as well. But the most important thing to me is the double peaks were so clean from GE on this map. They were actually swinging out in tandem. They were actually hitting their shots. They're covering for each other. That's what you've been wanting to see from this team that seems to come in with good plans, but some weak execution in their past matches.
Yes, it's exactly what we wanted to see from Global Esports, and I'm kind of liking every time we see Sage appear in Pacific. It's been awesome every single time.
It's battle sages.
Exactly, from Divai on the Sunset stage, Jing also on the Icebox stage, and now Lightning Fast twice now on the stage, just looking phenomenal. And we are going to be going into Breeze on our next match. Global hasn't shown anything yet, but Talon, they need to win this, or else it's Jover.
Yeah. Yes.
What?
It's Jover.
Jover.
It's over.
Over.
Yeah. Oh man, we gotta catch you up on the memes,
Yeah.
man.
Okay,
like
thank
this
you.
is an oldie.
I'm
this is
hella
an
puzzled.
oldie.
But absolutely, because the thing is, the last time we saw Talon here, it was their debut match. We were all like, wow, Governor is insane on
Yes.
the Neon, and then that was against Team Secret. The second series where they played Breeze against Team Secret again, it felt like they got figured out. So is this just the one bright burning game on this? Are they going to bring another composition because it might not be working as much anymore? What's going to be the adjustment here for Talon coming into Breeze?
You gotta imagine that there's probably a new composition. I'm actually a big fan of the Neon that they brought out. I thought it had a lot of legs to go with it. I thought they had some good ideas. But again, it's very reliant on Governor not only creating space, but also picking up the kills. So I think maybe a little bit more stability. That's what we're looking for on the Talon side. But the real question is GE, did they prepare against the Neon, or do they have a read on the composition that Talon maybe cooked up during that off time at Masters Madrid?
That is definitely the question. And you know what else is the question? The question is, what are you going to pick for the guessing game?
How high will I go on the ranks of guessing game? That's the question.
Well,
All right, what have we got?
the question is map 2, who's going to be the pistol round winner for both the first and the second half? And you do have an option now if it's a 1-1 draw. You know, they win a pistol round each. And
Wait,
it doesn't
who's attacking first? Do we know? It's I forgot.
But they're gonna play
Excuse me.
both pistols anyway.
Yeah.
Wait, so but I can answer like 1-1. That's why I'm asking who's
Oh.
attacking first.
Oh, okay.
Or wait,
okay.
does it have to be specific on like which round they
No.
win?
No,
Or-
no,
okay,
just
okay.
the pistol. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay,
First,
okay,
First
okay.
and 13th round.
All right,
Alright,
okay, thank you.
I know Jess Goat is also doing a Talon watch party. Curious about Jess's vote here. She's been with us on the desk here in Pacific before.
I need to bring back my Immortal, man. I feel so empty right now. There's like an abyss in the pit of my stomach that just will not go away.
Just for everyone to know, please do not attach your identity to your rank. Don't do that. That doesn't sound very good for your self-esteem.
But Valorant.
Valorant's very important. That is true. All right. All right.
You guys ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's show it.
Oh, can I do this?
Yeah.
That was an
That's,
option.
I mean,
1-1, okay,
20% of our viewers have voted for that.
Astra, you're perpetually confused about the game rules. Yes!
I'm so
How did
confused.
Astra get all the way up to 7? I just don't understand.
I got lucky.
So we all have different answers here. Let's
Yeah.
start with you, Asarai. We'll go down the line here.
I just feel like whoever's going to be on the attacking team will just win that pistol. Because of how open Breeze is. Yeah, there's so many options
Fair
for you to
enough.
attack. Yeah.
That's fair. That's a
Yeah,
fair.
I know I talked at length about how Talon's probably going to switch their comp, but then if they do bring out the Neon, I think you gotta give it to the Neon. Just barging into any fight, creating space, and getting kills, maybe even using the Frenzy for some of those close quarter kills.
Also very viable. These are very viable. But I think I'm going to be right here with Global Esports because they are the pistol kings. They're
True.
always winning their pistols.
True.
Hopefully they, I don't know, they win more than pistols because sometimes it doesn't go on after that.
Yeah, this is another one of those where Coach Spin is like, well, I don't know if the pistol wins really matter that much because sometimes it doesn't quite work out for us.
Global is one of those things that is an outlier in the whole stats board, and I know it just puts all your Excel sheets in a frenzy, just like Neon's going to be
Just like
using
Neon,
to
yep.
get their first pistol round there. So these are our votes. I don't know what you guys think.
The majority voted for GE, I think.
Oh, yes,
but we
right.
had a bit of a split between us two.
Well, me and Wingman, the audience, are correct.
Me and the
right,
20%ers
This
are
is,
also correct.
We shall see.
This
We
game
shall
is
see.
not meant to have
Divide
any
us?
real.
No, it means
okay.
everything.
Okay.
I was just waiting to get
So-
on the desk for this game specifically.
So whoever wins this definitely has the biggest
Yes.
brain.
Oh,
the
absolutely.
biggest brain,
Absolutely.
for sure. So Asarai has the biggest brain.
For now.
Big brain Asarai. We are going to go to Asian picks. Let's gamble on this. Are we going to see a Neon?
Oh boy, part of me wants to see them continue to build on it because I really liked the ideas.
Oh, no neon.
No neon. But still sticking with the Euro for ban, which I thought was pretty solid.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, he does create a lot of attention whenever he plays around a map, which could be good here because that could disrupt the massive map control we have been seeing from Global Esports.
Yeah, and of course, this also means that with no swap in the players, Cruz will be playing that Sova, still IGLing that team, and Surf will have to go on to that Cypher. My eyes are on him. How much can he anchor or even go for those aggressive lurks? The timings are so crucial on Breeze when you want to dig deep into mid or elbow, things like that as that Cypher.
Also, I believe the last time that we saw them, it was Lenny that was playing her talent here, right? So this is the first time we're seeing Surf on Breeze. That could be a big, again, a big deal for talent here.
And of course, one of the OG Cyphers, Benkai, returning to his home turf there onto that Cypher for GE as well. Going with the KO. Personally, I favor the Euro a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, I favor Benkai's stare down contest. All right, is it going to be another point for the Alpha Group this weekend? We're going to go into our second map. Global Esports versus Talon. Let's go over to our casters.
Thank you very much. Let us jump into the action here once again. Maybe for the last time tonight. If Global can pull off a 2-0, what a statement it would be. What a bounce back it would be given the rocky start. But last time that we saw Global play this map, it was at Convergence, an off-season tournament. And it did go the distance against Furia, 14-12 in a loss. That was, of course, without Benkai there present. Let's see how they fare now, showing it for the first time here in VCT.
I'm sure that Talon, you know, after the way that first map went, it's going to be pretty mentally defeating, right? You got to really try to bounce back, take that break time in between the maps to just try to reset yourself, just try to say, okay, well, that one didn't count. I mean, it does, but try to convince yourself that, okay, we're starting from scratch. Let's just try to take it from here. And they're going to start off in a pretty good spot already. They're just going to plant this one down at the pyramids. And right now, trying to round the corner, but Jitboys is right here. He's only going to get the one. And Blaze King does trade that one back as, let's see how this one does go. Ban gets the rotation, picks up two quick shots to end that one. And now it's just Russ and Blaze King, and now Russ is gone. So a much cleaner first round here to the side of Talon. And Blaze King, I mean, he's going to pick up one, but this one is certainly in Talon's favor.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the kind of start that you want to see. And some teams have some pretty huge bounce backs after getting relatively slaughtered on a map prior. Talon is going to be able to pull that off, but this is a good start. I mean, Ban just getting all the way around here, basically zero thoughts, paid to where he could be. Finishes the job that started.
We had the mini game, right? Already, the 65% fan vote plus Victoria knocked out because Talon did pick up the first pistol round. So still a chance for Aserai to go 1-1, and also, of course, a chance for the Talon voters to pick up both. But we'll have to wait and see how that does go once we do get to our second pistol round in the second half.
Almost like winning the mini game is like winning a minor jackpot on a slot machine. Just, some people get lucky, and then others just, you know, you just keep putting quarters into that thing. Showing my age. Quarter slot machines.
Quarters.
They still exist somewhere.
They do, I'm sure.
Most of them are digital, though.
We did have a pretty interesting stack here. Mid near the pillar, just trying to catch someone off guard who was lurking in mid, but not able to pick anyone off with that cheeky little stack. Everybody's got a classic here on the side of GE anyway, so just waiting to see if they can overpower them with 4 classics.
I can tell that Talon, they are expecting some form of a stack, some form of aggression to come through. Ban now pushing up onto the B site, will get darted. And the majority of the squad is here as, okay, swings onto the wall, will get taken down. But now they know that Exec is getting ready to come through here on the A site. There's no time to go and try to recover that Sheriff, so will just be left on the floor. Surf with a quick shot, comes up with a kill. That's going to be Benkai taken down. As Lightning Fast will be able to find a second elimination with Governor now dropped. It's a Vandal on the ground. Jitboys opening up the door, drags across effectively to find Blaze King. And is very quick to clean up Lightning Fast. So overall, 2 kills. The Duelist is going to be taken down here in the round, but not too concerning here for Talon, as they will be able to carry those weapons forward.
Yeah, still a pretty fun and interesting round, I guess, from the side of GE, you know, trying to get whatever they can, get some extra money.
seconds left.
Eventually, they just ran into the better firepower. Jit Boys picking up 2. I think Surf got 2. And just able to close this one out. So 2-0 now to the side of Talon. And Global Esports, everybody going with the half armor here and the rifles.
Oh, Van going for a Bucky, but yeah, he's just going to be leaving that one down on the floor very quickly as Polvi hounds him down here in shop. Pick up on the orb. Crew's going to be trying to get that Hunter's Fury online as quickly as he can, and we'll just take the Bucky for himself. Now he's a true hunter.
I suppose. Governor, very nice peek here on a Polvi. Gonna win the Jet versus Jet battle. Always very important, of course.
Gotta assert that
who's the better
dominance.
Jet?
Only we had. Why can't Barracks track that stat?
Yeah. That's all I care about, honestly. We do have a bit of a rotation over here from Talon towards B.
And they're getting a decent sense of this. I mean, the push out of double doors here in the mid. Their sights turned up towards elbow quite just yet as Benkai gonna come dropping down and spotted. They were hearing the footsteps from Russ, so attention was paid. They're deeper into mid. And that allows them to get one apiece. Now Crew's trying to go for the plant, pop up here onto the half wall. There's the one tap, lightning fast, able to put him down as Governor looking for that headshot, but can't quite find it now. In a very poor position. Will get flushed out into the open by the snake bite, and Global will go ahead and pick up their first round win.
Yeah, gonna hold on to 4 guns as well. Pretty clean one there to deny the bonus, and they are finally on the board here. GE feeling pretty good about the way that round did go, especially the double crossfire. I suppose it's a single crossfire because, you know, it's only 2 dudes. Either way, they do get the 2 kills there in the elbow, and that essentially just take a bunch of firepower out of the push. And you can hear that they were pretty happy, but we just get a little giggle from Benkai as his teammates were cackling.
Ult now out. They don't have that Hunter's Fury to go alongside it. So for now, it's just going to be Ban opening things up. Jit Boy's watching for this push out. He's able to find it. Anticipates that it's not going to be unescorted. Thinks better about sending out that snake bite. Holds it now for the post plant. See how necessary it's going to be, though. Swing out. Oh, what a readjustment. Blaze King taken down. Lightning fast spotting one, but isn't ready for the follow-up. And takes his head off, and that is going to be Benkai and Russ having to hightail it back over to the B side and get ready to save.
Yeah, just get out of there. And very nicely done by Jit Boys. He was the guy who, you know, it was 13-4 on the last map, but Jit Boys towards the end, obviously alongside of Governor, were the 2 guys that actually were getting some nice performances. Jit Boys was pretty clutch, whereas Governor was kind of the first kill kind of player. So nice to see that Jit Boys still on his aim, still on his game here, moving into the second map. And this is already almost as many rounds as they got in the first map.
Very true. One more to go to break that, but I mean, yeah, just really good readjustment to be able to find those kills, stop that value from coming in. Operator now going to be online, though. Or Polvi, courtesy of Blaze King. See what kind of use he can get out of it. As I see Cruz 0, 1, and 2. What kind of killless IGL are you going to be here, Cruz? Right side flick would be a hell of an adjustment, and he tries for it, but cannot make it happen. Governor takes him down. And in the meantime, going to be caught over by B. But now they need to try to reinforce A. Blaze King alone here on the site.
That was pretty aggressive on that one. And now we got Blaze King in a really rough spot. He's being attacked from 3 different angles. Talon will make their way onto the site. Russ, slowly but surely, trying to sneak his way in.
Planted.
We have this Viper wall set up, though, and that is going to make things much more difficult for him, as everybody on the side of Talon's just going to back away and hold on to this angle.
Looking for the aggro push in, but there's plenty of covering fire here. Russ does back away, keeping his life intact as he continues to swing out. Lucky to be alive there. So he committed it with that 0 point. Jit Boys now, and the bite's going. Lightning Fast is taking pot shots at him, but Jit Boys just draws the weapon down, finds the kill. Still alive with 28 HP, now one off that pit. That spike is detonating. Benkai and Russ once again know it as they try to rotate out, but this time there are hunters making their way in. Governor swinging around looking for them. And just outside of bridge here. Looks like they will go unnoticed for now.
So 4 rounds for Talon. Able to double their round score today. And they're looking much better. You know, jokes aside, I think that this is certainly the talent that we kind of expected to show up today. And it's not just Governor, it's not just Jip Boys, although those two are kind of still doing a great job so far. And that's going to be a timeout already called here by Global Esports.
Yeah, needing to pump the brakes here. Don't want to allow this to stretch away any more than it already is. Granted, I mean, the majority of the time we're going to be seeing teams picking up most of their rounds on that attack half, which is why it's all the more important to just slow things down and try to get as many defender side wins as you possibly can. I think 5, pretty much what you're going to be looking for at a minimum here for Global.
Absolutely, they're going to have to turn things around right now if they want to have a chance to do that. And no Benkai Cam this time around. This, I suppose, probably some more in-depth and serious discussions going on the Global Esports side. Maybe we'll have another opportunity to get another Benkai Cam rather a little bit later on, as the wonderful map of Breeze being shown off here. We do have Governor with his ult ready to go. Let's see if he does utilize that here. Let's see the high tripwire last time around set up on the B site, but this time around it is going to be Benkai over on A. So mixing it up.
A little bit of a change up, but
Standing ahead.
Does put some more pressure here on Polvi. Granted, no one really playing towards that side of the map quite just yet. Just Surf tucked away over near window. It's glass cannon, so heavy risk here for Global. Absolutely need this to try to pay off after the timeout commitment as well.
He's just on the back of B, waiting for the push. Relatively passive setup, although there is Russ, who is pushing down pretty far here to see what he can see. That has not necessarily gone well for Global Esports when they've been in this position, but you note that he's not peeking out. He's just waiting to see if anyone is going to enter that area of the map.
He's just sat back for the time being, as we'll be able to destroy that camera. This is going to be Talon getting fanned out across mid, and B main getting ready to move up into the site. Wall now going to be placed. Polvi dash at the ready. Here's them pushing through tunnel.
30 seconds
left. Oh, there's the pop flash sent in by the Yord. Tries to go for the peak. Tries to go for the no-scope shot. Not going to be able to find a kill there. Lightning Pass able to come up with 2 before getting taken down by Jit Boys. Blaze King at the same time finding Ban. Man advantage here for the side of Global.
Spike planted.
As the pit, though, looks to turn the tides. Now in Governor's hands. He's getting marked here by that Sova drone. So has the knife to try to play around with, just waiting for his opportunity. Jit Boys, though, finding Benkai. That brings it now into a 2v2. Jump peek there. Russ spotted. Goes in for the operator. Just to the side, but Jit Boys continues to keep it equalized.
Yeah, Jit Boys has an immense amount of control over this one. He is going to pop out, picks up his 4th kill on the round at the same time. And it's all about Jit Boys now. Picks up a 5th round win here for Talon.
Absolutely fantastic footwork there from Jit Boys. Just constantly repositioning. Hit. Just fearlessly planting that one in. Knew that it was going to be winnable. And ends up playing this out beautifully. The bite to just further delay time. And it just wins out on the fight. 5-1. Talon, just, breaking down Global in every single way. The operator lost. Knives now pulled here from Polvi. Anticipating that recon dart here. As that 0 point will confirm that there's no one playing up in the shop quite just yet.
Yep, not just yet. Governor going down the hallway here, seeing what he can see. Seems like he saw something, pings it. But yeah, nobody going to be there. And now Polvi pushing out. He's got the setup. Mentioned Russ just waiting for it. Let's see when they
just
finally
around
do
the corner. And there's the first headshot up over the top. Turns. Oh, a couple shots there. The shorty looking for the elimination as things are getting crazy. Connor gets the headshot, and he almost manages to get out. Russ eventually will find the punish, but damn, that took a lot longer than it should have.
Yeah, that was chaos incarnate right there. There was so much smoke and just both jets jumping up into the air, going head-to-head. Eventually, they both do fall. But at the meanwhile, TLN was pushing in onto the B site. And now it's going to have to be a 3v3 retake here. It's not going to be too easy. They don't have too much utility either. Just kind of the Sova. They're trying to clear out that back of the site.
Boys just playing elusively, dodging out on that dart. Van sat back in main, will be found. Shot comes through, and a chance here for the side of GE as Chit Boys is trying to get it done once again. Sees the shoulder to try to interrupt it, and Russell, 6 HP. Will just barely manage to stay alive in that round and get the defuse. That is a big sigh of relief as Global Esports pull off the Thrifty with 0.24 seconds to spare.
Yeah, not even close, they'll say, but that was incredibly close. Even from the beginning of the round, too, this fight over here, we had very back and forth, made it 3v3, long range kill from Russ, and then he barely clutches it out. Says, let's go, guys. Second round picked up here by the side of GE, but it does feel like the first map, just the opposite, right? Where it just feels like, okay, they're getting like one round here and there, but nothing consistent. So Global Esports really have to try to string at least one more together to get some kind of momentum.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Talon right now is exactly where Global need to be. Pit will dissuade, push up, out of elbow, Polvi able to find Ban. Good opening kill here for Global. Russ just holding, thinking about sending that 0 point. And he placed it in tunnel, might have gotten all the information that he was seeking. Well, the jump peak, that'll tell him even more.
Yeah, they do know that somebody's back there, but now he's got to be able to suppress pretty much everybody in there.
Getting drawn, but looks like Ford here is lightning fast. Yep, turns his sights back over to main. Realizes that this was going to be a bit of a pinch and finds that kill. Russ gets Governor. Attempted the plant, but has to be pulled off of there. Cruz realizing that he's going to have to either fight into this or just stay tucked away as they go for a save. Well, 4 on the enemy team now. Surf does manage to take down 1.
Yeah, this is pretty difficult for him to actually clear out as he's slowly decaying as well. And now they're going to know he's still here. And it's just rough for Cruz. Not looking very likely. He's going to tap the spike and nearly get his head taken off from multiple different angles. Now he's seen Benkai, he's seen Polvi as well. Takes the first one.
I mean,
there's 4 seconds left.
The problem is he's going to try to camp this operator, but never mind. Benkai just swings in and does manage to take him down. If he just stayed put and been able to win the fight, Benkai might not be able to carry that one forward. Cash-wise, they could have had a purchase coming in, but all right, Global. It will be them winning 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, first time so far. Trying to make things interesting. Polvi, a very nice first peek here into elbow, and then lightning fast holding down the pit. Some long-range shots here. And then eventually they just take out Cruz, who was left alone.
Let's see if they can make it happen again here. 3 in a row, or if Talon can get themselves up to 6. I was going to say, Dimensional Drift available. Cruz does have the Hunter's Fury to go in alongside it. Looks like for now he's just pushing forward. As it's going to be Hunter's Fury out here from Blaze, and he manages to find Governor of all people. He's hounding down that jet. Chit Boys, though, on this lurk. This could be devastating. Global spots 1. It's going to be lightning fast to get down, but Ban now fallen, but Russ does get cleaned up.
Yeah, they had already pushed in, but able to really take some power out of this push regardless, as now could be able to spot where they are, and Talon just have to run out of this one and just rotate away. They still have a lot of time. It was a pretty quick push onto that A site.
And they are committing to this rotation. I thought maybe they would allow for the double pump to come through on that neural theft and then shift back to A. Just gamble whether or not they can run into, fewer players, but Polvi already here. He's going to get picked out. Ooh, nasty shot through the wall. And Jit Boys has the finisher. Off now, gone. Benkai, however, finds Crew Surf. Taken down by Blaze King. And now it is all on Jit Boys to try to find the clutch once more.
Well, if there's one guy on the side of Talon that you can rely on right now, it is the 14-4 Jit Boys, who has kind of taken the throne on top, even ahead of Governor, his teammate. And
around,
turn, he gets
spotted.
And that will be him going down to Blaze King. Blaze King just barely able to stop that. But Jit Boys had a really nice angle, and it was close.
Well, can get the defuse, has enough time to rotate over to grab the operator as well behind the half wall. We'll be able to carry that forward into the next round, but Global now bringing this deficit down to just a single round after getting 3 in a row. And I mean, this pick, it was basically everything for them to get things started. Governor getting taken out somehow, some way by that Hunter's Fury. The first domino to fall.
A very interesting laugh there. And now a timeout from the side of Talon. You know, 3 rounds in a row. Kind of get some of those bad memories from map 1 where you lost a bunch, and they want to stem the tide early on with this timeout and not allow them to gain any more momentum.
Oh. Still, obviously a better situation for Talon, not having to use both of them in the first half. So 1 apiece remaining for both of these squads. Timeouts haven't been the most impactful here today. See how they fare, whether or not they're going to be able to pick up some more rounds. Because if this does start going the other way, a 6-6, a 7-5 in Global's favor, that's when you start becoming a bit more concerned here for Talon. Need to be very creative with the plays that they go for, given that they have that double duelist.
Yeah, let's see what the plan is here after that timeout. As it does look like they're setting up towards potentially a mid push, some pings coming down as well.
Yes, this should.
But let's just wait and see. We do have Benkai back here on the B site, so they have gone back to that. As meanwhile, trying to use that verticality once again, but Polvi's going to have his head taken off by the opposing jet. That is Governor.
Yep, distracted by 1. Governor pushes up towards shoot, is able to find the headshot, and that's going to be the operator now down, not getting that initial burst of value that we had seen previously. And everybody aside from Surf, who's on a very deep lurk, starts making their way here in towards B. Pressure does come down. That's a fake out coming through. Looking at the flash. Russ able to stabilize. Does find 1. Swing out. Gets himself a second before getting taken down by Governor. That's a decent recovery here, keeping things even at 3-3.
It was a very nice re-swing out there. And now Benkai, he's still in the back of the site. They have not been able to clean this out, and he picks up another one.
But here comes Surf.
Headshot through the wall.
But how patiently can you play this? Benkai, he was just looking in this direction. He's got the read. At least it would seem so. And depending on the timing, well, Benkai's service is no longer needed in that round. Blaze King will just be able to take down Surf as he swings the corner. And suddenly, we are all tied up. 5-5. Global Esports, 4 rounds consecutively. Now in a position to take the lead.
Yeah, so I guess this first guy, I really like how he swings back out. And so he's just kind of in a position that was unexpected. He's able to just barely pick up a second kill. Gives time to Benkai as well. And then Blaze King, of course, in 3v1. They read where Surf was, and they take him out pretty easily. Was that 4 rounds as well after the GE timeout?
They lost the follow-up off the timeout and then won 4.
Get out of my
So
way.
not going to contribute to the stats, but
Both teams not having a, not getting a win after the timeout so far on this map.
Yeah. Still going to be feeling pretty happy about the way things have gone in the last 5 or so rounds. 4, I guess. And Talon certainly going to have to get something going, but this might not be the round to do it with a bunch of sheriffs. And unless Governor can really pop off in a big way. As he has been the other guy outside of Jit Boys to really carry this team, as I've mentioned many a time already. Governor looking, he knows Russ was right there. He's just begging someone to peek him.
Well, Polvi peeking down, able to find 1. Crew's eliminated, dashes back here behind orange boxes. Governor makes his way forward, but as he pushes through the wall, Blaze King just takes his head off. Not fast enough. Ban, though. Very quick. Catching lightning fast there, top stairs. Polvi going to be swapping over as Jit Boys finds yet another Sheriff shot. Ban, you have to drag across. Polvi eventually able to find that bullet.
30 seconds left.
Gets a connect. Forced back now as the flash, the 0 point, everything sent their way. With just 2 players remaining, Global Esports know exactly where Surf and Jit Boys are at.
Yeah, absolutely. It was looking pretty hopeful. You know, Ban getting the 1 pick off. He got the headshot from Jit Boys. But that's about it. And now they're taking a bunch of damage as they enter the site. Even going to commit now that he picks up a gun.
They have to get this one planted. Jit Boys will be able to get this one on the ground, but this is a bold commitment. With 1 more round left in this half, they decide to send it to try to win this one out.
Yeah. Just a full send. Polvi's going to get his head taken off, and now that's 2 to Surf. And Jit Boys cleans it up. And the Thrifty comes through. It absolutely pays off for Talon.
Unbelievable. I mean, the call to just send that in with 8 seconds remaining. Down below half HP, Surf somehow comes away with 2 kills before dying, making it all the easier for this final shot to come in from Jit. And that has got to be a good feeling.
It's down, guns up.
And a Thrifty at that.
Could absolutely tell from that reaction. A huge round to go their way. It's getting pretty worrisome, but they stop GE in their tracks. And now they're coming in here pretty quickly.
They heard that coming through. Blaze King does manage to react fast enough to find one, but Russ going to be taken down as Cruz finds him with that Hunter's Fury. Ben Kai sending in his own ult, but Surf able to find the punish. Knives flying, Polvi takes him down to 24 HP, and suddenly, I mean, it's a blinking missing round as we're down to now a 1v1.
Oh, the angle! Lightning fast! Excellently done. Just moves over to the left, and he gets a headshot there to end it all with the 1v2. So now, we really are all tied up once again, 6-6.
At 6-6, I think this has been a fantastic recovery from Global Esports compared to how things began. I mean, you think back to it, it was 5-1. Talon have only been able to get 1 additional round, and it took Jit Boys and Surf just having a big pair of cojones. Let's just say, like, you know, throwing that neural theft into that 11th round with 8 seconds remaining on the clock and then being able to clutch it out. That is unexpected. That is just clutch factor right there from those players. But Talon not able to capitalize on that early lead. They've allowed a way for Global to get back into this game, and that could very well be their undoing.
Van Carey did have a nice shot in that 1 round that they won in the last.
Oh yeah, I mean the shot onto, I think it was lightning fast, up on stairs.
Yeah.
It's really snappy.
Guardian headshot. Kept it interesting, kept it close enough for his teammates to close it out. And now we move on to the second pistol round. So minigame back in the focus for just 1 round.
It's the most important thing.
Will it be Asarai or will it be William to be correct?
Well, we shall see, as both teams going for some pretty hefty investments as far as firepower is concerned. Half armor for Jit, but 2 ghosts, 2 sheriffs here for Talon, 3 sheriffs for the side of Global.
Yeah, it's you know, there's a lot of long angles, as our analysts were talking about on this kind of map. You know, you want to be able to try to tap on some heads from range, and it's going to allow you to do that as long as you are crispy, which Ban is. Polvi able to trade that one back.
Surf getting shot there through the wall, loses his armor and 25 of his health, but Polvi down to 50 is worse for wear. For now, Global going to start inching their way forward here in towards mid. Cruz and a very deep lurk around the back. See if he spots anything making its way towards shop. But just going to be a drift across cannons now over towards B, where Cruz, or rather Surf, is going to be waiting.
Polvi's got a very long angle here, but playing quite defensively on the back of the B side, as you oftentimes see them doing. Not going to be able to see anyone just yet, as the camera going to spot Russ. That was just pushing on in.
Polvi not able to spot anything there. Cruz just now making his way over towards it. defenders or that attacker side is Russ able to find Surf. Jitboy's going to get one, but Russ comes up with 3. A monstrous breakthrough here on this B site as Cruz now last man standing. Do they suss out this rotate around the back? Well, they don't need to anymore as Cruz just spraying into that cyber cage will be able to finish off the KO, but now he's got his work cut out for him. Hopefully down to 50 HP does make this winnable. Needs to be Johnny on the spot, and there you go. Darted it right in the leg.
It's not that much time. I mean, he lands the one shot. Polvy's getting pretty low.
Dart goes a little bit deeper, though.
Oh, so close.
A little bit less charge up, but now he's running out of time.
Yeah, there's just not enough time here, I don't think.
He knows exactly where they are. Sees the head for a brief moment. Does get the finishing shot there on the Polvy. Holding it to half. I think he's just going to stick it.
He's going to stick it.
He's just going to stick it.
Bank
Oh,
time.
my God.
No, he's
oh,
too
my God. Cruz.
And Talon. They're able to hold on to the round just like that.
Well, that's a bit of a tilter if
Yeah.
you're global. Such a nice setup. And Cruz just comes in and he just holds on to the remote control. What a replay.
Just hold. It's fine. It's easy. Cruz, he's unimpressed. He's like, yeah, you know.
Hell of a
Just clutching
clutch.
it.
But now, force buy here from global.
Here.
Talon tried this on the previous map. Polvy, outlaw in hand once again.
Here.
It's only Governor as an outlaw himself that's got that half armor.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy for him, but maybe he can get some chip shots in and give his team an easier time of trying to win on a bit of a force buy. And we'll have to hope it works out for them for their sake, because mentally, to lose in that clutch moment and then also to buy and then lose again would be rough. But it would give us potentially some more competitive action here, some more Valorant.
Oh, Dart coming through. Polvy getting in, and oh man, he does it again. It's the wall bang. Not the headshot with the op like we saw versus Stacks, but still clean. And it's a solid way to try to open things up. Push up, though, into the poison orb. Jitboy's able to find one, but lightning fast returning spray does take him down. Lightning fast himself
30 seconds.
a little low on HP as he pushes forward, but Blaze King with a headshot will displace Ban. And now it's on Governor and Surf to try to turn this one around. Otherwise, GE, the force buy, going to be bearing fruit for them.
It's just such a rough angle. There's so many different angles to try to take out. He's going to try to use the camera to see what he can see, but that doesn't really tell you much. And this is getting later and later in this plant. Surf trying to wrap all the way around here behind the container. See if he can pick someone off, but instead he's just going to go down, and it's only Governor to maybe get some pickoffs as they run out. But this round on the force buy will go towards GE.
Yep. We'll be able to find another elimination. A second one there as Polvy just comes wide swinging through. Reloaded, looking for more. I mean, Governor, he's popping off. But in the end, it is still just going to be global, not allowing them to get an anti-eco round across. They force up, they get that round victory, and we are once again tied at 7-7.
Yeah, this map is much closer. Kind of what I was expecting between these two teams. I thought this would go to 3 maps. Just an excellent start off here from Polvy, and then eventually just, you know, they pushed and they used a lot of utility to get onto the A site. And you can see at the viewing party feeling pretty happy about that one. Knows it's a very important round.
Oh my God. Made vulnerable and hit with a shock dart. And Polvy down to 36. Solid start there for Talon. Also, I think that Talon losing after the force buy, I think that nullifies the pistol round win. So I think we just canceled the game. I'm not even participating, but that seems fair to me.
The game is just canceled, yeah.
Yeah. Let's just move everybody down a peg, actually.
Everybody loses.
Yeah, regardless of what they selected.
Except GE, I guess. Yeah, I only participated once, and it was a double rank up. So I'm currently sitting at Diamond in second place.
Lucky you.
Behind Asarai. Feeling pretty good about my minigame skills so far. But it was only William to win in this pistol minigame duel. They're just going to push in onto the A site and get the plant down.
It's widely unoccupied. Governor just seeing if there's going to be any kind of lurk-up halls. Everybody else widely playing together here from Talon will get clustered up, but it's just him with the Outlaw that was carried over from the previous round. See what kind of value he can get out of this one, but Russ forward on the site. Double doors occupied by Benkai with that Spectre. And it is a Vandal in the hands of Russ. Lightning fast, though. Able to find the opener as he himself starts working his way down hall. Gets rid of Cruz to start things off and scoops up another little ult charge. Looks for a little bit more. Swings out perfectly as the flash connects it back orange. Goes for the reload. Can't quite dodge out of those classic bullets long enough to survive. Surf will be able to find that kill. But now needs to run forward. Oh, no, you gotta get in that. Jump into the Black Void.
Yeah.
That would have been catastrophic.
Yeah. Oof. Well, he gets it done. Well, it was a little wonky. But regardless, gets it done. Lightning Fast had an opportunity actually for an ace. The splash timing was excellent. But then just caught with the reload.
Yeah.
Doesn't have much to say about that going into mostly classics.
And I gotta say, you know, a bit of a soft start for Lightning Fast coming into Breeze compared to what we saw from him on the stage, but he's been rallying back and now the lobby leader for, at least for his team, I should say. As, let's see if he's gonna be able to intercept some of this pressure. Does get pinged out, gets to back away, but punish not coming through. Governor too far forward, and Polvi finds Ban. I think he just straight up peeked onto the site.
Yeah.
Just dash back out. Shin Boys will be able to take that Blaze King. A little bit of damage there on the Polvi, but now suppression coming through. That null command comes crashing across the site. Ball goes down. Russ able to get Jit Boys. Governor, however, on that lurk in mid. Does clean up Benkai. That's them in with a man advantage for now.
That's going to be pretty huge. Still a lot of time to get in onto the site. So even have the drone to just spot out the positioning of Russ, as now Lightning Fast trying to take this 1v1. And it's going to be Russ to actually back him up, and now they're trying to push in.
Pull back behind the wall. 0 point sent out. Snakebite as well to try and deter. Surf at 45 HP, and they have a fragment as well. As this final Snakebite here from Lightning Fast, so decent deterrence. As there's the swing around the corner. Fragment now thrown down. Surf dead. Russ, chance at the 4K. Chance at the clutch. Cruz really trying to see if he can get away with it again, huh? Not this time.
Might as well. But yeah, there just wasn't enough time. Very excellently handled by the two GE members there in the 2v3. They get that one kill. Russ backing up his teammate Lightning Fast. And it all kind of started with that pick, but Talon did a great job to fight back on this map and actually gain the man advantage. But Russ handles this so well. He's really the most important player.
Step, bro. I saw you do that before.
Well, you heard him. And he's feeling himself now. You could tell that Lightning Fast doing a great job, but Russ stepping up as well is really what is pushing GE over the line and now has given them the lead on this map.
9-7. Still in with a chance to close this out 2-0 against all expectations. Governor sat here behind the box. I mean, this is a full commitment position. Trying to dash out of here. Unlikely. As there's the quick bump, and he just didn't fire. He might have been checking the mini-map. I'm not sure. Either way, that is not what you want to be seeing here. Shock dart sent. Looking to try to get some tags across. Pit dropped in. Surf sending out some shots, trying to find something, but his vision being obfuscated now. Spotting one here. Back sight has to go for the reload. As he's tagged down to 48. Hunter's Fury coming out. Cruz nearly killing him off. And Cruz will come up with two. Blaze King and Benkai both going to be taken down. Now it is all on Lightning Fast, but the spike not planted. He's in a 1v3.
Yeah, and this is pretty big potential for a Thrifty. There it is, Cruz with a close range Marshall. Just going to take him down with a headshot. Unbelievable. As Talon are back on the board finally, 9-8.
Unbelievable. I can't even imagine the comms in that moment. Cruz sends the Hunter's Fury nearly. Oh, wow. What another snappy shot from Bam with that Guardian. But I had to be screaming at Surf to just stop strafing into his ult. But man, 2 monstrous kills to keep them just 1 round separated now.
It's a very close map. I mean, at this point,
oh yeah,
I really don't know who to call. Like, it's kind of come in surges from either side. Like, obviously, Talon started off really strong, and now GE are coming back. But now it feels like Talon are clawing their way back into this game, just barely. As very nice double stack, gonna take down Ban, but Ban gets that crispy first headshot, and that's going to be Cruz to get his own.
Benkai just backpedaling there. Doesn't just plant his feet and pull the trigger. Man advantage now for Talon as they look to tie things up once more at 9-9. This is still absolutely anybody's map.
Yeah, Russ is going to go back, pick up that operator, gives them a chance. But Governor, he's been so strong on this one. A very nice little jiggle there. He's going to give away his position, though. As he will just have to dash out of this place. As now pulls out the knives, looking for a pick. That's the one. Lightning Pass did trade back 1.
Not Jit. There's the knives. Couple more remaining. Right back over onto the operator. Finds it. Dash to the side. Russ now left standing in a 1v3. Governor at 11 HP.
30 seconds left.
He's been in this spot before, but this is a much tougher ask.
Oh, it absolutely is. Lamp being held.
Spike planted.
Allow that to come through as Russ swings out, finds Cruz.
Oh.
And suddenly, things start heating up. 0 point nearly online. Another second left for it. Governor, okay. Does get the peek. Does get the shot. Stops Russ from getting another monstrous clutch here for the team. Talon now tie it up, 9-9.
Spike defused.
Yeah, that one felt pretty good. I mean, there was a lot of fighting in Hall early on, and then Governor just holding on to the site essentially by himself, picks up a 3K, and is able to get it done. As that will be the call for another timeout here from the side of Global Esports. Definitely a pretty good time for it, 9-9. Don't want to let this one slip away too far as Talon slowly, get some momentum back.
Yeah, time to reassess the game plan and figure out how to break down this momentum. Still a timeout available though for Talon, so could just try to counteract, but let's see what happens. But things have very much been getting slowed down here. The approaches here from Global, where previously they were looking decently clean, they were getting trade ups. Yeah, now they're starting to get broken down very quickly. Let's see how much of a boost this gives to the squad, if any at all, to be honest. Some of the timeouts today have not been leading to round victories.
Yeah, maybe they're not like trying to ask Benkai a question. He's just staring at the camera, even though the camera isn't staring at him. They're like, it's over. Like, we got to focus on the game. He's like, no, I got to stare at the camera.
The camera's not even there, Benkai.
Yeah.
Camera was never there.
Whoa. Were we even there?
No. All right, well, null command, neural theft available here for the side of Global, but Pit from Jit Boys and Ban can go on a scouting mission with this dimensional drift. Sat on A for now. We'll see when he decides to pull that out.
Scanning ahead.
Flash forward.
Flash in, fight coming down. Jit Boys trying to hold him at bay, and that flash did not catch him enough. They walk right in over top of it with that vulnerability. He's able to find 2 quick kills. Polvi at range somehow will finish off Ban with that headshot, but now Cruz coming through, finds Blaze King. Polvi's dead. And Benkai stuck in a corner, will just get gunned down. That's going to be Talon now gaining the lead. Once again, 10-9. But surely the timeout was more so for this round as the Rifles get to come back through.
Yeah. Again, not helping the stats, but yeah, pretty nice read here from the side of Talon, just spotting them pushing underneath and the double doors. It just says good job. And that was a pretty simple round to shut down. Bit of a rush from the side of Global Esports. And let's see if they can plant their feet once again and try to make this pretty close.
Oh. Looked away for a brief moment. I'm not sure if Polvi actually caught a glimpse, but the way that he's backpedaling leads me to believe that he very well may have. They get tucked in here to window, and Polvi has the headshot. Governor taken down.
Yeah. Governor looks surprised. Like I looked at the camera, he was like, what?
Okay, but Ban finds both. The Jet, that's the KO, now gone. Dimensional Drift comes in. Deft pinging across as he gets ready. Make his way out of here.
I'm back.
Pulls his way out. Do you have an idea about the Cypher? Cruz pushing forward. Lightning Fast winning out on that fight. However, is Benkai taken down so very low. Still alive. 5 HP there on the Cypher. Jit Boys sends in the Snake Bite. Gets a little bit of damage there on the Blaze King. Will whittle him down to 65. They know exactly where he's at. Can he clutch it up again?
Yep, this is the guy that you would want, but he's already taken fire from 3 different angles. And GE are back on the board, 10-10.
If he gets one, if he gets one there, that pit very well probably gets invested.
That's a pretty interesting one this round, actually, because the angle Polvi seemed to know. You know, he's pinging it and takes him down. I'm very surprised that Cruz did not land that shot. He had like the perfect crosshair angle. Just didn't matter. Wasn't able to hit it. And that's really what opened up the B site to the side of Global Esports.
Solid from Lightning Fast once again, and Benkai as well, having his fair share of kills in that round. Attack operator now here in the hands of Polvi. Another op for Governor. Cash gonna start being in short supply. They can't close out this round.
Polvi able to cross over with this teammate here. And this is pretty fast as well. They might not expect this, but of course nobody's gonna peek in here just yet.
Player above at Nest. And pushing out. Benkai drops down off the rope, but does end up falling. Thought maybe he could drop down fast enough to try to win that one out. It's getting picked off, so a solid start here for Talon.
Yeah, definitely a big one. Knows that there's not a lot of pressure on A. They have a couple of guys on B at the same time as now going to commit to that ult. Polvi is very much behind enemy lines, trying to catch the rotation, but only seeing the arm. Still going to hit the shot here onto Ban.
And right as the flash was going to be coming through.
Yeah.
Lightning Fast does get taken down. Surf able to find one here from backside. Creep forward, the open hand. Wall goes up though. And Russ is able to displace the Cypher. Now it is all on Governor. The land, tries to no-scope him right as he hits the floor.
Last player standing. Here.
Yeah, and he's just going to get out of there.
Yeah, Governor just has to rotate out. Grab the operator. And that is just going to be, again, Global punching back.
Shutting them down.
2 rounds in a row for them to regain the lead. And just 2 more rounds to go for them to take the series 2-0.
Man, imagine if this happened on Icebox as well. Could have been so close, could have been so back and forth, but G just came out with a new fervor here after a couple of rough matches, and they have looked pretty strong. This one is not over yet. Talon could definitely still pull this one back. But GE, it feels like, started slow on this map, and now they're really coming into what they looked like on Icebox. As Governor just going to say that operator, as you mentioned, and it is 11-10. 2 rounds could end it. But let's see. These entries have been pretty strong from the side, especially Lightning Fast. He's just so crisp today alongside a Russ. That 1-2 has been so difficult for Talon to handle.
Yeah, I mean, right now as we go into this timeout, it feels like Global very much understanding the assignment, understanding what the stakes are of this series. It has been a very dismal look for them overall here on the year. And being able to start turning things around here against a team that everybody expects would beat you, that's a hell of a way to remotivate the team. And one of the things that we've been talking about for a lot of other squads is getting over that first hurdle, that first win of the stage of the season. How much you can struggle up until that point, and then once you are able to find it, it just feels like all that weight is lifted off you. It feels like you've finally been unlocked.
Yeah, it's also just, it really clears you up mentally. You were talking about, how you need to kind of get it off your chest, kind of get it off your back, all that pressure, and it just allows you to play your game and really showcase what you truly are capable of instead of just kind of being mired in the unfortunate negative thoughts.
Yeah.
So,
and one of the things that, Spin from Global has talked about quite candidly during press conferences was that when they're playing in scrims, things have looked magnificent. They have looked like a team that can challenge, that can put up really strong results and have dominant wins. But when they've gone on stage, they have oftentimes been rattled with nerves. There has been a lot of issues for them as Governor. Doing the old W key dash.
Yeah.
Ban in the meantime, finding 2. Hello.
Spike down A.
Just casually from A.
Just, picks off 2 in shop, and that's the spike down. So, so far, so good on the timeout call, Talon. Oh, and he fast looked away right as I think he would have gotten line of sight on Governor. Poor timing, but I think that pretty much widely has to be a call to save.
Here.
That spike is right out in the open.
Yeah.
Here.
Spike's on the ground. Let's see if he actually goes for it. I feel like Benkai
Cyber
would.
cage for it, so. Doesn't manage to pick it up. Grabs it off. Okay, lightning fast for the 5-1. Up shot for off shot. Goes a little bit wide, but Ban finds himself a third as Blaze King will fall. Lightning fast taken down. Benkai, swap off. Grabs the Vandal, says, nope, never mind. You need that. Nope. Okay.
What was that?
Okay, so here's what I would assume.
Okay.
Benkai goes, okay, I'm going to save the operator. And then they say, no, like, try to play for it. And he's like, no, I don't know. I think I should just save the operator. And they said, no, it's okay. We have money. Just try to play for it. The round's over no matter what. And then he went, okay, and then died.
Yeah, kind of an unfortunate end to that, as he eventually does peek out once again.
Or
Governor
he's just
ends
messing with the Governor because he knows Governor's staring at these weapons just getting dropped on the floor. Which it could be anything because it's Benkai.
It could be. Fortunately for him and his team, that does mean it is tied up 11-11. This time, Governor, he just can't hit those shots. I mean, he's lining it up so well, but
he dashed the
so
proper way
close.
this time, though.
Yeah, that's an improvement, I guess, but he did also lose a lot more health.
That's true. Well, he'll be down to 30. Pit invested here from Jit Boys over at AIM. Trying to stop that and try to flush everybody into this B setup. As drone quickly cleared out. Shock dart sent to try to find some trap wires here on the entryway. Russ, thinking about getting his way up in towards Nest, but now has been spotted. Ping's coming down from Ben. Very much keeping note of this. Russ now well aware that he's being watched. It's away. Ben just gonna go clawing his way out of the dimensional drift. This Benkai, distracted by the cam. The timing there, the toggle from Surf, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that's going to be massive as now Ban holding it down. He is pulling it together right at the end of this map. Now Surf as well. Going to pick up 1. Gives them a fantastic chance to take this round in a 5v2.
Waiting for the moment to push out of this one. Fast and Polby, their work cut out for him. Pit going to be dropped. Governor going to be taken down. Lightning fast. He finds a second. His own Pit now available. Invests it. Ban at 30. Cruz sending out a shock dart, trying to fish for some damage, but doesn't find any at all.
1 enemy remaining.
Cruz dead. Polby around the corner. Finds the shot. What a rescue. Lightning fast bails them out. And it gets them up to match point.
Match point.
That was gigantic. I mean, 2v5. They get a couple of key pickoffs out of their pits, and then they get their own. Look at this. It falls. It leaves Surf available. Lightning fast. Able to throw up his own, and then Polby right there. And they can hardly believe it. Look at his face. This team is going nuts.
If nothing else, regardless of if this goes to overtime, if Talon end up taking this map in overtime and then the series, what a performance today so far from Lightning Fast. A player that we did not get to see very much of last year.
Yeah.
Comes over as the lone mainstay on the global esports roster and has just been looking phenomenal today.
He's having a huge day. And he's had some nice backup, too. It's not like a situation where he is the only guy getting frags. Obviously, he is the main guy, especially on that first map. My God. But it's been a really nice look from him and the rest of the team. But let's see how this one is going to end up. If GE can actually close it out here, if we actually do go into overtime. A lot of half armors on the side.
Governor walking forward.
Talon.
Multiple players around the corner. They're not looking in towards this angle, though. Spotted. He does manage to find Polby, but it's just going to be a trade out on the Jets. It's Hunter's Fury. Opened up here for Blaze King. Seeing if he can fish for any kind of tags. Recon finds 2 there.
Left.
There's Pop Flash out. Cruz turning from that. Does manage to find the headshot. Russ going to be taken down. Surf gets Blaze King, and it looks like we are not over yet.
I know exactly.
Benkai does find 1, though.
Last player
But
standing.
now Lightning Fast dead. It is all on Benkai, and he has been revealed as the neural theft pinging back and forth.
10 seconds left.
Hunter's Fury now out into the open, and there you go. He does get taken down. Ben with a final shot as we go into OT.
Overtime comes through. I thought, you know, with Lightning Fast still alive and it was like a 2v3, it was possible, but Cruz able to hold it down on the backside as was Ban.
Good shit.
Very
Indeed.
Yeah. So 12-12, and it's anybody's map from here. Who's going to take it, Achilles?
I have no idea, quite frankly.
The fans, because they will win regardless.
The thing is that this isn't an overtime where it's just like 2 teams really overall struggling. There has been some very good ideas, some good pivots here, as well as some great, you know, just shots on display. Ban with those Guardians, especially. Let's see as GE start things off here on this defender side. Recon out, Benkai. Ooh, wall comes up, bails him out actually of getting pinged.
Uh-oh.
Feel, fake out though. Pushing their way forward just alongside the wall. Governor able to find one, but Benkai with a quick turn back. Trades it back up into their favor. That's going to be the duelist now gone. Spike planted here for Talon. 4v3 with Polby down to 60 HP. Door open. Jit Boys trying to line up the shots, but getting a little bit of whippy for him, but eventually finds Benkai. Russ taken down simultaneously by Surf.
Enemy remaining.
And they're holding it down.
Wide swing out, but Polby just can't stabilize. Just glass cannon with the op. Surf with 3, puts Talon up to map point.
Just like that. And that looks like it was almost 5 headshots as well. Just really crisp stuff on the A side. I thought Benkai had a really, you know, cute position. He was holding it down with some of his teammates, but then eventually, once they tried to attack the spike, Talon's defense was too strong.
Take a look back at it here from Surf's POV. Finding these crucial kills. Great adjustment there on the Lightning Fast.
Nice!
Now, at a match point for themselves. Ban going for glass cannon op as well.
Governor,
Does get noted there. Flash sent in. Hold down on the spray. Governor trying to trade it back, but only finds a smattering of damage. Advantage found here for Global.
Yeah, good read there from Russ. And he's able to get that pop flash and get on in. Cruz gonna hide behind the wall, pretend he's not here. And then he's gonna go for the aggressive peek, but he's about to peek into multiple members. Polby ready for him. And a quick shot is gonna give this 5-3 in favor of GE at the moment. But up against the wall, Surf's only able to get 1.
A little bit of a botch there as Jit Boy's going to play this out patiently, but will it be rewarded? Goes for it now, sends it, swings the corner, finds Lightning Fast, he finds Blaze King! Jit Boys brings this now into a 1v1 as Benkai hounds down Ban. And he might have just bought them a map win.
That's insane. And now Benkai has no idea! And that's it!
Unbelievable. Jit Boys plays it patiently, disrupts the plan after losing 2 players off the rip. I'd say it was a 3v5, but it was a 1v5 face, a 1v4 I should say. Unreal clutch from him. They get across the line and we are not done yet. One more map yet to be played as we will get ready to go to Lotus.
I don't even know what to say. Talon, they were ahead for most of it, and then they finally were able to clutch it there right at the end. But we are done for that second map. Let's go back to the analyst desk to break it down.
What the heck?
Wow.
About Breeze? That was a constant back and forth, especially those final 6-7 rounds. was it going to be Talon? Was it going to be Global? Was it going to be Talon? Was it going to be Global? And they both had really good ideas. It's just kind of like they were just taking turns, showing their best performances back and forth. But of course, you know, Talon wins this and brings us to map 3.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I
Will?
mean, it's just one of those things where you could tell that the players on both sides were starting to just say, we just have to fight and just like win our duels, right? Like both teams trying to just go push aggressively for contact, and then you have the read and you see G waiting, and then Talon's trying to bait them into more fights. And listen, sometimes that's the adjustment you need. If you feel like your endurance is running out, right, your focus is running out, you just have to make sure that you just zone in and say, well, at the end of the day, it's a gun game. But man, those heroics on both sides, Chip Boys at the end, I mean, putting up the pit and then wrapping all the way around the site. What a 200 IQ play.
It feels like, at least at the very, most crucial rounds, at the very end of it, there was a need to go above and beyond. And we saw that, like you mentioned, with Jit Boys. Ban was doing so well on his Yoru here, and it just kind of compounded here for Talon. So much of what we saw in Breeze was how much multi-kill impact can you really do, especially once both of these teams were trying to push for that overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I do want to say in the later half, sure, Governor, he starts to kind of heat up and he starts whiffing a couple shots because he's getting a little antsy. But by him pushing out so aggressively every round, it opens up a lot of space for his teammates as well. A lot of those times, Ban is prepared to kind of catch the push and pull, get a couple multi-kills. Chip Boys dropping 29 as a Viper. Top score here in this server. What an insane performance from this guy.
Both Vipers, actually, on this map.
And I also just want to give a shout out, right? It's the representatives from each of these teams from their home countries that are really putting up numbers to keep them in the game. Obviously, the Thai representative here for Talon and the Indian representative here for Global Esports. So, the home fans, they have to be happy about this, but now they have to go at it one more time on map 3.
I'm just taking a deep breath. Like, map 3 at this point is gonna is hard. It's a hard one. And you know what? Global Esports coming into this, obviously you could tell by our predictions that we thought it wouldn't be this close.
No, not at all.
This was, we're going to map 3 right now, but we went full into overtime here.
There was, I think, a lot of the reasons why it felt like it wasn't going to be so clear-cut as to who could get the string of rounds here on Breeze, was just how dicey that mid-control really was from both of these teams. I mentioned Ban was super aggressive in that mid-control because of how many great crashes he's done, but when he's not able to do that, you'd see Polvi aggressively pushing through there as well with the help of Blaze King and everything, and it kind of just went back and forth when you'd see the Jets aggressively pushing through mid with operators just trying to get that quick round advantage very, very quickly. And that's why you kind of see so many of these first kills go either way and so high for both of these teams once we reach, again, the bigger rounds or the later rounds.
Yeah, and since obviously we've had some opportunities to talk about the Talon players, and even though they've lost, I just want to give a little bit of a shout out to the G side as well, since we're talking about the fact that we actually didn't expect this to get close at all today, most of us at the very least, is the fact that, yes, Benkai's firing back as well, but Russ has just come in so prepared for stage 1. He's fragging, he's calling, he's getting reads on Governor's pushes out, going for the trap plays with his own flash drive, sometimes just going for the frag himself. He's got the trades. This guy is there to lead this team, and he's doing his darndest and brought it very close. But at the end of the day, there's Chip. When he does things like this in the final round, what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do besides go to map 3? And we were talking about timeouts earlier and how critical they can be. There was a very crucial timeout by Coach Frost. And boy, near the end of that did turn things around for Talon.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that, this actually would have been quite a quick 2-0, in my opinion. But that's when things really started to get heated. They started to tie things up back and forth. And now, even though it wasn't like the longest 2 maps, I think just given how that Breeze played, this map 3 already feels like it's just a fight about endurance and focus, right? Whoever can reset during this break and come back and say, okay, here's our basic plan. Now we just go round to round. We've got to read the opponents every round and go for that mental stack, because trying to remember your entire playbook now at this hour, I think it's going to be a little tough.
Yeah, especially when we're going to Lotus as our third map. There's so many plays that can really go wrong if you're not careful at the execution on Lotus, and we've seen that multiple times. Again, we were talking about it on that map with DFM that they weren't really prepared to go for those mid controls or those link controls just because of how three-sided map Lotus is. That could be something that would be a concern for both of these teams moving forward into our last map here.
And I just want to say, I know it's been an exciting game and everything, and it's all great, but we did talk about pistol rounds, right, before this game started. I think it's just been very clear that Talon just clearly the superior pistol round team. No joke. Doesn't even need to frag everyone to get the win. I mean, it's crazy.
Who in their right mind allows a full pistol defuse, okay? Not checking the half and just hard reading, oh, he's not going to defuse me. I have time to re-peek this. He's not going to go for the full defuse.
Listen. Denial is the first step, but soon you'll come around to acceptance, and you will accept
William is
and then GE wins the Thrifty.
He's like the only person I don't want to win anywhere. He's the absolute worst.
And they win the Thrifty Force Buy.
Yes, I don't
What is that?
But Talon still won the map, so it all comes around, right?
I'm going to rank him up to Diamond.
Oh, yeah.
It hurts.
I'm going to draw a mustache on your face.
It hurts like my entire
we'll
identity.
be passing him the night after tomorrow, Asarai, let me tell you.
But you know what? I get Wingman, the audience. We are together. You're my homies.
You're a host of the people right here.
Yes.
You got your little bros.
Yes. Thank you. Little
like
homies.
Oh, man.
Y'all my little homies. Thanks for sticking together.
I don't like this game anymore.
We're all like evened out.
It was fun till Will joined. Then I was like, I don't want to play this anymore.
Yeah, keep me on this test. Let's go. All the way to Radiant. Let's go. Undefeated run. Yeah,
we got one more day tomorrow. Will's definitely on a good streak right now. I'm back to gold. All right, so it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Okay, speaking of endurance, because I've been here every day on the desk.
True.
I wonder if we were talking about the mental stamina for both of these teams. You saw it earlier from Gen G and DFM. One was doing like some physical exercises.
yeah.
Gen G was doing like their little meditation. I know Talon does they did a lot of that actually during the break of just like mental recuperation and just trying to stay calm in these high stakes situations.
I kind of wonder how much Lenny has, pulled some of his teammates to go to the gym because he's been like bicep flexing.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Right?
I mean, Coach Frost has talked about how he's attempted and succeeded slightly to get even Jit Boys to the gym. So, listen, I think that's a pretty big accomplishment in its own right.
Is this the result of going to the gym? You
Maybe.
play like Jit Boys? Well,
Yeah, now he's got the guns to carry the team.
well, he does. He's got double guns there. It's carrying the forward. We got our agent select for Lotus, our third map of this series.
Yeah, and obviously, again, both very meta picks, very common picks, the standard one so far here on Lotus on both teams. So, I mean, the big questions are, obviously, every piece is very important, but the raises, yeah, we talked about it to no end. But I have my eyes on the Vipers as well. Just how much do they have those lurk timings to open up a little bit more space? How are they controlling rubble, things like that, with the toxic screens, just even passively, without having to go in for actual fights?
This is going to be a big one for global esports too, because again, quick history research right now, they haven't had any wins on Lotus just yet. They've both lost DRX and Zeta Division. So if they're looking for their first win ever in a series, Lotus could be it, and that's going to be a good one, a big one.
This is it. Both of these teams need this win today. They need that point. Let's go over to our casters, bring us straight into the action.
They absolutely do. We'll see now if Global are going to be able to bounce back once again, because this was a bit of a heartbreaking loss, frankly, on Breeze, not being able to close things out. So let's get on Icebox. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep a clear mind here collectively coming into this, because we've often heard from coaches, from players, saying that the close losses, those are the ones that hurt the most. Those are the ones that linger with you as you continue to play out the series.
Yeah, I mean, Talon, they got kind of smashed on the first map, right? And then they immediately came back, started off strong on the second one, and eventually won it, even though it was pretty difficult. Another right back in it. Now it's, all tied up 1-1. See who wins here on Lotus as a push is coming in onto the A site. Mostly through Tree.
Deep wrap around here.
Hanging back.
Trying to push up. Oh, the opposite side of the wall. Cruz with 2, Ban with 1. Blaze King only able to find a singular kill here. Looking good for Talon to take the opening pistol. It's lightning fast, and Benkai have something to say about it, but Decade down a little bit, still only at 88. Paranoia at the ready here, as Boombot looking for the check, double swing in, and oh, what a clear! Lightning fast, he got both of those?
One enemy.
An unbelievable adjustment. He will be taken down there by Ban, and now it's all on Benkai with just 18 HP.
Not looking likely, not a lot of time, and he is in fact going to fake, and he'll eventually have to hold Bantus take down his third kill in that one. After lining them up on the backside, seeing the rotation coming in, and Talon will pick up the first one. Very nice clear and tree, as you mentioned. So there was a moment of hope, but this one was what really shut down any hope of defense on the side of GE.
Nice!
Well, spirits getting built up here for Talon. As Governor with a judge. Full investment, 50 creds remaining. Judge purchase here with the full armor. And full armor abound. I think, you know, wary that they might be facing another force up here from Global. They are not. No outlaw on the opposite side. Benkai gonna get tagged low, taken down as Governor goes launching in. The hound down the Killjoy and break open this C site, and now realistically with just classics in hand, not wanting to really burn any utility so they don't have to rebuy it, could just see Global get stacked up and get ready for the spike to detonate.
Yeah, they're already stacked up. Very good at just dying to the spike, I guess. Very practiced at this point is every team, and Talon just going to hold on to this just to see if they go for any kind of crazy play, but it's not going to come through. And Talon, once again, off to a pretty good start in this last map.
And the chat messages can commence. Here comes the Iron Chat. Oh, why they died to spike? Question mark. Chat doesn't know video game.
But you know, some people actually just say that to trigger chat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is that they don't realize that they're being baited. So.
But then some people say Iron Chat as well, just ironically. Because they just want to be part of it, you know. They just want to be part of something. It's okay. You could be that guy. We won't blame you. GE gonna go ahead and purchase pretty much everything they can. Half armors across the board. And we go back into it. We'll see if Talon can pick up a bonus. They started off on the second map by picking up 5 rounds out of the first 6. So hoping to replicate that, especially from the attacker side of Lotus.
One-way setup, mountain control here for Global. Okay, just taking some pot shots through the Viper wall. Really found, still making a decent bit of noise over there though, as Poison Orb will get lobbed in over towards stairs.
Yeah, just throwing a bunch of stuff into the stairs, but he is alone as the majority of the team of Talon is actually pushing in towards B at the moment. So down will go down, but nobody else is there. Prowler going to be sent in on a B. Quick entry from Governor. Still has that one, but they're being cleaned up actually pretty easily as the door does get opened. And Jim Boy's also going to be able to pick up one.
He's up one, fakes
just
the
the one.
TP out, but it looks like Polvi not falling for it too much here.
Yeah.
As Governor, oh, that Prowler, he can do some real damage, but it's only going to be the 1 kill. Russ does get taken down, 2 casualties, as Global will be able to close out the anti-bonus. Not the cleanest, but also far from the worst. So overall, going to be pretty happy with that one, I imagine, of the coaching staff. As nice little setup on the alarm bot, stopping him from getting the lurk forward.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, guys.
Not much else to say. Pretty nice round to get back in this one.
Leave the dream seer to
It was pretty well read, that push that was coming in. The second ban went down. He was just able to clear out the rest of Rebel and say, okay, well, nobody else is here. As now, pretty quickly, here comes Governor over the top, and he is going to be scouted out, but still going to be able to get that one. Jip Boy's following up as well.
They're fighting back nicely. Lightning fast. Oh, just way too whippy on that spray. Far too chaotic. It's only Chit Boy's taken down. I mean, an immense amount of damage onto Governor and Ban, so could very well bring this back into a 2v2, but for now it's just going to be the entry over here onto the site, and Benkai out of range of that util. So overall, they get in relatively for free. And they'll know when he's back in range as the turret, yep, will start firing off.
Some spam on through. Not gonna be easy,
Spike
but
planted.
a little bit of damage done there. Blaze King doing the same, but the two of them are not gonna commit to this. And so now Talon back on the board, looking to replicate map 2. Should be 3-1. We do have the save coming in.
That's, you know, on Braze, this is where they started that pretty big win streak, got themselves up to 5-1. See if that's what it takes for a timeout to be called, but Global certainly going to be hoping that they can come back into the next round and still be able to find a win. Crew's just making sure there's not going to be any very late lurks forward. We'll now back away. So 4 members alive this time around here. Talon somehow staying alive through that opening chaos. Could have been a big moment there for Lightning Fast to just come up with the goods and really shut down this round, but I think it was just a bit too over-eager, too chaotic. Couldn't quite just steady himself.
Get a very quiet nice, but a very big smile. That's a lot to be happy about on that entry. Getting the job done. On top so far with 4 kills alongside a ban. Uh-oh, here we go again.
Spotted one. Punk comes down, and there's the blind out. Jit Boys completely stranded, ends up getting taken out. Big damage across onto Cruz, swing onto the corner. Governor trying to get the pick there through that smoke, but doesn't manage to make it happen. Lightning Fast eats a lot of damage as he's just slow creeping off that snake bite, but Ban still here in a position where he might just be able to do some damage, but we're playing Ring Around the Rosie. Who's hunting who? Lightning Fast, he's hunting everybody. Very clean here in response from the side of Global, just Polvi getting taken out in that one, as they will be able to get a second round and keep things neck and neck, just about.
Yeah, that's right. I believe was talking on the desk about how really got to see how this Rebel control comes in, and Polvi just gets in really quick. Second the wall goes down, he picks up that first kill. Very nice paranoia as well. And they're just able to control this very crucial part of the map. Lightning Fast low on health does not matter. Talon was pretty aggressive to try to push in after the Polvi kill. I think that kind of came back to bite them at the end of the day. So Global Esports now back on the board themselves, keeping it closer early on.
Once again, Talon looking like they want to pressure in onto A, and Global with a bit of a misread, expecting to see them kind of ping-pong back and forth across to the opposite side of the map in this round. Instead, they'll start scouting out and not be met with much. Granted, they're not going to go just blindly rushing forward into the site, but were they to do so, they would find very minimal resistance here, as it's only Benkai.
Yeah. And they are slowly pushing into this one, and yeah, smokes are getting set up, but they're just kind of bravely and carefully moving forward. So now the pit's going to come down as well.
Hits in, Showstopper also available for Governor as he picked up that orb. Haunt going out, let's get the reveal. Showstopper now pulled, sends towards Heaven. It's a little bit of damage on the Rust, but he manages to make it down to drop. Around the corner, Governor counting down, Lightning Fast up on top of the box, able to find the kill. Nightfall now going to go crashing across, as spraying into this pit, trying to find anything that they possibly can, but for now the Nightfall will be holding them back.
Yeah, just going to wait on this one. Still waiting around the pit. Here is Talon.
Cover going down.
And eventually they're going to have to push into this one. You see Lightning Fast thinking about when exactly he's going to go in. Grenade going to be thrown in. As now over the top they go, trying to take the left side of this pit. Blaze King and Lightning Fast getting a kill themselves. They're going to try to hold this one.
Good boy step, and there's Snakebite locked in on top of that spike, and still will be hounded down. The hold to half. His life given for the cause. Makes it easy for Blaze King to go ahead and finish it off. Again, Polvi, the only casualty in the round win, goes the way of GE. 3-3 now, tied up here on Lotus.
That was just a very clean retake, even with the pit right in their face. Just see how they do eventually go for this. Starting off with a couple of pickoffs.
This pushes in, managed to find Jit Boys looking the other way. Very nice.
Let's fucking go, boys!
You can see the pop-off starting to come through here. Global believing.
Where are you?
I just feel like it's impossible to know who's going to win this one. It's so back and forth at this point in time. Going into map 3, here comes Talon now aggressively onto B this time.
Away in the back goes Governor, but it's taken down. Blaze King, minimized. Yes, for the swing out and Surf. Having a rough go of it so far, ends up falling. Polvy with the kill. 5v3 now for Global. Double stack for B. This needs to find value. This shit is down to 54. Two stingers here in their hands. Benkai finishes off the ruse. As it's now all on Jit. Does have a recovered weapon, but only 15 HP. Russ sends the Prowler into the wall, but overall it does not matter. The fuse comes in. Global get themselves now out to a 1-round lead.
I was going to say, if only he had a better gun in that situation, he kind of caught them off guard and sprayed into 3 of them, and maybe, I think he took out 1, but just not quite enough. As we take a look at this once again, Blaze King got it started off pretty well, and slowly but surely they were able to close this one out. As that's actually going to be a timeout from the side of Talon. Because, you know, 3 rounds in a row, not feeling as good now, as GE are certainly staking their claim over this map themselves.
Well, Talon looking at course correct, because, I mean, again, it has been back and forth. Different teams play the map different ways, but we have been seeing the overall trend here in Pacific towards that attacker side half being the favored one. So for Global, the more that they can rack up on defender side, the more comfortable they should feel. See how things transpire though as we come out of the timeout, but overall, I mean, you see Spin leaning back in his chair. He needs to pull his shirt down a little bit, but
no.
He's looking relaxed.
It's fine.
He's feeling cozy, and overall, you gotta say it's pretty much for the first time. As I'm being told that we do have a good old tech boss.
Oh, baby.
I love the music cue going.
They make it sound so epic.
Yep. Well, hopefully nothing too complicated. And we can, oh, Benkai.
Oh.
He had
not the hot pack.
It's
explosion.
a burst hot pack.
I've done this myself a couple times, actually.
I have never, I don't think.
It's really not good when you have a bunch of sheets of paper with information on it, and then it explodes all over that, and then you can't really read your papers anymore. It's not a good feel. I love how they're getting the camera like right in there. I hope we get a Benkai reaction.
Straight into the action. Yeah, can we get an instant replay of the moment that it occurred?
Definitely a good idea to get that cleaned up as soon as possible, and it was cleaned up really fast.
You can stare again if you want. That's a nice little smile as
player issue.
Player issue. I love that because this was, you know, both of our era of the LCK, and now it is stuck as an official term across multiple esports. The good old toilet issue.
Yeah, toilet issue, chair issue was the other good one. Oh man!
Shout outs to Cuban.
The good old days. And yeah, player issue a little bit less descriptive, I guess. Could be anything.
That could be anything.
I'm just glad it wasn't actually
a stubbed toe.
There.
Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't like
a bad attitude,
a technical issue, like an audio. You know, it's more of just a
we just spilled chemicals on
issue.
a desk.
Yeah. No chemistry during your Valorant. You gotta be careful.
Well, right back into it. Already, Ban ripping his way up just outside of A door. Ping's coming down, so they're pretty well aware and suspicious that somebody's going to be lurked into that position. Swing coming through and instantly kills being found. Showstopper, not even needed, but hey, why not? Send him off with some flair. Lightning Fast collecting 2 kills as Benkai now just around the corner. Ban trying to see if he can find anything at all, but Spike is stranded. Oh, I mean, hello. Yep, this goes ahead, confirms the presence. Benkai already had a very good idea about it.
He's having a good time there in tree. A lot better of a time than his desk was. Surf here, I was looking at his stats, actually sitting on 0-5-0. He had a fantastic breeze, but unfortunately having a pretty slow start in this one, so hopefully he can get back on the horse and help out the team. For now, though, don't think he's going to be moving. So no horses, no anything. Maybe a kill, I mean, if he lurks for long enough.
Okay, Lightning Fest
10
thing
seconds
tucked
left.
back. So not going to be spotted here by Surf. Seems like overall will just be the clock running down as Global now 5-3. Very swiftly dealing with that attempt at mountain control here from Talon.
The instant replay.
I do really wish we had the Benkai replay. I'd love to see his face as it happened.
Having some fun. He's like, well, I got all the kills. I didn't need you.
I
mean, the blind came out immediately.
You know, it's cathartic, honestly, to see these players with smiles on their faces after some really rough starts, because it was, you know, maybe the first couple days coming through, before the match losses had started to rack up. Seeing them vibing on stage has been feeling pretty good, but that also probably feels good for Governor. Quick hop around the corner for the AWP shot. Will be taken down. So 5v4. Talon in a decent position as Benkai set up at stairs. Does have that Odin in hand, but swinging out on a peak here could be very dangerous for him. He waits for the Viper wall to come back up.
Yeah, this is not an easy spot in a long-range position, not behind a wall, if you have the Odin, up against an operator. Does feel like Ban and Governor, they're trying to get as much information as possible. They haven't really seen much of anything, which is information in itself.
Benkai doesn't even have a turret set up here. So just push in and, okay, well, we'll just get the insta headshot there. Does Ban. That's going to be A site now completely open. Just trying to play as quiet as possible. Yeah, actually, they're aware about there being somebody else lurking here on B, or on A rather. So will be a pivot into B. Alarm bot previously set up there by Surf to try to get the catches. Oh, lightning fast. Yeah. Trying to be, he was full blind, didn't necessarily know where things were happening, so it does get taken down. Now 2v4.
Last player standing.
Uh-oh. Tries to throw out the snake bite, dies instead. Ban shoots him down through the wall and keeps it close here. That was, though, 4 rounds in a row to the side of Global Esports, so certainly took a big chunk out of Talon, but Talon a pretty strong round here. You see it starts off with a quick blast pack into Snipe, and then just a slow push onto A, gets another kill, gets him enough of a lead to win.
I think maybe a little bit too far forward on the alarm bot there, or too far back, I should say, for Benkai. You know, as Ban swinging the corner, he's already seen the killjoy. He's not going to be distracted or have his attention drawn down to that alarm bot at that point. And he's looking for a very forward one-way setup. Pulvian quite deep here is Blaze King. Getting the punish this time around.
Yeah,
revenge found.
Just kind of walks out, has his wall set up, and he walks outside of it, just looks for a pick, gets it pretty easily. Surf really wants this one. So he's going to have to back away.
A spray coming his way from multiple players there. Does get out unscathed. This turret able to spot just over top of that Viper wall.
Here.
Lots to work with at the moment here for the side of Talon. As Governor just on the opposite side here of the door. Starting to get broken down. Bot at the ready, but he's just trying to play this one out a little bit more quietly. There's the break. There's the push in, and Russ, he was trying to go for trigger discipline there. Let him push past, but Cruz does look back. Now Serve able to find Benkai at upper B. Now just 2 players, 1 left standing, as Polvi will be the last one alive here for Global Talon. They will be able to tie this up, make it a 5-5 scoreline once again. Not letting Global get ahead.
Yeah, pretty clean entry there, and just, I wouldn't call it greed, as you mentioned, just trigger discipline, just trying to make sure that he could catch multiple people, knew they would be rotating in, and just unfortunately gets checked, gets taken out before he can do much of anything. And Polvy's just going to hold on to this operator, of course. They might... No, they're just going to run away from this. Look on the backside of C, just in case Polvy was back here, which he is not.
Yep, overall, not going to be spotted. I wouldn't have minded a bit more of an aggressive hunt here for the side of Talon. They have some players that are really close to having these ults come online. Jit boys, but Surf, namely the big one, is, yeah, I mean, a bit of a double take, but Cruz just nails the headshot.
Nice.
Russ just trying to play that one out quietly and patiently, but does get punished for it.
There.
But speaking of ultimates, plenty available here for Global. Nightfall and Pit, both up to try to dissuade or, you know, dissuade a plant or get the retake through.
Blaze King, you got to be careful. Certainly, Governor most of the time has been pretty crisp on those shots. Actually, it's banned this time with the operator. But yeah, just try to jiggle Pete, trying to see what he can see, and puts up a pit. So trying to just prevent them from going into C at this point in time.
Oh, but man, finding Polvy does take a pretty nasty bit of damage there, down to 30. Store gets open. Blaze King flushed out, sees nade coming through, Pit now dropped. Looking for the entry, they go bouncing forward. See that the site for the moment is widely clear. Alarm bot set up right in front, lightning fast. Triggers that one, but as he tries to swing the corner, Jit Boys does take him down. Talon now, feel like they should be able to regain a lead for themselves. With Russ coming around from behind, will find one. We continue to try to play for this. Boombot does not scout Benkai. Lockdown now available, and he's going to send it.
They absolutely will. There is a corner to try to get away from this one, actually, for Talon.
With a little bit of space to work with, but now right now they're operating without audio, but Surf wins out on that fight. TP well around the back. It's going to be a waterfall approach here from Jit Boys. Benkai in a really rough spot, and there's the swing through. 2 ults committed. That's a costly one to drop here for Global.
Last round.
At least, you know, getting close to that half. But a very nice entry, you know, Ban winning the 1v1 in the Sniper War, and then eventually, we're going to take another look at this here. Takes a shot, probably through the wall there, and does survive. And then eventually they take out the Viper Spit, and that just gives easy access into the C site. And then the 3-way crossfire coming through onto the plant. So pretty easy after those first couple of picks for Talon, even though Global Esports members did try to make it interesting. As out flies Polvy, and then goes back.
Bring them down.
Sprinting forward, nothing spotted too much there. As okay, blinded, all hell but Governor. It's all enough to be able to get rid of Benkai. Blaze King now, just backpedaling.
There.
Lightning fast, trying to maintain some bit of control. Be a pivot out as Blaze King. The Boombot goes through and does chunk him out.
Yeah.
But look at this, an attempt at a fake now. Is the lockdown going to be committed? They will leave Surf here to linger. Push forward now coming through, but they're not spotting anybody else, so I think they might now be getting an idea about this. And yep, they're going to start rotating towards A, but Ban in such a prime position could absolutely undo all of this. It's a full commitment. Not ready for it. First one a little bit whipped, and he still manages to come up with 3!
They just never expected him to be there, and they all stacked in a line. First couple of shots were iffy, but then the next couple were perfect.
And
so
Blaze King, I mean, he looked back towards B for a brief little moment, but Surf encroaching. Doesn't matter. Jit Boys will just go ahead and nail the headshot. Out the half, Talon are out in front. 7-5 the scoreline here at the moment.
So that was a timeout that really worked. I mean, there were 4 round wins in a row to the side of GE, and then all of a sudden, Talon take a timeout, and then we just got 4 in a row for Talon. So now taking a pretty nice lead here, 7-5 on Lotus. Attack not, you know, too out of the ordinary, but still going to feel like they're in control of this one. We'll have to wait and see how their defensive side is going to look, because certainly Talon getting some getting some mental wins here, as a lot of buy the Talon capsule signs are out there. Talon having their own sign that says buy their capsule as well if
yeah.
you guys missed the beginning of this match.
Yeah, nice little flag with Cruz's face on it, but crunch time here for both coaching staffs. Global shouldn't be overly concerned, again, just given the attacker-sided trend for the map. But if they come into this one and end up dropping another pistol, it's 3-2 in that regard at the moment, with Talon out in front. And that's when things start getting very worrisome here for the team. This needs to be a very strong attack side for them. They want to find that first match victory, that first championship point.
Yeah. Saw a lot of work done by Governor on the attacking side for Talon. A lot of first kills for him. Ban doing a decent job as well, just in terms of overall performance. So definitely looking towards Polvi to try to pull up some of those numbers here from the attacking side, really open up space, especially around Rubble, which it does look like they might want to fight for here. Door is being opened right now by Governor, who's looking to challenge them.
They're out there. Oh my God, what a shot! Instant tap there on the lightning fast. Rust does trade one back, so both Omen's gonna be taken down, but my God. The ferocity of that headshot was just something else.
I mean, I barely even saw that guy. How did he flip that fast?
Really good damage out, though. Cruz down to 16. Governor still holding the site, and Global still holding the ground. Inching forward, but Surf lurking in from behind. No break on Baby Door. They know that they're still going to be contained. Oh, never mind. It is broken. We'll know that now they widely have two options. Pivot into B. Go for A. It's going to be Former is bad. Comes up with 3 rapid fire kills. Unbelievable. Drops down. Looks for the fourth. He gets it. They come rushing in. Ban says, sit the hell down. 4-2 in pistol rounds. Talon, they want to take this one home.
Yeah, Ban is like, all right, start up the van. We're going home, boys. No more overtime. We'll take another pistol. I will carry him personally. And this shot was insane. But then, Ban actually outdoes him.
Spike down, B.
In terms of numbers here, just very, very crispy.
What are you guys doing? Hello? Hello?
They're dying. That is what they were doing. Now, no presence on A. Again, widely full save is Ban. Ready to greet them again, but Pain Shells will force him off the angle. Prowler in. Spray across, pulling me down so very low. Paranoia goes wide, they push in Cruz. Able to find 2. Governor and pull me at the same time. And it is a blink and you miss it. Planted come in, they do get money. They're not able to find any kills, so a flawless anti-eco here for Talon as they now move up 9-5. Yep. It's another day at the office for these guys.
Yeah, pretty simple stuff. You know, just spray into the smoke. You know, they're all rushing on in. Good read from them. Plant does get down, as you mentioned, so some money, but yeah, it's very clean. They're very happy with that one regardless. Able to stave off the pressure very easily against mostly classics. So Talon in the lead pretty comfortably at this point. They certainly started off today very slow, only getting 4 rounds on Icebox, but after that, able to barely pull out Breeze, and now here we are. And they're only 4 rounds away.
Oh, Ban again, off to an absolute raging start. Only 2 kills in reply, and suddenly Blaze King turns around and says, guys?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Talon are definitely challenging them, but it also does feel like Global Esports are kind of, they feel a bit lost at this point in time. They're running straight into it, and Talon are just too good at this current moment. So kind of unfortunate. It was a bit more competitive before, but now this bonus is going to go pretty heavily in the hands of Talon, you would imagine. Blaze King is just like, well, I guess maybe I just sit on this one. He's going to pick the 1 kill. And it is a 1v2. Still a chance for him.
45 seconds, but needs to win this wide swing out. And of course he's good for it. Another multi-kill. And it's round 15 will go to Talon. Now doubling the score of Global. 10-5, double digits has been obtained. And with a pause in the clock, it looks like we should have a timeout call coming through here from the side of GE. Oh, what was the end of that sentence going to be?
Yeah, that was a good time to cut off that one. I don't think that was going to be nice words. Maybe we was going to see. Those guys are just great guys over there, you know?
These guys are lovely.
They're wonderful, very nice people. And I'm sure they are, but I don't think that's what he was going to say. Anyway, the timeout does come through. Global Esports, I think this is a very opportune moment to take the timeout, especially after the way that last round did go.
Well, plenty to be said now here from the coaching camp of Global Esports.
Ooh, yeah.
Like we're talking about, you know, these continued clashes that we've been seeing in these last several rounds, where it just feels like Talon said, okay, this map is attacker-sided. Let's play defender-side like we're still playing attack. They're rushing out to meet them. It's down and dirty, fighting in the streets. I mean, good lord, Ban, 28-1.
It's pretty good. He's had quite a map here, for sure, especially towards the tail end. Getting those numbers up.
I mean, hell of a glow up. Not that the Yoru was really lacking. There's some really crisp aim in there, but it was nowhere near this level of dominance that we're seeing. Is jump onto the corner, Pan. There it is again.
Down B.
Takes out Russ. Nade into the corner, quick TP out. Won't be able to avoid it, but still takes an immense amount of damage. Lightning pass down to 70, Polvi down to 11. As I mean, they're just continuing to inch forward, occupy this space. They have the spike.
Yeah, that time around, I mean, just trying to get a little bit aggressive in a B with some shorter range weapons. Doesn't quite pan out. Ban able to hit yet another headshot. And it just takes a lot of the wind out of their sails. Because now you're down a member, you're on attack. It's not an easy angle, and even the pit's going to be committed to here.
I mean, Ben, he hears the tap on the door. He knows that they've gotten the spike back into their control. So he just sends it and says, no, you're not coming this way.
Here.
And right now, Talon, I mean, feeling very confident that this is going to end up getting wrapped around back over towards A. Gonna have a quick pivot back into B, though.
Yeah, look at that stack they have in the stairs, just waiting for them.
30 seconds left.
But yeah, could just come down to a little moment on the B site. Might even see GE be able to get this plant down, then a bit of a retake. I think Talon know that, okay, if we can just squeeze them in a B, and it's a pretty easy retake, especially with the health advantage and player advantage that they have, then we're going to win regardless, even if we do leave the B side open. So the plant comes down, and they're looking to push out of this one, actually.
I mean, I think they kind of have to. They need to take some kind of space here. Create more for themselves. This flat back around the corner. Governor will be able to find Polvi, but Benkite comes up with 2. Governor and Surf both going to be taken down. Boys, however, able to find 2 of his own. Blaze and Benkite both now dropped. It's all on lightning fast. Able to find 1, but he just doesn't know which side the opponent is going to be swinging out from next. Defuse will come in. Talon will not back down. Now up 11-5.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a Global Esports player at this point in time, it's got to feel so rough. I mean, they were so close, and they absolutely dominated Icebox. They almost took the second map. They got forced onto a third map, and now they're just getting rolled. And probably part of the reason why they are getting rolled is due to the unfortunate feels of the way that this match has gone. They thought they had enough to pull it through, but now Talon has really woken up. And there's no more timeouts.
Clear on the haunt. Blaze King, fantastic shot, finds 1, looks for more.
Okay.
It does find it. Governor going to be taken down. Now needs to get himself out of harm's way. Sends in the poison orb to fake the exit. And creeping forward, but still watching over towards rubble, so very much suspicious that this Viper could still be in position. Old Surf will get just absolutely overwhelmed. Get some damage across onto Polvi, but otherwise, Global still 5 members strong. It's just Ban and Jit Boys alive. for Talon. Given their performances today, I'd say that you might as well try to play for it. Oh, Blaze King lucky to get away with his life there.
Yeah, Blaze King was the one leftover member, the one that gave them the big advantage, and is quite low. So Ban would love to try to take him out if possible. Should know that he's taken a bunch of damage, but not going to be necessarily easy. He's got some help here at Mound from Benkai.
The sight's back, checking over here at the box. He's willing to give his life to try to get some of these guns out of their hands. He knows that the cash isn't too great, so dealing some additional economic damage would be nice for the side of Talon, but not getting themselves up to match point yet. Global, they managed to hang on. They get themselves a 6th round win, but it was a damn long while to make that happen. Across both halves, 8 rounds consecutively were racked up here for Talon.
Yeah, I think G kind of let this one get away from them, but Talon could do it. You could do it as well. I mean, you're still on the attacker side, especially if guys that haven't necessarily had the biggest days like Blaze King are able to come in and try to like get the team back on track. Maybe he can try to help his team out in terms of the mental game. But here is Governor now over in Rubble, trying to take control of this, and it looks like G are going to play this round a little bit more slowly, a bit of a spread. Just trying to clear out some of these outer areas of the map.
There.
Okay.
That works.
Yep, just fishing through the poison orb lightning fast. We'll find Surf. Solid start here. Is Orb just going to be taken by Benkai, 2 away from having the lockdown online, but
Poison's off.
Global still not committing to anything. Waiting to see if there's going to be any more aggressive push-outs coming through.
GE definitely mixing up the tempo here a little bit. They went for a lot of fast plays, some rushes to run on in, and not really going to do that here. Trying to group up out towards B and look to move in as a 5-man unit.
Winner hears this. Rain shells come through. Whole beat. Bouncing across over towards Baby Door. Haunt cleared. C's going to be sent in. He's going to be decayed down. Crew's able to find one. Showstopper from Governor takes out Russ.
Toxins going up.
3 members standing now for Global Esports.
Uh-oh.
Lightning fast go on, just the 2. Spike not planted in the hands here of Blaze King. Would give him a pit, but they're running out of time. He needs to be able to come in for this one. Pit now available. Sends that first. Plant now going to be coming in, but Jit Boys finds one. Push up in, and Governor will be able to take him down with the classic Talon. They get themselves now up to match point.
Oh man, that's so rough. Gee, they were so close to starting something. They had a man advantage, but just sending a bunch of utility through the smoke, the showstopper especially, and eventually, you're trying to plan on B. If you ever get behind on manpower, it's going to be pretty rough. They actually do have another timeout. That's my bad. I thought they had run out of theirs, but either way, it's pretty rough now. You got to put 6 together, and that one I think was your best chance because you had the initial pick off. You got pretty lucky. They elect to go into B, and they got just kind of cleaned up there in pretty rough fashion.
We'll take a look at what the economy, both credit and ult-wise, how that looks. We get ready to go back into this one, but I know the Polby 1 away from a showstopper. The rest a bit more uncertain, but the smiles we were previously witnessing have been transferred from Global over to Talon Esports.
I feel like Ban and Governor are enjoying this the most. Always smiles, always.
Oh, yeah.
Especially Ban with some trash talk as well.
Well,
trying to hype up his team at the same time.
Couple orbs to pick from here on the map. Showstopper, Lockdown, Nightfall, all just 1 away for Global Esports. Talon well aware of this. This is why they want to fight tooth and nail to try to keep those ones protected. Grab there on the lightning fast, but already on the opposite side. Russ taking out Colby, dead. Jit Boy spines lightning fast, and this could just about be it. 2 members left standing as Blaze King cannot win out the fight. It's all on Benkai. He finds one. 2 more now to deal with for the spike. He's got to use a lockdown just to try to clear the way.
Yeah.
And they're just going to push forward. I think he might be relying on this to swing in. He's only going to be able to find the one. Cruz will get it done in the end, 13-6. Talon, they find their footing, swapping sides, and they only concede a single round win to Global in the second half. They take this series 2-1.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Talon after that first map. But they got there, they woke up a little bit slow to start. They force overtime on Breeze, and then they go straight into Lotus and they dominate there, only giving over the 6 rounds to the side of Global Esports. So definitely a good performance from them. And unfortunately for the side of Global Esports, that does mean yet another loss on the cards. And not yet able to find that first win.
But overall, looking significantly better today than
For
what
sure.
we have been seeing. There was a lot more cohesion. And I think just overall, crisp aim. I mean, a hell of a performance from the team. So very close to being able to have that as a 2-0, but just couldn't quite close it out. That overtime came through.
They're
Some
definitely
very
pointing
critical
at the by the
mistakes.
capsule signs
Oh,
in the
yeah.
audience. They're like,
But
oh man.
yeah, some critical mistakes in that overtime to stop them from being able to get over the line there on Breeze. But still, you know, lightning fast, another fantastic day from him. Team overall, but we'll go ahead and pass this back over to the analyst desk to close out the day.
Ayo, Talon take this match point. They take their next championship point, bringing them up to 2 and 1 step closer to playoffs.
Yeah, not quite in the fashion I'm sure they would have hoped for coming into the day, but at the end of it, you know, they go through a grueling Breeze, and then they're able to regain their confidence, and they just start firing. I mean, the aim is crisper here on Lotus across the board, but also the reads as well, just being always 1 step ahead of Global.
Yeah, in terms of stock, a player stock, it just feels like Ban shot up so much. We saw, again, on that Breeze map, how much map control he was able to create on his Yoru coming in to Lotus here. He still had that same impact, which was really, really big. He was just, I think, everywhere, pushing out with the Guardian, getting the multi-kills. He had a stellar pistol round in the second half. It just really it just kind of fell into place here for Ban, and he just was all over the place in a good way.
Do you guys believe in the girlfriend buff? Ban's girlfriend is here visiting.
Yeah.
She's here in the audience.
I mean, some players seem to get a buff, some players maybe not so much. It seems to differ from person to person, but I'm glad it's working out for Ban, because I agree, right? He might not have had the flashiest Breeze, but he was kind of always ready to pick up some of those kills whenever Government was putting pressure on the other side of the map. And then here, like, he's the one that's carrying through. Maybe it's the Viper power as well here for Talon. I mean, both the players, Chip Boys and Ban, putting up huge numbers on the Viper. But overall, it seemed like they kind of needed that nudge in Breeze to really get back in the zone.
Oh, absolutely. But Global did start off looking incredibly strong on that icebox, and to have this completely flip around the other way, it's just very curious how both of these coaches handle their map ban picks, and we can see why it's so important in determining what the outcome could be.
Yeah, and you saw how big the loss of proactiveness was from Global. Like in Icebox, they were just everywhere around the map, pushing, prodding, poking. On Lotus, there were some rounds where I think you were mentioning it. Oh, why? You know, they already got the one-man pickoff, and then they were still passively trying to get control around the map. And that was so awkward because they needed to press that advantage. They needed to get more active map control, get a lot more idea of where Talon was playing, and start pressing in. But that never really came into full swing on that Lotus map.
Yeah, it just still seems like perhaps Global Esports, some of the players are kind of going into that mindset, but at different times, right? In the past, we've seen Povey trying to dash in and create space, but the support's not quite there. Russ trying to get the picks. He puts up the frags, but there's not the trades, things like that. And then, I mean, today on this Lotus, I mean, Blaze King had a couple good moments, and Lightning Fast continuing to try to be proactive, right? He's trying to get the pickoffs through the smokes. He's trying to make sure he's pressuring through the wall bangs, things like that. But at the end of the day, not quite all together to really push in just like they did on Icebox. And again, it still eludes us. Is it a confidence issue? Is it a comms issue? Who knows? But while we saw glimmers of it today, not quite in the full form for the entire team of 5.
I think the very fact that you're pointing out all these attempts that Global has made on Lotus, a lot of them, it's very different than Icebox completely. Icebox, they had so many brilliant set plays to go in together, whereas Lotus, they just look less prepared.
Yeah.
Because when Global Esports is prepared, I mean, you get maps like the first two.
I do agree. I mean, Lotus definitely felt more like, okay, let's default and let's see what happens, right? And sometimes that's okay, but compared to some of the other maps, even though they've lost, where we've seen like, okay, this is prepped, this is a playbook, this is anti, we just didn't have that here on Lotus today, and that's something that Global Esports is going to have to revisit. Meanwhile, Talon, I mean, maybe because of the passive play from Global Esports, but again, you could tell that they were so active on the rotations. They were always there to meet Global Esports whenever they were trying to target a different part of the map.
I may be incorrect on this, but it feels like one of the big issues for Global, at least for Lotus map, is even though they were trying to go for those link controls compared to Talon here, it feels like the timing was a little bit off. You'd see Polby just kind of holding it offhand and not really playing with his team. You'd see they try to rotate back onto C, but as they're transitioning onto that C side, they get picked off by Talon Esports in transition. So these, I guess it just boils down to Global Esports still not having that full grasp of Lotus, at least with those controls on links.
And you guys, I believe it was you, Will, earlier that you were mentioning you had your eyes on the two Vipers. And it looks like both of them like topping it there as their MVPs on Lotus. And now we're going to be looking at the championship points, and Omega just continues.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, right? People are saying in hindsight, like, how could the groups be this unbalanced? But trust me, when the stage started, a lot of people were saying, ooh, this is going to be interesting. Like, Alpha and Omega seems pretty balanced, right? Like, T1's looking strong. TRX has a question mark, all these things. And Omega just comes out, Omega prepared here in the group stage of Stage 1, while Alpha, we might not even get 3 teams from Alpha to go to playoffs. It's looking dicey out there.
Dicey is a generous way to put it, honestly speaking. And it's going to be even harder for Global here on out. Some of their next matchups include RRQ, Paper Rex, and both of these teams have been looking really, really good. Hopefully, they can string something together before then. But, not to take away from Talon's win today. Talon continues strong, but, within their own group, they have a tough climb here too.
I mean, it does seem like we're kind of back to the RX era again on the side of Omega, but it's going to be like, Talon, can they overcome RQ? It might even come down to like map and round differentials as well, so they got to really zone in on the future matches.
Yeah, but at least they have proven that they can make that happen, especially with these pieces just getting better and better.
Now, we are going to go to our stage interview with our winners from Talon Esports. I believe we have our MVPs on standby. We have Jit Boys and Ben. Let's see who Jen's going to be talking to.
Guys, I'm now standing here on stage with Talon's Ben. Now, Ben, congratulations. Hard-fought victory. You were the saving grace for the team. Whenever the team needed you, you stepped up big. Now, GE, though, really pushed you guys today. So what do you think made it tricky?
I think a lot to do with their communication, since we have 2 Thai players that cannot speak English fluently. They're still learning English, but it's still hard for them. And I think once that gets fixed and they get more comfortable with the language, we'll be much better.
You guys just need more time in terms of communication. That's part of what I wanted to ask you. Team synergy and level of communication. You said there's a little bit of problem. So what are you doing on your side personally to make sure that the team kind of knows how to navigate through tough situations?
So for the maps that I do not play duelist, which I really can't look at my map a lot, I try to call a lot. For example, when I'm playing Viper or playing initiator role, I can look at the way map more and read the game.
Yeah.
So I try to help my team in that way.
All right. So you're definitely pulling your weight.
Yeah.
Now, I want to ask you about the Icebox pick, though. I mean, GE had a decent win rate, and it's their good map. They're really strong on it. So why pick it?
We were really confident in Icebox. Our scrim results were really good. Probably like 100% win rate. But more than how we play the game, it's more onto, as I said, the communication problem. And it definitely, we kind of crumbled because there were too many gaps left and we didn't communicate that properly.
All right, so once communication gets fixed, you're good to go. All right. Now, I cannot not ask you about the upcoming match because it's against T1, your former team. They've been kind of struggling a little bit. So your thoughts on how they're doing and also thoughts on the upcoming matchup.
I think T1 as a team, like player-wise, they're really good. Good coaching stuff. I think it's just more onto maybe some inexperience or not the team chemistry not being correct yet. But I'm very excited to play against them.
All right. We are all excited to see you two play. Now, thank you so much and go get some rest.
Thank you.
Late night, but good luck.
Thank you.
Next week as well. Now, that was Ben with the victory. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us till this late hour. Now, coming up tomorrow, we have T1 versus RIQ, Bleed versus Zeta. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.